The legion commanded by Caesar was no longer the same force that had once stood against Hannibal. In its structure and behaviour, it had moved away from the flexible legion of the Second Punic War and, in many ways, had drifted closer to the dense formations once used by the Greek phalanx. The earlier Roman legion had relied on carefully spaced units, arranged in a staggered pattern that allowed movement, rotation, and recovery under pressure. Each soldier occupied a wide, personal space, and the formation was built to absorb a shock without losing cohesion. That older legion was formed from the most reliable element of Roman society. It was made up of citizens who served not only out of obligation, but out of pride. Military service was tied to social standing, and participation in war was both an honour and a responsibility. Over time, however, this system began to erode. Wealth changed priorities. Civic duty lost its central place. Military service became something to avoid rather than seek. As this shift unfolded, the composition of the army changed with it. Soldiers were no longer drawn primarily from land-owning citizens. Instead, men were recruited for their physical strength alone. Loyalty slowly transferred away from the state and toward individual commanders. The weapons remained familiar, but the character of the army did not. Trust within the ranks weakened, formations tightened, and the open spaces that once allowed flexibility were reduced. What had been a carefully layered citizen force became a mass of uniform units, organized into fewer, heavier lines. The Roman army was no longer a national militia in spirit. It became a standing force made up of professionals, auxiliaries, and foreign recruits. Siege warfare grew more sophisticated. Engineering and artillery improved. Naval power gained importance. Yet the most significant change was not technical, but human. The soldier was no longer fighting for the republic itself, but for the commander who promised pay, protection, and land. The legion that had once endured Hannibal's relentless pressure, surviving defeat after defeat without collapsing, was fundamentally different from the army that later marched across Gaul and beyond under Caesar. The earlier legion had faced destruction repeatedly, held together by discipline and civic identity, and ultimately wore down its enemies through endurance. Caesar's army, though victorious and formidable, was built on different foundations. Ironically, the battlefield formations used under Caesar resembled those of Rome's former enemies more than those of its own past. His troops often stood in dense lines, closer in spirit to the formations Hannibal himself had used in the later stages of his campaigns. Compared to the highly flexible manipular system once employed by Roman commanders, such as Marcellus or Nero, Caesar's legions appeared heavier and more compact. This transformation did not happen suddenly. It was the result of long-term changes within Roman society. In earlier centuries, military service was closely tied to property and social class. Only those who met certain standards were allowed to serve, and those who lacked wealth were excluded. The army was deliberately selective, ensuring that its ranks were filled with men who had a stake in the survival of the state. Originally, a soldier's role and equipment depended on his social standing. Later, this shifted toward experience and age. Younger men fought as light troops. Those in their prime formed the front lines. Older veterans stood behind them as reserves. Each man had space to move. Units were separated by deliberate gaps, allowing lines to pass through one another and respond to changing conditions. This system produced an army of remarkable adaptability and resilience. That army proved itself during the Great Wars of the 3rd century, before Christ. It was disciplined, mobile, and capable of enduring extreme punishment. Few military systems in history matched its balance of flexibility and strength. By Caesar's time, that balance was gone. Political conflict within Rome had changed the nature of service itself. The standards for enlistment were lowered. Wealthy citizens withdrew from military life. Physical training declined among the elite. The army increasingly attracted those with little to lose and much to gain. Cavalry once provided by Roman citizens disappeared from the battlefield, replaced by foreign horsemen from allied or subject regions. Light troops were recruited from distant lands. Heavy infantry, once the proud core of Roman identity, gradually lost its exclusively Italian character. One commander, more than any other, accelerated this shift. He opened the army to all free men, regardless of wealth. He removed the old distinctions between classes of infantry and standardized their equipment. Training became harsher and more professional. Combat instruction was systematized. Advancement depended on performance rather than social background. This change brought short-term strength and long-term consequences. The army became more efficient but less representative of Roman society. Soldiers fought longer, served farther from home, and came to depend on their generals rather than the state. Commanders gained unprecedented influence, as loyalty flowed upward instead of outward. As time passed, the army filled with men from the poorest layers of society, and eventually with outsiders, freedmen, and even criminals. Veterans expected land in return for service. Special units were formed with personal loyalty to their leaders. What had once been a civic institution slowly transformed into a political weapon. By the time Caesar took command, the legion was no longer the army of citizen farmers that had saved Rome in its darkest hours. It was a hardened, professional force, loyal, disciplined, and deadly, but shaped by a very different world. Its victories were undeniable, yet they came at the cost of the old Republic's military soul. By the late Republic, the Roman army was no longer divided into simple categories of Roman and allied troops. After the Social War, citizenship was extended across Italy, and the legions became a mixed force. Romans stood alongside auxiliaries, provincial soldiers, and hired fighters from distant regions. Recruitment no longer examined a man's background or moral standing. Physical strength alone determined eligibility. Character, loyalty to the state, and civic virtue no longer mattered. Cavalry followed the same path. Mounted troops were increasingly drawn from foreign peoples, with strong riding traditions. Members of the old Roman elite still appeared on horseback at times, but only in ceremonial or prestigious roles. The traditional rules for raising armies were ignored. Anyone with money could avoid service. Anyone with a strong body could carry weapons. Most telling of all was the soldier's oath. It was no longer sworn to Rome. Loyalty was pledged directly to the general. As Roman territory expanded and armies were forced to remain under arms for years at a time, commanders relied on every possible method to prevent their forces from dissolving. What had once been honourable civic duty slowly degraded into a life of paid warfare. The Roman citizen soldier gave way to the soldier of fortune. Standing armies replaced temporary levies. Mercenaries became normal. Provinces were handed over to governors who commanded permanent forces and ruled with almost unlimited authority. These territories were exploited for revenue with predictable consequences. In this transformation, Rome began to resemble the earlier decline of the Greek world. Such changes made older military structures impossible to maintain. The distinctions that once separated different types of infantry disappeared. Soldiers were now classified simply as heavy or light troops. Weapons and armour remained largely familiar, but organisation changed fundamentally. The traditional size of a legion stayed roughly the same, with several thousand heavy infantry and a few hundred cavalry. However, light troops drawn from the provinces increased dramatically and no longer formed an organic part of the legion itself. Cavalry grew steadily in importance. Roman horsemen learned from years of campaigning across Iberia, Africa, and the eastern Mediterranean. Light cavalry became faster and more flexible, while heavy cavalry improved more slowly. What had once been a minor supporting arm expanded until mounted troops sometimes formed more than a seventh of the army's strength. The size of Roman armies also expanded. A field force no longer consisted of a fixed number of legions. Commanders might lead 8, 10, or more legions at once, not counting auxiliaries. War machines became standard equipment. Each legion carried dozens of artillery pieces operated by trained crews. These engines were rarely used in open battle, but they dominated river crossings, mountain passes, camps, and fortified positions. For a time, traditional formations survived. Units still maintained spacing, and soldiers still fought with personal room to maneuver. But the quality of recruits steadily declined. Unlike earlier generations trained from youth in discipline and endurance, these soldiers lacked independence and reliability. In wars against massed enemies from the north and east, Roman commanders found that open gaps in the line became dangerous. As confidence in individual soldiers fell, formations tightened. A new structure replaced the old one. Smaller tactical units were merged into larger formations. The legion reorganized into several heavy blocks arranged in multiple lines. At first, spacing remained. Over time, those spaces narrowed. Distance between lines increased to allow greater control. The front line carried the main weight of battle, while rear formations served as reserves and anchors. As this system evolved, formations became denser. Some armies deployed in 2 lines, others in 3. Files were sometimes shortened and widened to eliminate gaps altogether. Step by step, the legion transformed into something close to a solid wall of shields and spears. The flexible checkerboard arrangement vanished. The change reflected not innovation, but necessity. Discipline and patriotism had weakened. Soldiers required tighter control. Yet this solidity was not constant. Commanders adapted spacing as needed. Some legions still fought with gaps between units, others closed up entirely. The army had lost its fixed identity and now reflected the preferences of individual generals. Defensive formations also expanded in scale. Shield formations grew into massive blocks, used against cavalry. On open ground, armies sometimes marched in square formations, prepared to fight from any direction. Commanders paid close attention to march discipline. Columns were protected by cavalry on the flanks, light troops screened the movement, and advance and rear guards remained ready for sudden contact. In battle, heavy infantry usually held the centre. Auxiliary forces guarded the wings. Light troops filled gaps or operated ahead and behind the main body. Cavalry was no longer tied to fixed positions, but thrown into action where pressure was greatest. Tactical coordination improved steadily, reaching its highest level under the great commanders of the age. Meanwhile, the structure of command changed. Power concentrated in the hands of generals. Senior officers gained broader authority. Lower officers commanded standardized units. Soldiers trained constantly, while civilians no longer shared in that discipline. To prevent unrest, troops were assigned to labor projects, especially road construction and fortification work. Pay increased. Rewards became more generous and less regulated. Discipline existed, but it depended entirely on the personality of the commander. Punishments could be savage or inconsistent. Honor still existed, but it was enforced by fear rather than shared values. Victory proved that courage remained, but the motive had changed. Love of country faded. Desire for loot, land, and advancement replaced it. Soldiers followed individuals, not the state. loyalty shifted easily from one leader to another. This change was revealed clearly during moments of unrest. When soldiers demanded discharge, they were reminded of citizenship itself, a concept that once defined their identity. But these men were soldiers only. Civic pride no longer moved them. The reminder worked precisely because it no longer applied. Luxury spread through the camps. Decorations replaced simplicity. Privilege replaced hardship. Fatigue duties were abandoned for favoured units. Leadership skill flourished, not despite this decline, but because of it. At the same time, military engineering advanced rapidly. Camps became fortresses, walls thickened, ditches deepened, towers multiplied, obstacles covered approaches. Even battlefields were prepared with defensive works. Temporary fortification became a Roman specialty. Siege warfare reached new levels of complexity. Surrounding cities, cutting them off, advancing under cover, mining beneath walls, and overwhelming defences became standard practice. Artillery dominated both offence and defence. Missiles of stone, wood, and fire filled the sky. Naval power expanded alongside land warfare. Forests were reserved for shipbuilding. Fleets grew diverse and heavily armed. Warships carried rams, towers, missile crews, and boarding equipment. Fire was used deliberately as a weapon. Crews consisted of rowers from the lowest classes and soldiers trained for combat at sea. Command structures mirrored those on land. Fleets operated with discipline and ceremony. Harbours were fortified, entrances chained, and ships drawn ashore each night when possible. Naval battles followed careful formations. Signals initiated combat. Missiles opened the engagement. Ramming, boarding, and fire decided the outcome. Victory was celebrated with ritual and reward. In this late Republican age, the most striking campaigns did not come from the character of the army itself. They came from the people who commanded it. Victories rose or fell with the temperament, discipline, and ambition of the general. The old idea that Rome won its wars through the shared virtue of citizen soldiers was fading. Power now centered on exceptional individuals, and many of those individuals were not simply fighting foreign enemies. They were also positioning themselves to dominate the state. The career of Marius shows this shift clearly. His success in North Africa did not rest only on his own decisions. A large part of it depended on the abilities of the young officer serving under him, a man who would later become his bitter rival. The broader conquest of Numidia was largely secured by earlier leadership in the same war, while the final capture of the Numidian king came through sharp political and military manoeuvring led by others. Marius benefited from all of this, and his name absorbed much of the credit. His reforms became attached to him so firmly that they overshadowed the fact that many of his battlefield achievements were inseparable from the political environment that carried him upward. Yet there is one part of his story that cannot be reduced to politics. When a massive northern threat pressed toward Roman territory, Rome faced one of the most serious crises in its history. A disastrous defeat in southern Gaul wiped out a huge Roman force and an even larger crowd of camp followers. The loss was so severe that Romans compared its shock to the worst catastrophes of earlier generations. Leadership had failed, coordination had collapsed, and thousands paid for that failure with their lives. In the aftermath, Rome turned to Marius and sent him north to contain the emergency and restore order. He had time to rebuild because the invading peoples did not march directly into Italy. Instead, they drifted westward, testing other routes and other lands until resistance and harsh terrain forced them back. They moved like a vast migrating tide, shifting direction when blocked, then rolling forward again toward Roman-controlled territory. Marius established a strong position near the great river routes of the region. He tightened Roman influence amongst local tribes, punishing those who wavered and securing the loyalty of those who could be kept stable. Most importantly, he positioned his forces to guard the limited access points that led toward Italy. The invaders were not moving as one single body. They split, and this division mattered. One group turned toward the Alpine routes that eventually spilled into Italy. The other, known for its size and terrifying presence, aimed to push down a major river corridor and then follow the coastline toward the mountain passes. When that second group approached, they found Marius in a carefully prepared camp. He had fortified his position with unusual thoroughness. His soldiers were trained and under control, yet their commander hesitated to fight immediately. The reason was not cowardice. He understood something psychological. His men needed time to grow accustomed to the sight of these towering, light-haired warriors, their savage noise, and the unsettling confidence with which they moved. A disciplined army could still be shaken by an enemy that looked and sounded like a force from nightmares. Ancient peoples had felt this before. The Greeks long ago had feared the vast armies of Persia in much the same way before their first major encounters. The invaders tried to provoke a battle. They hurled insults, shouted challenges, and pressed forward as if daring the Romans to come out, but Marius refused. He remained behind his defences, letting frustration and impatience build in the enemy ranks. For 3 straight days they tried to storm the Roman position. 3 times they were beaten back, suffering heavy losses for little gain. Eventually they abandoned the effort and continued toward Italy. For days their long column passed the Roman camp. Fighters, wagons, families, supplies, and everything they carried with them. As they marched, they mocked the Romans, calling out that messages could be sent ahead to Roman wives and children in Italy. That moment was the turning point. Once the enemy had committed to movement, Marius began to follow with caution. He did not rush. He shadowed them, camping nearby on defensible ground, always protected by strong works, always controlling the pace. This was the kind of war learned in North Africa: patient pursuit, constant pressure, and refusal to be pulled into a reckless clash. Only when the morale of his own men had hardened did he decide the moment had arrived. Near a Roman settlement in southern Gaul, conflict began almost by accident. Soldiers from both sides went to draw water from the same river. A fight broke out along the banks, then escalated quickly. The Romans drove part of the enemy force across the water and back toward their wagon camp. The struggle became violent and chaotic, and there, the invaders' families were drawn into the fighting. Women fought beside men, defending the wagons with desperate ferocity. Losses were heavy. But despite their success, the Romans ended the day by withdrawing to their own side of the river, refusing to overextend themselves, while the larger enemy host remained intact. During the night, Marius prepared the decisive move. He placed a strong detachment in concealment upstream in rough, wooded ground, hidden in ravines. Their orders were simple: stay unseen, then strike the enemy from behind at the critical moment. At first light, he deployed his main army on the heights near his camp and used cavalry to provoke an attack. The enemy, convinced the Romans still lacked the courage to fight openly, surged across the river and rushed uphill in disorder. This was exactly what Marius wanted. The legions met them with firm resistance. The slope and the discipline of the Roman line broke the attackers' momentum. After intense fighting, the invaders began to lose cohesion and were driven back down toward the plain. Time now became a weapon. These northern warriors were not built for long combat under the heavy heat of the Mediterranean. As the day wore on, their strength dulled. When exhaustion and confusion set in, the ambush force struck the rear. Cavalry supported the blow. The attackers, who had begun the day full of rage and confidence, suddenly felt the ground collapse beneath them. The retreat turned into panic, then panic turned into slaughter. Ancient reports claimed enormous numbers, killed and captured. Exact totals are less important than the result. One invading host was shattered, and the threat to Italy was cut in half. The other invading group had already entered Italy through the Alps, but even there the danger did not immediately become a direct march on Rome. Marius moved fast enough to join another Roman commander. The invaders asked, according to old custom, for a formal time and place to settle the matter in a single great battle, as if war were a gigantic duel. The Romans agreed. On open ground, the armies met. The result was decisive. The second invading host was crushed so thoroughly that it vanished from history. Once again, ancient writers claimed vast casualties and immense captures. Whether every number is accurate or not, the conclusion is clear. Rome survived a crisis that could have ended its future. Marius emerged as more than a general. To many Romans, he became the saviour figure of the age, the man credited with preventing catastrophe. But the story of Roman command in this era does not end with him. Another figure stands out as the most capable commander among those who rose before Caesar. He first learned war while serving under Marius, yet his temperament was entirely different. Where Marius often acted with political instinct and raw authority, this man combined calculation with daring. He used fortifications on the battlefield, not only in camps. He strengthened flanks with trenches, controlled the shape of combat with earthworks, and treated engineering as part of tactics. Contemporary observers described him as a mixture of predator and strategist, bold when the moment demanded it, and subtle when deception was the safer blade. In the Eastern Wars, his operations showed unusual skill. His sieges became models for later commanders. His battlefield methods displayed an ability to improvise against unfamiliar threats. Facing armies that included large cavalry forces and terrifying chariot attacks, he compensated for his weaknesses by shaping the terrain around him. Trenches slowed enemy riders. Barriers disrupted chariot charges. Under missile fire, animals panicked and turned back, sometimes causing chaos in their own ranks. When cavalry pressure threatened to break Roman formations, the legions adapted by forming compact defensive blocks and holding their ground until the danger passed. At the right moment, he struck where the enemy was exposed, often leading the decisive blow personally. In later fighting, he used field works not just for defense, but as a trap, gradually narrowing enemy movement until entire forces were crushed in terrain that offered no escape. Even when details of these operations remain unclear, their intent is visible. Victory through control, pressure, and calculated enclosure rather than blind collision. Meanwhile, another commander rose who would become famous across the Roman world. Yet his reputation often exceeded his true weight. His achievements were real, but many of them were built on circumstances that favoured him. He won early fame at a young age, gathered titles quickly, and often arrived when the hardest work had already been done by others. He could be courageous in straightforward action, especially when leading mounted troops in direct combat. He could also be disciplined, personally modest, and outwardly honourable, but he lacked the spark of true genius. Decisions came slowly. Initiative was inconsistent. Fortune elevated him, and steady luck protected him from the kind of disasters that reveal a weaker mind. In politics and command, he often appeared larger than he really was, partly because he became a symbol, useful to others, and partly because he held together factions that might have shattered under a more intense personality. His early rise began when he raised troops for a dominant leader during civil conflict. His daring attacks scattered enemy forces before they could unite. He received honours that men normally earned only after a lifetime of service. Campaigns in Sicily and North Africa added prestige, but these successes were eased by overwhelming force and favourable conditions. Still, his speed and energy restored Roman confidence in moments when that confidence had been shaken. The true test came when he was sent to confront a remarkable opponent in Spain, a commander who combined politics and warfare in a way that made him almost impossible to defeat by conventional means. This Spanish War was not a clean series of pitched battles. It was a long struggle of ambushes, raids, harassment, and relentless pressure on supply lines. The insurgent leader rarely offered the kind of battle Roman commanders wanted. He forced them to chase shadows, exhausted their foragers, struck them on the march, and used the landscape as a weapon. When the younger Roman commander tried to corner him near a threatened town, he misjudged the man he faced. The insurgent reversed the trap, forced the Roman to watch helplessly as the town was destroyed, and withdrew without being caught. Later, when battle did occur, the Roman commander's line suffered severe setbacks on one wing, including a moment when he himself was badly wounded. Only the arrival of a second Roman army prevented complete disaster. Again and again the pattern repeated. When confronted directly by the insurgent leader, the Roman commander struggled. Gains came slowly. Even when large rebel forces gathered, they often dissolved suddenly after reverses or internal discouragement, only to return later. The war drained both Italy and Spain, and it ground on for years. Many in Rome began to fear the insurgent as a new Hannibal, though the strategic threat was never truly that large. His brilliance lay in matching his skills to the terrain and to the kind of irregular war Spain demanded. The conflict ended not through a decisive Roman genius stroke, but through assassination. With the rebel leader gone, the resistance collapsed quickly under less capable hands. Rome celebrated a victory, but it was not a triumph that proved greatness in the man most loudly praised for it. Later, in a very different arena, that same commander showed sharper ability. The Mediterranean had been plagued by piracy that strangled trade and threatened food supplies. Given extraordinary authority, he approached the problem with practical organization. He divided the sea into sectors, assigned commanders to each, and hunted pirates systematically. He cleared key shipping lanes first, restoring grain traffic and calming panic in Rome. He also understood that mercy could be a weapon. By offering surrender and resettlement to many, he broke pirate networks faster than terror alone could have done. In a remarkably short time, the sea routes reopened and commerce recovered. The public hailed him as a saviour, though the achievement was more efficient policing than heroic war. In the east, a different general had already been fighting a major conflict against powerful kings and had carried the campaign deep into enemy territory. He won major battles, took cities, crossed great rivers, and broke the confidence of rival courts. Yet his own troops eventually mutinied, limiting what he could finish. Even so, his years of campaigning weakened the eastern powers and prepared the ground for whoever followed. When the famous commander arrived to replace him, he had large forces and a strong strategic position. The enemy king, no longer able to rely on key allies, sought peace but refused unconditional surrender. The Roman advanced carefully, refused to be dragged into endless pursuit, and shifted his approach to cut into the enemy's heartlands. Eventually, he executed a well-timed maneuver that placed his army on heights above a narrow valley, unseen. The enemy marched into the trap and camped without realizing the danger. A night attack followed. The camp was overwhelmed before resistance could form. The king escaped, but his army was effectively destroyed. After that, the surrounding monarchs submitted. Territories were reorganized. Taxes and tribute flowed into Roman hands. The commander's name spread across the empire, as the man who had subdued the East. Yet the deeper truth remained. Much of that conquest was the completion of work begun by others, accomplished through caution and superior resources rather than daring creativity. Where earlier commanders had taken risks to carve openings, this one moved only when the advantage was overwhelming. Gaius Julius Caesar entered the world at the start of the 1st century before the Common Era, born into a Roman family that carried real weight in public memory. The Julii were considered ancient, and they liked to present themselves as more than merely respectable. Their story was tied to Rome's earliest legends, and Caesar grew up in a household where ancestry was treated as a form of political capital. His father had reached high office and died while Caesar was still young, leaving much of the responsibility for his upbringing to his mother. Aurelia was remembered as disciplined, intelligent, and unusually steady in character. She managed his education closely, and Caesar's natural ability allowed him to benefit from that careful guidance more than most youths of his rank. From an early age, he was trained to move easily in both the social and intellectual worlds of Rome. One of his teachers had been shaped by the learning of the Eastern Mediterranean, and the result was a young aristocrat who could speak with confidence, absorb complex ideas quickly, and present himself with polish. His body, at first delicate, was strengthened through deliberate exercise. He built endurance and learned to tolerate fatigue. He did not live like a hardened soldier in those years, yet he formed habits that later made prolonged hardship possible. He rode exceptionally well, practiced athletic training seriously, and accustomed himself to exposure and travel. In appearance, he stood out. His manner was open, often charming, and he carried himself with confidence. His face was expressive rather than conventionally perfect, with sharp eyes and an alert look that suggested constant thought. He was careful with dress and grooming to a degree that drew comment. That attention to appearance could be mocked as vanity, but it also reflected a broader instinct. Caesar understood presentation, and he understood how closely Rome watched the smallest details of public men. His health, though generally strong, was not flawless. At times, he suffered nervous episodes, yet these did not define him or keep him from demanding activity. His lifestyle was not built on indulgence. He could be moderate in habits, while still enjoying the pleasures available to a man of rank. Caesar's mind developed alongside his body. He read widely, loved art, and moved comfortably in both Latin and Greek culture, as many educated Romans did. He wrote with clarity and force and gained a reputation for clean, direct style. Poetry was not his strongest gift, but oratory was. Those who heard him speak remarked on the natural authority in his voice and presence, the lack of artificial performance, and the way he could hold attention without forcing it. He also possessed a memory strong enough to impress contemporaries, who were not easily impressed. He could remain calm under provocation, and could disarm hostility with courtesy. These traits mattered in a society where personal relationships, public performance, and political survival were inseparable. As a teenager, he received early appointments that signalled promise. He was drawn into the normal pattern of aristocratic alliances through engagements and marriage. Yet what becomes notable in his story is not the routine of elite life, but the first moment he refused to bend. When a powerful political figure seized Rome and began reshaping the city by force, Caesar was pressured to cut ties with the faction now considered dangerous. He was ordered to divorce his wife because of her family connections. Caesar refused, directly and without disguise. That choice came with immediate penalties: loss of position, loss of wealth, and real personal danger. In an age when many men dissolved marriages as casually as they changed political partners, This refusal revealed something hard inside him. It was not sentimental softness. It was a decision to set a boundary and accept the cost. For a time he went into hiding, protected by friends and by the uncertainty of a city still settling after civil violence. Eventually, he was spared. Yet he understood that remaining in Rome was risky. The political struggle was not finished, only paused, and his presence would pull him into it before he had the power to control the outcome. He chose distance. He travelled east, spent time in royal courts, and gained early experience in military and diplomatic duties. In one siege, he earned a high honour for saving a fellow Roman's life. This was not the achievement of a seasoned commander, but it showed a willingness to act under pressure and a desire to be seen acting. He also served in operations at sea against piracy, and this period added to a reputation that was already beginning to spread. During a journey, he was captured by pirates and held for ransom. Instead of collapsing into fear, he treated the situation as if it were temporary inconvenience. He demanded that his captors ask for a higher ransom as though their first price was insulting. While the money was gathered, he spoke to them, joked with them, and behaved less like a prisoner than like a man waiting for business to finish. He promised he would return and punish them. They laughed. When he was released, he immediately raised forces, hunted them down, recovered the money, and carried out the threat. The episode became a story repeated for decades, because it captured something essential. Caesar did not simply endure events, he answered them, and he did it quickly. After studying further in a major centre of learning, he launched himself back into public life. Rome, at that moment, rewarded boldness in the courts. Young men rose by prosecuting famous figures and attacking corruption, especially when those attacks could be framed as moral courage. Caesar chose this path and rapidly gained attention. His speeches made him known as more than a well-born youth. They marked him as a man with talent and nerve. Yet he did not rush into the most dangerous struggles immediately. He avoided serving under commanders whose politics he opposed, not because he rejected military experience, but because he refused to be trapped on the wrong side of a conflict that was still evolving. It was a pattern that would define him. He could be daring, but he did not waste himself in battles that offered no strategic gain. Step by step, he climbed the political ladder. He held financial offices, judicial responsibilities, and major religious positions. He spent lavishly to gain popularity and accepted enormous debt as the price of building influence. The scale of his borrowing was extraordinary, but it matched his sense of future. He believed that power would repay it, and he behaved as if defeat was not a real possibility. Eventually, a leading figure of immense wealth agreed to support him, expecting that Caesar's rise would create profit and leverage in return. With that security, Caesar took a provincial command in Iberia. There, he found a frontier that was not neatly controlled. Lowland communities suffered raids from upland groups who did not respect Roman authority. Caesar expanded his forces and moved fast. Much of the campaign is lost in detail, but the outline is clear. He did not tolerate uncertainty. He struck into difficult terrain, forced submission, and pushed pressure outward until resistance broke. When opponents attempted to lure his troops with distractions and plunder, discipline held. He controlled his men. When rebels tried to block his retreat through harsh ground, he changed direction, fought through where the terrain favoured him, and drove the enemy toward the coast, where they could not vanish into mountains. At one point, the enemy took refuge on ground, protected by water and tides, difficult to reach under attack. Caesar's first attempt failed, and men were lost. He did not abandon the objective. He paused, secured the situation, called for ships, and returned with the means to finish what was possible. Once he had the tools he needed, the resistance collapsed. He then moved along the coast, projecting Roman power in ways that impressed communities unused to seeing such naval strength. The effect was not only military, it was psychological. Towns submitted because they understood what had arrived. The campaign brought him acclaim, wealth, and the loyalty of soldiers who had now seen his leadership in action. He used the results in the most practical way, rewarding his troops generously and eliminating his debts. Money mattered to him, but not as a miser's obsession. It was fuel. It bought loyalty, created momentum, and built the foundation for something larger. His ambition was obvious, and it was not unique. Every major Roman figure of this era was driven. What separated men was not the presence of ambition, but the direction it took and the methods used to satisfy it. Caesar's ambition was personal and expansive. He measured himself against the greatest names of history and felt impatience at having achieved so little compared to them. That hunger shaped his next choice. He had earned the right to celebrate a triumph for his provincial victories, but he set the honour aside in order to pursue the highest office in Rome. The calculation was clear. A ceremony could be postponed, but a political opening might not return. By this time, the Roman system was failing to manage its own power struggles. The Senate could not contain the rival ambitions tearing at the state. One powerful commander returned from the east, expecting rewards for his veterans, only to be blocked. The refusal created a rupture that Caesar understood how to use. He joined that commander and another immensely wealthy figure in a private political agreement. Together, they could dominate elections, laws, and appointments. Through this alliance, Caesar won the consulship, pushed through legislation with relentless energy, and secured a long-term military command in the northern provinces. This appointment was the turning point. It gave him legions, time, and a theatre where renown could be earned on a scale that Rome could not ignore. Before leaving, he strengthened personal bonds by arranging marriages that tied his fate to the alliance. Then he departed. Politics did not vanish from his mind, but it moved behind the larger stage of war. The region he was going to command carried a special weight in Roman fear. For centuries, peoples from the north had threatened Italy, and the memory of old invasions still haunted the city. Any commander who could end that danger permanently would be celebrated beyond ordinary measure. Caesar understood this better than most. He also understood that the land beyond the Roman frontier was divided internally. Many communities were brave, wealthy, and capable, but they were not unified. Rivalries, patron-client dependencies, and shifting coalitions weakened any shared resistance. Even before Caesar arrived, instability was rising. Reports reached Rome of conflict among allies and pressure from groups moving toward new land. One major people in the Alpine region prepared to abandon their homeland entirely, seeking richer territory beyond. Such a migration could tear open the entire balance of power, crush weaker communities, and pull Rome into a chain of emergencies. Caesar moved quickly to block the easiest route, building defences and forcing the migrants to choose a harder path. As they moved, they began to ravage lands along the way, and local groups appealed for protection. Long before the moment when events finally began to unfold, news of the Helveti migration had already reached Julius Caesar. For nearly 2 years, the Helveti had been openly preparing to abandon their homeland, and Caesar was known for his exceptional ability to gather intelligence. Although still in Rome, delayed by political disputes and legislative struggles, he followed developments in Gaul with close attention. War was not a surprise to him. It was an expectation. When the triumvirate divided their provinces, Caesar deliberately chose Gaul. His goal was not merely to shield Rome from future invasions, but also to build something far more personal and enduring, a loyal army. In the unstable politics of the late Republic, military power was the foundation of lasting influence. Caesar did not separate Rome's interests from his own. He acted for the Republic, yet the Republic increasingly moved through him. By early spring of 58 BCE, events could no longer be delayed. Caesar left Rome at once and reached Geneva in just 8 days, an astonishing pace for the time. Roman forces in Transalpine Gaul were minimal. Only the 10th Legion was present. Caesar immediately ordered it forward while commanding the province to raise additional troops as quickly as possible. To block the advancing migration, he ordered the destruction of the bridge at Geneva, buying precious time. When the Helveti learned of Caesar's arrival, they sent a delegation of their most prominent leaders. They requested permission to pass peacefully through Roman territory, explaining that no alternative route remained. They promised discipline and restraint. Caesar remembered well that the same people had once destroyed a Roman army and killed a consul. He had no faith in their assurances. Allowing nearly 400,000 people to cross the province would devastate the land, and once beyond it they would become another enemy to defeat while leaving their homeland open to German settlement. Yet Caesar did not refuse them outright. He received the envoys politely and asked them to return in 2 weeks for his answer. The delay was intentional. While the Helvetii waited, Caesar moved with remarkable speed. Along the left bank of the Rhone, from Lake Geneva to the Jura, he ordered a system of fortifications. These were not continuous walls, but carefully positioned strongpoints, using the river itself as a natural barrier. With limited manpower, Caesar fortified only the locations where crossings were possible, and placed garrisons where rapid concentration was feasible. Despite clear signs of Roman resistance, the Helveti waited. Whether they trusted Caesar's words or underestimated his resolve remains unclear. When their envoys returned, Caesar rejected their request and warned that force would be used if they attempted to cross. A few probing attacks and night crossings failed. The Helveti had lost 2 weeks and were forced to seek another route. They turned to the Sequani, whose territory lay along the Jura mountains. Unable to secure permission alone, they relied on Dumnorix of the Aedui, a powerful noble with personal ties to Helvetian leadership. Through his influence, passage was granted, with hostages exchanged and promises of restraint. News of this reached Caesar quickly. Learning that the Helvetii were moving toward the Atlantic coast and Roman allied regions, he decided to act again. Leaving his fortifications behind under Labienus, he rushed into northern Italy, raised 2 new legions, recalled 3 veteran ones, and crossed the Alps by forced marches. Despite resistance from mountain tribes, he pushed through with speed that astonished contemporaries and reached central Gaul in little more than a week. By the time Caesar arrived, the Helveti had already crossed into Aeduan territory, plundering mercilessly. Appeals flooded in from Roman allies, all begging for protection. Caesar demanded cavalry support, relying heavily on Gallic horsemen, as he often did. Though effective, this decision carried risks, especially when command remained in native hands. With 6 legions now assembled, Caesar advanced. Near the Saone, he learned that most of the Helvetii had crossed the river, leaving 1 canton behind. Moving swiftly by night, he struck the isolated group at dawn, destroying it almost completely. The blow was severe, yet the main body remained vast and well supplied. Caesar crossed the river with ease and followed cautiously. The Helvetii sought peace but refused to give hostages. They continued westward, while Caesar shadowed them closely, restricting their foraging. Supplies grew scarce, tensions rose, and betrayal within allied ranks became evident. Dumnorix was exposed as working against Roman interests, but spared for political reasons, though placed under watch. Eventually, Caesar attempted an ambush, nearly succeeding. A single false report ruined the plan. The opportunity vanished. Short of supplies and needing grain, Caesar turned toward Bibracte. The Helveti misread this as retreat and attacked. The battlefield favoured Rome. Caesar positioned his veterans on the slope, reserves behind, baggage secured. The Helveti advanced in dense formation, shields locked, absorbing the first volleys. Combat was fierce and prolonged. Roman discipline and weaponry gradually broke the enemy line, but a sudden attack from the rear forced Caesar to reorganize mid-battle, forming a second front under extreme pressure. For hours the struggle continued. Only at nightfall did Roman endurance prevail. The Helveti fought to the last, even women and children joining the defense of their wagons. When it ended, their losses were catastrophic. Those who escaped fled until starvation forced surrender. Caesar imposed harsh terms but allowed the survivors to return home, rebuilding their settlements under Roman supervision. One fleeing group was destroyed entirely. After the Helveti were broken and driven back, a new mood spread across Gaul. Tribal leaders, sensing that a major force had arrived and would not simply pass through and leave, organized a wide council of peoples with Caesar's approval. Envoys came from many regions, not to challenge him, but to test what kind of Roman commander he was and what his presence would mean. They had dealt with Roman officials before, yet this consul felt different, faster, sharper, and far more dangerous. Among the delegations were the Aedui, the Sequani, and the Arverni, led by the assiduan noble Divitiacus. Their appeal focused on a threat that had been growing beyond the Rhine. A German king named Ariovistus had entered Gallic affairs as a hired ally, invited in to help the Sequani and Arverni against their rivals. But once his armies had tasted victory and rich land, he no longer behaved like a temporary partner. He seized a large portion of territory as payment, demanded tribute, and began pressing for even more ground to settle fresh arrivals from his people. Tens of thousands had already crossed the Rhine, and more were rumoured to be gathering behind them, ready to follow. The Gallic tribes described not only dispossession but humiliation. Ariovistus had taken hostages from noble families and treated them as tools of fear. The Aedui, once proud allies of Rome, had been forced to accept conditions that amounted to silence and submission. They were made to swear they would not even appeal to Rome again. By the time their envoys stood before Caesar, the situation was no longer an ordinary tribal conflict. It looked like the beginning of a permanent German foothold in Gaul. Reports about Ariovistus's wider people also carried a hard edge. The Suebi were described as the most formidable of the German nations, famous for their harsh discipline and relentless warfare. Their society was organized around a constant cycle of war and labor, with large bodies of men alternating between fighting and maintaining the resources that kept the fighters fed. They were said to be physically powerful, hardened by strict habits, and contemptuous toward outsiders. Their lands were imagined as vast and austere, with long stretches of forest and empty borders created by the devastation of their neighbours. Whether every detail was accurate mattered less than the central point. These were not raiders looking for loot, but a force capable of migration, settlement, and long-term expansion. Caesar understood what was at stake. If large German groups crossed into Gaul freely and succeeded, they might continue pushing south and west, eventually reaching the Roman province and even Italy, as earlier northern peoples had done generations before. The Aedui also carried special political weight, long treated as Rome's partners and deserving protection. Beyond that, Caesar had his own larger vision. He had not come north simply to guard provincial borders. His actions already suggested a broader design: to bring Gaul under Roman control and to build the kind of military power that could shape Rome itself. Removing the Germans from Gaul was not a side issue. It was a necessary step if the region was to be dominated, rather than merely managed. Caesar opened contact by sending messengers to Ariovistus and proposing a meeting. The reply came back cold and defiant. Ariovistus did not speak as a subordinate or a negotiator seeking compromise. He spoke as a conqueror. He implied that if Caesar wanted an audience, Caesar should come to him. He also questioned why Rome had any business interfering in lands he claimed to have won by the sword. It was bold language, and it carried something more than insult. It was a warning that this was a rival who would not be intimidated by titles. Caesar answered in the language of Roman authority. Ariovistus had been officially recognized as a friend of Rome, and that recognition carried expectations. Caesar demanded that no more Germans be brought across the Rhine, that seized lands not be expanded, that hostages be returned, and that violence against Rome's allies cease. The message left a door open. Compliance would keep Ariovistus within Rome's favour. Refusal would bring immediate action. Ariovistus replied with his own hard logic. He had defeated the Aedui, he said, and the conquered paid tribute. That was how power worked, and Rome did the same to those it subdued. He would not return hostages, and if tribute was resisted, he would enforce it. He ended with a direct challenge, claiming that those who faced him were destroyed. The exchange made the outcome almost inevitable. Each side was asserting a right to decide the fate of Gaul. The exact legal boundaries of Caesar's authority mattered far less than his real position. He commanded a large army and held the initiative. There was no effective restraint on him except the political balance among the men who shared power in Rome, and those restraints did not reach far into the forests and river valleys of Gaul. Caesar moved like someone who intended to decide the matter by force, and he moved quickly. While these messages were being exchanged, news arrived that strengthened Caesar's urgency. German forces were raiding deeper into Allied territory, and other large groups were reported on the far bank of the Rhine, preparing to cross. Caesar chose to strike before Ariovistus could be reinforced. After arranging supplies and rationing, he marched in early August from the region where he had paused after the Helvetian War, heading toward the upper river routes that led to the German-held zones. On the march, another report changed everything. Ariovistus was moving to seize Vesontio, a major centre in Sequani territory, valuable for its stores and nearly perfect as a defensive stronghold. Caesar altered his route immediately and drove his army at an exhausting pace, day and night, reaching the city before Ariovistus could take it. A garrison was installed at once. Vesontio's position made it a natural fortress, almost encircled by a looping river, with steep heights closing the remaining gap. In military terms, it was the kind of place that could anchor an entire campaign. During this pause at Vesontio, a different threat surfaced inside the Roman camp. Rumours about the Germans spread through officers and recruits who lacked experience. Tales of enormous stature, savage courage, and deadly terrain poisoned morale. Some of the young aristocratic officers who had joined the army for status or adventure began looking for excuses to leave. Fear became contagious. Even seasoned soldiers and cavalry leaders felt the tension rising as panic drifted from tent to tent. Men spoke openly about the possibility that the army might refuse to march. Caesar reacted with the instincts of a commander who understood that fear must be confronted immediately, or it will grow. He summoned the leadership and spoke with a mix of cold reasoning and personal force. The route the supply situation and the enemy were addressed directly. Then he applied pressure in the sharpest way possible. He declared that the army would march at once, and if others refused, he would go forward with the 10th Legion alone. The message struck where it needed to. It turned the crisis into a test of honour and loyalty. The mood shifted rapidly. The 10th proclaimed its devotion loudly, and the rest of the army followed, not wanting to be seen as weaker than Caesar's favourite veterans. From Vesontio, the direct road toward the Rhine ran through difficult ground where ambushes were possible. Divitiacus advised a broader route that avoided the worst defiles and forests, allowing the army to reach the Rhine Valley by more open country. The detour was not short, but it promised safety and steady movement. Caesar adopted it. By late August, after a week of marching, Roman scouts reported Ariovistus, not far ahead. At this stage, Ariovistus, perhaps surprised by Caesar's speed, requested a conference. The meeting was arranged in open ground between the camps, with only cavalry escorts. Caesar did not trust the situation. To ensure loyalty, he relied on his own men and mounted soldiers from the 10th Legion, turning hardened infantry into an improvised mounted guard. The conference began with cautious formality, but tension was present from the first moments. The talks produced no agreement. Ariovistus argued that conquest gave rights, that Rome had no special claim to decide who ruled in Gaul, and that he would accept a boundary of non-interference if Caesar recognized what had already been taken. But the encounter quickly soured. As the meeting ended, German horsemen began hurling missiles at Caesar's escort. Caesar restrained his men from answering, refusing to let the scene become an excuse to label Rome the aggressor. He withdrew, and the hostility hardened on both sides. 2 days later, Ariovistus asked again for talks, and Caesar sent representatives. Ariovistus seized them and placed them in chains. Then he advanced, camping close to the Romans, and executed a bold maneuver that cut across Roman communications. His new position threatened the flow of grain convoys coming from allied regions and attempted to pin Caesar in place. It was a calculated move, aiming to win not by a glorious charge but by starving the enemy into weakness. Caesar did not rush into a reckless assault. For several days he drew up his legions in battle order, offering the enemy a fight. Ariovistus refused. His cavalry skirmished constantly, using tactics unfamiliar to many Romans. Mounted warriors supported by fast-moving footmen who ran beside the horses and fought in close coordination. The clashes unsettled the allied cavalry and kept pressure on Roman lines. The reason Ariovistus avoided battle was not immediately clear to Caesar. It was later learned from prisoners that German religious figures had predicted defeat if they fought before a certain phase of the moon. Whether Ariovistus truly believed this or simply used it to justify delay, the result was the same. He waited while Caesar faced the risk of being cut off. To regain control, Caesar copied the logic of his opponent's maneuver. He marched out in battle formation as if preparing to attack, then shifted sideways and began constructing a new, fortified camp in a position that reopened his road. Ariovistus threw cavalry and light troops at the builders, but Roman discipline held them off long enough for the work to be finished. Caesar then split his army between 2 fortified camps, creating a dangerous situation for any attacker, since a strike on one position could be punished from the other. Ariovistus finally attempted to overwhelm the smaller camp, likely believing it could be crushed quickly. The fight lasted until night. During the fighting, prisoners were taken, and Caesar at last learned why battle had been delayed. The discovery made him decide that waiting any longer was a mistake. If the Germans believed fate was against them before the new moon, forcing combat immediately could break their nerve as much as their bodies. Caesar's next move depended on deception. He quietly withdrew 2 legions from the smaller camp and merged them with the main force, while keeping auxiliary troops visible so the enemy would assume nothing had changed. Then, with his legions formed in 3 lines, Caesar advanced toward the German position. Ariovistus could no longer avoid a decisive confrontation. His own camp lacked strong fortifications, and Caesar's approach made it clear that an assault would follow if battle was refused. Ariovistus drew up his forces in tribal blocks, placing wagons behind and along the sides to prevent any easy flight. Women and families remained with the wagon line, shouting encouragement and desperation. It was meant to trap the army into standing its ground, and it made defeat feel like annihilation. The 2 armies collided with sudden violence. Roman infantry surged forward, but the Germans met them with such speed that the Romans had little time for the usual rhythm of missile volleys before sword work began. The Germans fought packed together, shields interlocked, sometimes forming dense, protective masses that blunted the Roman push. Roman soldiers responded with brutal, close-quarter effort, prying shields apart, forcing gaps, climbing onto the pressed wall of bodies and steel, striking down into the formation. On one side, the German line began to collapse under the weight of Roman pressure. On the other, resistance remained fierce and stubborn. A dangerous moment followed when one part of the Roman line began to falter against the strongest German concentration. At that point, a young Roman commander, Publius Crassus, overseeing cavalry and able to see the wider field, acted without waiting for orders. He pulled in reserve forces and drove them to the threatened sector. The fresh udar restored the Roman line's balance and shocked the Germans at the worst possible time. The defensive confidence of Ariovistus's troops cracked. Once the break began, it spread rapidly. The German host turned from organized resistance to a running retreat. The flight carried them back toward the Rhine. Some tried to swim across, others seized boats where they could. Ariovistus himself escaped, but much of his force was cut down by pursuing cavalry. Caesar recovered the chained envoys. Across the river, German groups preparing to enter Gaul abandoned their plans and withdrew, while hostile tribes harried them and inflicted losses. For the moment, the immediate fear of large-scale German settlement west of the Rhine had been halted. With 2 major campaigns completed in one season, Caesar placed his army into winter quarters in Sequani territory under Labienus and returned south to oversee legal and political matters in northern Italy. The season had revealed the shape of Caesar's command, speed, aggression, and an ability to seize critical ground before enemies could react. At the same time, it also showed caution, occasional missed opportunities, and reliance on subordinates in moments where a different decision might have been fatal. Later, critics would argue over what he should have done differently. Some would say the flank march of Ariovistus deserved immediate attack. Others, that the raiding force sent against the new camp could have been destroyed rather than repelled. Another point would be raised about Caesar's position on the battlefield, since the hardest fighting occurred where he was not personally present at first. Yet the outcome remained clear. He achieved what the campaign demanded. Ariovistus was driven out. The Rhine was re-established as a barrier, and Gaul saw that Rome, under Caesar, would not negotiate from weakness. During the winter that followed the first season of fighting in Gaul, word reached Caesar in northern Italy that a new storm was gathering. Labienus reported that the peoples of the north, the Belgi, were alarmed by Roman victories and were beginning to prepare for war. They had watched the Helveti crushed and the Germans pushed back, and they feared they would be next, once central Gaul was secured. To protect themselves, they began to build a wide coalition exchanging hostages as guarantees that no member would abandon the common cause when the moment of decision arrived. What Caesar had done so far had protected Rome from immediate danger, but it had also awakened a new enemy, one that many Romans would later consider even more formidable than the peoples defeated in the previous campaign. Caesar did not shrink from this development. Resistance in the north provided exactly what Roman commanders often needed: a reason to carry the war farther. If Gaul were to be pacified, the frontier would have to be pushed to the Rhine. Otherwise, new threats would always spill across the half-finished boundary. Caesar already possessed 6 seasoned legions, and he expanded his strength further by raising 2 additional legions in Italy. These new units were dispatched north under a trusted commander, while the existing army remained in position among allied territory. When the campaigning season returned and forage became plentiful again, Caesar joined his forces, likely assembling near the same strong points that had anchored his earlier operations. With 8 legions now available, Caesar could field a heavy corps of disciplined infantry, backed by a large body of allied troops. Alongside the Roman line marched archers, slingers, light infantry, and cavalry drawn from many parts of the Mediterranean and from allied Gallic communities. Behind them followed the non-combatant mass that always travelled with an ancient army: servants, drivers, merchants, and camp followers, so numerous that the moving column could resemble a migrating town. Scouts and informants provided early confirmation that the Belgae had indeed raised a large army and were assembling north of the river, later known as the Aisne. Caesar chose not to wait for them to complete their plans. In late spring, he broke camp, organised supplies, and began a fast march toward the Belgian frontier. The logic was simple: strike before the enemy is fully prepared, and the enemy's strength may dissolve before it can be used. Caesar's speed forced the situation into motion before the coalition could settle into a steady rhythm. The first results were immediate. The Remi, a Belgian people positioned closest to the Roman line of approach, submitted without fighting. Their decision was driven by fear, calculation, and opportunity. They had not fully committed to the coalition and now offered themselves as allies, providing Caesar with intelligence about the coalition's structure and its promised troop numbers. Their role would become in the north what the Aedui had been farther south: a partner inside Gaul whose loyalty gave Rome access, supplies, and local knowledge. The coalition Caesar now faced was vast and ambitious. The Belgae were often described as hard warriors, shaped by long contact with Germanic peoples and by the constant pressures of the northern frontier. Roman observers believed their ancestors had once crossed from the far side of the Rhine, and their reputation for toughness was reinforced by their history of resisting earlier waves of invaders. Reports credited the coalition with enormous troop commitments, so large they likely included exaggeration. But even discounted, the scale was dangerous. If such a force assembled and moved as one, it could threaten Rome's allies and overwhelm isolated Roman formations. Caesar's answer was to prevent unity. He encouraged disruption inside the coalition by sending allied forces into the territory of one of the largest Belgian peoples, the Bellovaci. The purpose was not only destruction but pressure. If the Bellovaci feared for their homeland, they would be less willing to keep their full strength with the coalition. While this diversion unfolded, Caesar advanced into the Remi region, crossed the Aisne at a bridge point, and established a fortified camp on the northern bank. The site was chosen with care. The river offered protection and secured the supply route from the rear. Caesar strengthened the bridge position, building a fortified bridgehead and leaving a reliable detachment on the southern side to protect the crossing and respond to threats against the Roman rear. With the river and marshy ground shaping the approaches, Caesar created a position that was difficult to rush, while still allowing him to operate offensively into Belgian territory. The Belgian army soon appeared in force. They entered Remy lands north of the Aisne and attacked a local stronghold. Their siege method relied on overwhelming missiles and tight shield formations to protect men working close to the walls. The defenders, under serious pressure, managed to send word to Caesar that they could not last long without help. Caesar answered quickly, not with legions, but with specialists, archers and slingers, whose range and accuracy could make a siege assault far more costly. The reinforcement reached the town, and the Belgae, unwilling to pay a heavy price for one objective, abandoned the siege and turned to plundering the countryside instead. Shortly after, they moved closer and camped within a short distance of Caesar's position. Their fires stretched across an immense frontage, reflecting the size of their host. Caesar did not rush into a full battle at once. He tested the enemy and built confidence through repeated cavalry encounters. Measuring how Belgian horsemen performed against the allied cavalry supporting the Roman army. These clashes suggested that the Roman side could compete effectively in mounted action, and they strengthened the morale of the legions, who already knew their infantry discipline was superior. Still, Caesar understood that a single serious setback could echo far beyond one battlefield. He needed the campaign to continue as a demonstration of control. After observing enough to confirm his advantage, he prepared a defensive arrangement that would prevent his line from being enveloped. He reinforced weak gaps near his camp with additional works and placed artillery support where it could punish any attempt at a flanking rush. He also kept his newest legions as a reserve, preserving a fresh corps if the situation suddenly turned dangerous. When both armies finally formed opposing lines, a marshy strip and waterlogged ground lay between them. Neither side wanted to cross first and lose formation in the mud. After hours of posturing and limited, mounted fighting, Caesar pulled back into his defences. The Belgae were unwilling to storm Roman fortifications head-on, so they tried another approach. They discovered a ford downstream and began sending bodies of men across, intending either to cut the Roman bridge and isolate Caesar, or to devastate the territories that provided him with grain. This movement could have been disastrous if successful. Caesar reacted at once. Leaving the legions behind the protection of the camp, he took cavalry and light troops across the bridge and raced to the ford. The timing was close. Belgian troops were already crossing in numbers, struggling through the water and climbing out in disorder. Caesar struck them at the moment of weakness, when formation was impossible and momentum was broken by the river. His missile troops and cavalry inflicted severe losses, cutting down those who reached the far bank and driving back those still in the water. The attempt collapsed, and the river itself became a trap where bodies and weapons choked the crossing. The failure shook the coalition. Their earlier plan to seize key points had failed. They could not draw Caesar into a battle on their chosen terms, and their attempt to cut his supply route had been smashed quickly. Worse still, news arrived that Allied raiders had entered the Bellovaci homeland. That threat pulled the coalition apart from within. One tribe after another began thinking of home before thinking of the common cause. That night, the Belgian host broke camp and retreated. The withdrawal was disorderly, as each tribal contingent tried to secure its own safety and position on the march. Caesar refused to chase blindly in darkness, wary of traps. At dawn, once the direction and reality of the retreat were confirmed, he sent cavalry and several legions forward under trusted commanders to strike the rear. The pursuit cut down many fleeing warriors who no longer had the will or cohesion to resist. The action was limited by caution and the practical difficulties of controlling a chase, but the message was unmistakable. The coalition could be scattered and punished once its unity broke. With the coalition dissolving, Caesar turned immediately against individual tribes. He marched to a major town of the Suessione and attempted to take it quickly, believing its defences might be lightly held. Instead, the walls and ditches proved strong enough to stop an easy assault. Caesar shifted at once into a methodical siege, calling up engineering equipment designed to approach fortifications under cover and to build ramps and platforms for assault. While the siege preparations advanced, Suessione forces returned to reinforce the town. Yet the speed and scale of Roman engineering had a psychological effect that ancient warfare often relied upon. When defenders saw earthworks rising and siege structures moving into place with relentless efficiency, confidence could collapse as quickly as a wall. The Suessione sought peace through the intercession of allies, surrendered arms, and delivered hostages. Caesar accepted their submission, securing another section of the Belgian zone without the delay of a long blockade. Next, he moved against the Bellovaci, considered among the most dangerous of the northern peoples. They withdrew toward their main settlement. But when Roman forces approached, their elders came forward to plead for mercy. Women and children appeared on the walls, imploring restraint. Divitiacus, the Aeduan leader whose influence still carried weight across tribal boundaries, also urged leniency. Caesar chose to accept their submission, but not without terms. Hostages were demanded, weapons surrendered, and loyalty enforced through the same system he had applied elsewhere. The Bellovaci claimed that the leaders who had pushed hardest for war had fled across the sea to Britain, a detail that hinted at future conflict beyond the coast. Other nearby peoples submitted as well, and Caesar then turned northeast, toward the Nervi, a community that responded very differently. Unlike those who calculated survival through negotiation, the Nervi rejected terms and mocked the tribes who had yielded. They were known for keeping themselves isolated from trade and outside influence, believing that contact softened a people. Their society valued hard living and infantry strength, and they were joined by allied groups determined to resist Roman expansion. Their non-combatants were sent away to sheltered ground, while the fighting men prepared for a decisive encounter. Caesar marched into their region, approaching the river, later identified as the Sambre. Prisoners revealed that the Nervi and their allies were waiting not far away. Caesar advanced to the riverbank and began preparing a camp, sending scouts forward and ordering officers to select a suitable position. The Nervii had studied Roman marching habits. They understood that legions arrived in sequence with baggage following, and that a camp under construction created vulnerability. Their plan was to strike at the moment when the Roman army was half-formed, when troops were scattered collecting materials, when lines were not yet fully drawn, and when confusion could be turned into slaughter. The Nervi prepared the ground with care. They hid their massed warriors within thick woodland on the opposite slope, keeping only a thin screen near the river to draw Roman attention and conceal what lay beyond. They also built tangled hedges from bent saplings and thorny growth, turning the approach into a maze that restricted movement and prevented cavalry from scouting properly. Roman allied horsemen probing forward were slowed and blocked, unable to see deeply enough into the wooded area to identify the true danger. Caesar, aware he was moving toward an enemy, adjusted his marching order, placing cavalry in front and keeping the most experienced legions forward. Yet the scouting was still not sufficient. The full enemy force remained concealed. As the leading legions began the normal work of fortifying the camp, soldiers scattered to gather timber and stakes, confident that the screening cavalry would provide warning. Then, as the baggage train came into view, the signal the Nervi had chosen, the ambush erupted. Warriors poured from the woods with explosive speed, swept aside the forward screen, raced down to the river, and crossed in a surge. Within minutes, they were inside the Roman work zone, striking men who were still carrying tools and materials instead of standing in proper formation. The shock was total. Orders had to be shouted over chaos. Units formed under whichever standards they could reach. Soldiers did not have time to prepare properly. Some could not even remove the protective covers from their shields. The battlefield itself made the situation worse. The hedges and uneven ground broke the Roman line into fragments. Cohorts fought in isolated pockets, often unable to see what was happening a short distance away. There was no clean maneuvering, no elegant formation changes, only desperate resistance by disciplined men who refused to collapse. The fact that they had already fought hard campaigns under Caesar mattered now more than any plan. Confidence in their leader and in their own training kept them from panic even as the line bent under pressure. On the Roman left, 2 legions managed to stabilize quickly, throwing javelins and driving forward with swords. Their opponents, exhausted by the furious rush and river crossing, began to lose momentum. The Romans pushed them back toward the ford and inflicted heavy losses. In the centre, other legions also regained footing and drove their enemies down toward the riverbank. But success on the left created a new danger on the right. As those legions advanced, they exposed the flank of the units, still under the heaviest pressure. The Nervii main body, led by their chief, struck hard into this opening. The right wing of the Roman line, still forming, still compressed, still suffering heavy losses among officers, came close to breaking completely. Inside the camp perimeter, non-combatants panicked and fled. Some Allied cavalry also lost nerve and carried rumours along the roads that Caesar's army had been destroyed. Caesar moved rapidly across the field, first toward the areas that were holding, then toward the section in greatest danger. On the right, he found the crisis at its peak. Standards were crowded together, ranks crushed too tightly to fight effectively, and the loss of centurions and officers had damaged the ability of units to hold formation. The Nervii pressed in from front and side, attempting to envelop the line completely. At that moment, Caesar did what commanders sometimes must do when systems fail. He went forward personally into the fighting line. He seized a shield from a nearby soldier and pushed into the front ranks where his presence could be seen. The effect was immediate. Soldiers who saw him in the crush regained control of themselves. Space opened. Blades began to work again. Orders became audible. Units that had been close to collapse steadied, not because the danger vanished, but because a visible centre of will had appeared at the worst point of pressure. Caesar then moved to support adjacent units, coordinating the defence and forcing the right to hold long enough for help to arrive. The rearguard legions, hearing the battle's noise and seeing the emergency, marched up at speed. Their appearance alone damaged the enemy's confidence. At the same time, Labienus, having pushed through and seized the enemy camp across the river with part of the Roman force, recognised the desperate situation and sent veterans back at a run to strike the Nervii from the rear. That Udar changed everything. The Nervii found themselves pressed from multiple directions by fresh Roman troops, and by units that had regained cohesion under Caesar's direct leadership. Even camp followers and shaken cavalry, once they saw the enemy checked, returned to the fight and helped clear the camp area. The battle turned from survival to destruction. The Nervii resisted with extraordinary stubbornness, fighting atop heaps of bodies, using the dead as cover, refusing to retreat even as their ranks collapsed into ruin. Only relentless pressure finally forced the survivors to break away. When the fighting ended, Roman exhaustion was severe and casualties were heavy. The camp was completed at once, the dead buried, and the army secured for the night. Soon after, Nervian elders came forward with a plea for mercy. They described their losses in bleak terms, claiming that almost all their fighting strength had been wiped out, and that only a handful of their leaders remained. Whatever the exact numbers, the outcome was clear. The tribe had been shattered. Caesar accepted their surrender and ordered neighbouring peoples not to attack them in their weakened state. The decision was practical as well as political. A broken enemy could still be useful as a buffer, and mercy, when it served Roman control, could be as effective as terror. The campaign against the Belgi had begun with a coalition that threatened to unite northern Gaul against Rome. By the time the Nervii were defeated, the coalition's core had collapsed, and the northern frontier was beginning to bend under the same pattern that Caesar had already imposed elsewhere: speed, separation of enemies, and decisive violence when resistance hardened. The Aduatuci had been moving to support the Nervi, but the catastrophe on the Sambre reached them on the road. Instead of pushing on, they turned back in alarm, abandoned their smaller settlements, and gathered their families, herds, and valuables into a single strong place chosen for defence. The name of this town is not preserved, but its setting is described with striking clarity. A steep hill, almost impossible to climb from most directions, with only one manageable approach. On that one side, a narrow, gentle slope, no more than a couple of 100 feet wide, ran down to open ground, and the Aduatuci strengthened that approach with a towering double wall. They were said to descend from a remnant left behind decades earlier, when the Cimbri and Teutones had marched south and were later destroyed in Italy. Whether this origin story is literal or partly political myth, it reflects the image they cultivated: a people shaped by war and migration, fiercely protective and difficult to intimidate. Caesar moved quickly to prevent the Aduatuci from recovering their nerve or attracting allies. With most of his legions, one force detached under another commander, he marched downriver toward their hill town. On arrival, the position looked too strong to be taken by a simple rush. The only practical path was a siege. Roman troops began to build a continuous ring of works around the heights, an earthen rampart backed by ditching, with strong points at intervals, so defenders could not strike one section without being answered from another. The scale of the labour was enormous, and it advanced steadily. The Aduatuci tried to disrupt the construction with quick attacks and sudden sallies, but these efforts achieved little against organised rotations of Roman infantry and the steady pressure of engineering. As the siege tightened, the defenders attempted to break Roman morale with mockery. From their walls they jeered at the smaller stature of many Roman soldiers, and joked about the huge siege tower being built at a distance, asking who could possibly drag such a machine up to their fortifications. The tone changed the moment that tower began to roll forward. When the great structure moved, closing the gap that had seemed safe, confidence cracked. Envoys appeared and asked for terms, claiming that only divine help could explain Rome's ability to bring such devices against a town perched on a cliff. They pleaded to keep their weapons, arguing that local enemies would prey on them if they were left defenceless. Caesar refused. He demanded full submission and disarmament, but offered a promise. Once the town surrendered, he would order neighbouring tribes not to attack. The Aduatuci gave in. Their surrender was theatrical. Weapons were hurled from the ramparts into the ditch below in such numbers that the pile rose high along sections of the perimeter. Gates opened and Roman troops entered to take control. Yet the surrender was not as complete as it appeared. A large portion of weapons had been hidden, and the leadership seems to have believed the Romans would relax once the town was occupied. At night, after Roman forces withdrew from inside the walls and returned to camp, the Aduatuci launched a sudden attack against a section of the siege works they judged weakest, Improvised shields were made from bark and woven materials, and the assault began after midnight, with real determination. Caesar had anticipated the possibility of treachery. Signal fires went up at the threatened point, and Roman infantry rushed along the line of fortifications from multiple directions. The fighting was fierce but brief. The attackers were thrown back with heavy loss and forced back into the town. This failed night strike changed the outcome completely. Caesar treated the breach of terms as unforgivable and imposed a harsh punishment. The surviving population was sold into slavery, the kind of mass sale that turned a captured community into profit for soldiers and contractors. Whatever the exact number, the episode became an example meant to travel faster than messengers. Surrender could bring survival, but deception would bring annihilation. While this was unfolding, a separate Roman force had been operating against coastal groups in the far northwest. The details are thin, but the result was clear. Those communities were compelled to submit, at least outwardly, and the campaign season ended with Caesar's authority expanding in several directions at once. His reputation now reached beyond the Rhine. Delegations from Germanic peoples, including groups who had previously watched Rome with suspicion, began to offer negotiations and gestures of submission. But the campaigning year was closing and winter was approaching. Caesar chose not to pursue new ventures at the edge of the map. Instead, the army was placed in winter quarters along the Loire among several tribes between the region of Orléans and Angers, spread out so that supplies could be drawn locally without stripping a single district bare. Caesar then turned south toward Italy, where politics never paused for the seasons. In Rome, the Senate decreed an unusually long public thanksgiving, a sign that the victories in Gaul were being presented as a major national achievement. The campaign's success was undeniable. A large coalition had been broken, key tribes subdued, and Roman power extended with remarkable speed. Yet it was not flawless. There had been moments of overconfidence and miscalculation earlier in the season, and the near disaster on the Sambre had exposed how dangerous imperfect scouting could be. The siege of the Aduatuci also raised a different problem, one of discipline and control, because a captured town could quickly become a flashpoint for looting, revenge, and chaos if soldiers were not restrained. Caesar tried to manage that risk by keeping troops outside the town overnight, but the very decision created an opening the Aduatuci attempted to exploit. In the end, the Romans held, and the punishment imposed made sure few other tribes would gamble on a similar night attack. During the winter that followed, Caesar did what he often did. He stayed close enough to Italy to follow events at home, while using his lieutenants to secure the frontier. One commander was sent into the Alpine valleys, south of Lake Geneva, to open and protect a major route through the mountains. Merchants and travellers had long been harassed there, forced to pay heavy dues or robbed outright. For Roman strategy, a reliable road mattered as much as a victory in the field. The mission began well. Local tribes were beaten in several sharp encounters, hostages were taken, and a winter camp was established in the Rhône Valley near a key settlement. Yet the apparent calm was deceptive. The mountain clans gathered on the surrounding heights, cut the roadways, and prepared to trap the isolated Roman force before help could arrive. The attack came hard and fast. The Roman camp defences were not fully complete, and the defenders were badly outnumbered. For hours the fighting continued along the ramparts as wave after wave of attackers tried to push in. Roman soldiers, including the wounded, stayed in the line because there was nowhere safe to retreat. Missiles ran low. Exhaustion spread. Finally, the Roman commander approved a desperate solution, a coordinated breakout from multiple gates at once. The sudden counterattack shocked the besiegers, who had begun to expect surrender. Once their momentum broke, they scattered. The Romans pursued long enough to inflict severe losses, then chose not to remain trapped in hostile terrain. They withdrew towards safer territory, punishing the valley as they went and abandoning the exposed winter position, rather than risking starvation or a renewed siege. For a moment, it seemed the wider province was calm. The Belgae had been battered, German incursions checked, and mountain routes contested but not lost. Caesar even felt secure enough to look east, toward Illyricum. Then, the Atlantic coast ignited. A Roman detachment wintering near the western tribes demanded grain. Officers were sent to negotiate for supplies among neighbouring communities, including the powerful Veneti, who dominated the harbours and sea lanes of that region. These coastal peoples traded actively with Britain and Spain and possessed fleets suited to the tides and shallow waters of the Atlantic. Instead of complying, they seized the Roman officers and held them hostage, intending to force the return of their own hostages taken earlier. This act was more than rebellion. In Roman eyes, it was a direct strike at diplomatic immunity, the one rule even enemies were expected to respect. Caesar took it as an insult that could not be ignored. Preparations began at once for a naval campaign. Ships were ordered, crews gathered, and materials collected along the Loire. When spring returned, Caesar hurried back to the coast. The Veneti and their allies understood what they had provoked. They fortified their strongholds, stockpiled food, and assembled their fleet, counting on local knowledge of tides, currents, and inlets to neutralize Roman strengths. The coastal geography worked in their favour. Their towns were often built on headlands or tidal islands. At high tide, they could only be reached by boat, and at low tide, Roman ships could be left stranded and helpless in the mud. Even when Roman troops approached by land, defenders could evacuate by sea through channels unknown to outsiders. Again and again, the pattern repeated. A town was threatened, the defenders slipped away with their goods, and the war shifted to the next inlet or promontory. Without naval control, Caesar's efforts on land produced little lasting result. Everything hinged on the fleet. When the Roman ships finally arrived, Caesar positioned his army where the battle would be visible from shore, turning the sea fight into a spectacle for every soldier watching from the heights. Offshore, the Veneti sailed out in great numbers. Their ships were built for the Atlantic, oak-hulled, high-sided, solidly fastened with heavy iron and designed to ride waves and survive collisions. Roman galleys were lower, faster under oars, and better suited to calmer seas. In open water, the Veneti had the advantage in resilience and in the height of their decks, which made missile fire from above more effective. The Romans adapted. They used hooked blades mounted on long poles to cut the rigging that held the enemy's sails. When the line supporting a sail was severed, the yard fell, the sail collapsed, and the Veneti ship, built to fight under wind power, became sluggish and vulnerable. Once disabled, it could be surrounded, boarded, and taken by disciplined infantry. One ship after another was stripped of mobility and captured. The fight lasted for hours, and then nature itself intervened. The wind died. The Veneti, trying to escape under sail, suddenly found themselves drifting. Roman oared vessels could choose their targets and close in methodically. By sundown, most of the fleet was destroyed or captured, and only a small number escaped under cover of darkness. With their fleet gone, the Veneti had no real defence left. Their best warriors and sailors had been concentrated in the ships, and defeat at sea meant collapse on land. They surrendered, expecting negotiation. Caesar chose a harsher course, justifying it as punishment for the seizure of Roman envoys. The leadership was executed and the rest sold into slavery. It was not simply a military decision, but a political message, intended to deter other coastal tribes. from believing the sea made them untouchable. The cruelty of the outcome became part of the campaign's legacy, and later, generations would argue whether it was necessary discipline or needless brutality. While Caesar fought on the coast, his lieutenants were active elsewhere to prevent the entire region from rising at once. One commander operated among the Norman tribes who had gathered under a local leader and tried to draw the Romans into a battle. Instead of rushing out, the Roman commander waited behind fortifications until the enemy grew careless and overconfident. A planted rumour convinced the opposing force that the Romans were about to retreat. The tribal army rushed uphill burdened with materials to fill the Roman ditch, arriving exhausted and disordered. At that moment, the Roman gates opened and fresh infantry struck hard. The attackers broke quickly and were cut down in pursuit. News of this defeat and the catastrophe of the Veneti fleet spread across the coast, and the coalition there dissolved as quickly as it had formed. In the southwest, another Roman commander led an expedition into Aquitania, a region with a long history of resisting Roman influence. Early fighting was sharp. Local cavalry tried to lure Romans into ambush. Then infantry struck from concealment as the column moved through difficult ground. Roman discipline again proved decisive. A major town was besieged and forced to surrender after engineering works were brought forward. The war then escalated when Aquitanian peoples summoned experienced officers from Spain. Men accustomed to Roman tactics after years of conflict on the Iberian frontier. These leaders tried to fight with delays, fortified positions, and supply pressure, aiming to wear the Romans down rather than face them in open battle. The Roman response was bold. Instead of waiting to be starved into retreat, the commander assaulted the enemy camp directly. Missiles drove defenders back while infantry filled ditches and pressed against the works. Then a flanking force swung wide and struck the rear gate, the least protected section. The surprise was decisive. Attacked from front and rear, the defenders collapsed and fled into open ground, where Roman cavalry inflicted heavy losses. After this, much of Aquitania submitted. By late season, only the far coastal marshlands in the northeast remained outside firm control. Their inhabitants avoided pitched battle and retreated into forests and wetlands, taking their goods with them and offering no towns to besiege. Caesar attempted to drive them out, cutting wide paths through woodland and building protective barriers from felled timber as the army advanced. The work was exhausting and slow, and storms began to close the campaign. With winter approaching, Caesar suspended the operation and placed his forces in winter quarters across more secure regions. At the opening of the year 55 BCE, a new crisis emerged along the northern frontier of Gaul. Several German groups, long displaced by the pressure of the Suebi, crossed the Rhine not far from its mouth. For 3 years they had wandered across the interior of Germany, searching for land. Now, driven by necessity, they forced their way westward, falling upon the territory of the Menapii with extreme violence. Entire districts were devastated, and the winter that followed was spent on Gallic soil. No one could be certain whether this movement marked a temporary raid or the beginning of a permanent settlement. These migrants belonged to the Usipetes and the Tencteri, peoples already hardened by years of displacement. Their original expulsion had come at the hands of the Suebi, a formidable confederation known for its austere lifestyle and military strength. The Suebi lived primarily on meat and dairy, hunted constantly, and rejected settled agriculture. Even in winter they wore little more than animal skins and bathed openly in rivers. Their cavalry fought as both horsemen and infantry, dismounting at will, with horses trained to remain in place until recalled. Luxury was despised, wine forbidden, and discipline severe. Their territory stretched vast distances, with large tracts intentionally left, desolate as a defensive buffer. It was from this violent pressure that the Usipetes and Tencteri were forced westward. Their migration involved an immense population, numbering hundreds of thousands, including warriors, families, and herds. They crossed the Rhine near the modern lower river crossings, pushing inland toward the Meuse. Their advance was likely encouraged by certain Gallic groups, who hoped that German settlement might weaken Roman dominance. Caesar returned to his legions unusually early that spring, gathering them from winter quarters in northern Gaul. He recognized the scale of the danger at once. A hostile population of this size could not be ignored. Swift action was required before the situation hardened into a permanent threat. At a general assembly near Samarobriva, Caesar avoided openly accusing the Gallic tribes of complicity. Instead, he relied on persuasion, securing supplies, auxiliary troops, and a substantial cavalry force. By early May, the Roman army moved eastward through the heart of northern Gaul, advancing toward the Meuse. Reports indicated that the German host lay further ahead, spread across open ground near the river systems of the region. Before direct contact was made, German envoys arrived, seeking negotiation. They requested recognition of the lands they had already taken and proposed coexistence. Caesar rejected this outright. No German settlement west of the Rhine would be permitted. He suggested that territory might instead be found east of the river among the Ubii, who were themselves under pressure from the Suebi and had requested Roman assistance. The German envoys appeared to accept this proposal, but requested time to consult their leadership. Caesar refused delay. He suspected the negotiations were merely a tactic to gain time until German cavalry, then absent on raids, could return. Advancing cautiously, he soon encountered the enemy again. Further embassies repeated the same appeals for delay. Caesar consented only to a short movement forward to secure water for the army. What followed changed the course of events dramatically. As Roman cavalry advanced, they were suddenly attacked by a smaller German mounted force. The engagement ended in disorder, with Roman auxiliaries driven back and heavy losses inflicted. German tactics proved effective and aggressive, combining mounted shock with sudden dismounted assaults aimed directly at the horses. Caesar interpreted this clash as deliberate treachery committed while negotiations were still ongoing. Angered and determined to reassert authority, he resolved to act without further discussion. When German envoys arrived again the next day to apologize, Caesar detained them and immediately ordered a forced march. The Roman army advanced rapidly, covering the distance to the German camp with extraordinary speed. The attack was sudden and overwhelming. The German population was completely unprepared. Panic spread almost instantly. Resistance was brief and uncoordinated. As Roman infantry pressed forward, cavalry swept around the fleeing masses. Many were driven into the narrowing space between the Meuse and the Rhine. There, thousands perished either by the sword or by drowning. Men, women, and children were caught alike in the destruction. By the end, the migrating peoples had ceased to exist as organized communities. Only those cavalry units absent at the time escaped. This episode stands as one of the most violent and controversial moments of the Gallic War. Ancient and modern critics alike have struggled to justify it. Even in Rome, outrage followed. Political opponents denounced the act, arguing that it violated every accepted norm of conduct. Yet Caesar defended his actions as necessary and decisive, presenting the event as a warning to all who might challenge Roman authority. With the immediate threat removed, Caesar turned to a new objective. He resolved to cross the Rhine itself. The purpose was symbolic as much as strategic. German tribes beyond the river were to understand that no boundary could shield them from Roman reach. The opportunity arose when the cavalry that had escaped destruction sought refuge among the Sugambri. Caesar demanded their surrender. The request was refused. At the same time, the Ubii renewed their appeals for Roman protection. Rather than accept boats offered by allies, Caesar chose to build a bridge across the Rhine. This decision was as much about prestige as practicality. The construction itself was a remarkable demonstration of Roman engineering. Within 10 days, using local timber and vast manpower, a massive bridge was driven into the riverbed, anchored against the current and secured against debris. Once complete, the army crossed. German tribes withdrew into forests and wastelands, avoiding confrontation. Villages were burned, fields laid waste, and Roman columns advanced briefly into hostile territory. The Suebi themselves gathered forces deeper inland, but did not engage. After just over 2 weeks, having achieved no decisive battle, Caesar ordered the bridge dismantled and returned to Gaul. Militarily, little had been gained. No enemy was defeated east of the Rhine. No allies permanently secured, no territory held. Yet the psychological effect was considerable. The feat was celebrated in Rome, enhancing Caesar's reputation at a moment when criticism was mounting. Soon after, attention shifted across the sea. Late in the summer, Caesar turned toward Britain. The official justification rested on claims of British aid to Gallic resistance, though evidence was thin. Curiosity, ambition, and the desire for prestige played their part. Information was scarce. Merchants knew little beyond the coastal fringe. A reconnaissance voyage yielded minimal results. Nevertheless, preparations went forward. 2 legions embarked, along with a small cavalry force delayed by adverse winds. The crossing was difficult. Upon arrival near the white cliffs of the British coast, Caesar found the shoreline defended. Choosing a more suitable landing point, he moved along the coast and disembarked under heavy opposition. The landing itself was chaotic. Roman soldiers struggled through deep water under missile fire. Only bold individual action broke the stalemate. Once ashore, discipline slowly reasserted itself, and the defenders withdrew. A fragile peace followed almost immediately. Hostages promised, but rarely delivered. Nature soon intervened. Storms damaged the fleet. Supplies ran short. Cavalry failed to arrive. Sensing weakness, British forces regrouped. A Roman foraging party was attacked and narrowly rescued. Further engagements followed, inconclusive but costly. After less than 3 weeks, Caesar withdrew. The expedition achieved no lasting submission. Only 2 tribes sent hostages. Strategically, Britain remained untouched. Yet in Rome, the venture was celebrated as a great achievement. Caesar hadn't yet satisfied his curiosity about Britain. The expedition of the previous year had raised more questions than it had answered, and when he departed for Italy to deal with political matters, he left clear instructions behind. Throughout the winter, his officers were ordered to build as many new ships as possible and to repair the old ones thoroughly. A second crossing of the Channel was already planned. This time, Caesar personally oversaw the design of the fleet. The new vessels were built broader than before, allowing them to carry cavalry and heavy supplies more effectively. Their sides were kept lower so that loading and unloading on open beaches would be easier, and they could be drawn ashore without difficulty. These ships could be rowed or sailed as needed. Much of their equipment was brought from Spain. Caesar clearly understood the shortcomings of his first attempt. One of his greatest strengths was his ability to learn from failure, whether his own or that of others. Though he rarely admitted mistakes in his writings, he was quick to correct them in practice. The second expedition was intended to be more decisive, more efficient, and more convincing, not only for Rome, but for his own standing among critics. who had mocked the first landing. During the winter months, while Caesar was absent from his Gallic legions, trouble arose in Illyricum. The Pyrrhistae had been ravaging the borders of the province. Caesar immediately began raising troops, but his reputation preceded him. The Pyrrhistae quickly sent envoys, begging forgiveness and offering compensation for all damage done. Caesar accepted their submission. He had no desire to be distracted from Gaul, and hostages were given as guarantees. When Caesar returned to Gaul in early summer, he found the preparations astonishingly complete. Roughly 600 transport ships and nearly 30 warships stood ready, with many more private vessels added to the fleet. The total number approached 800. The ships assembled near the coast, closest to Britain, while Caesar himself marched inland with 4 legions and 800 cavalry to deal with unrest among the Treveri, who were suspected of inviting German tribes across the Rhine. The Treveri were powerful and divided internally. 2 rival leaders struggled for control. One gathered armed forces and prepared for war, but when support collapsed, he submitted. Caesar placed authority in the hands of the rival leader who had shown loyalty to Rome. Hostages were taken, tensions were temporarily suppressed, and Caesar returned to the coast. The entire operation had consumed the month of June. At the embarkation point, nearly the entire fleet stood ready. To reduce the risk of rebellion during his absence, Caesar decided to take almost all Gallic cavalry with him, effectively removing potential troublemakers from Gaul. Among them was Dumnorix, a powerful and ambitious leader who had long caused concern. Dumnorix attempted every deception to avoid the expedition, and when that failed, he openly revolted and fled with his cavalry. Caesar acted immediately. Pursuit was ordered, and Dumnorix was killed when he resisted capture. The message was unmistakable. By late July, Caesar was ready. 8 legions and 4,000 cavalry assembled for the invasion. 3 legions and additional cavalry were left in Gaul under Labienus, whose authority was broad and independent. Caesar embarked with 5 legions and 2,000 cavalry, setting sail at sunset. Despite shifting winds and heavy rowing, the fleet reached Britain the following morning. The scale of the armada terrified the Britons. Instead of resisting the landing, they withdrew inland. This second expedition differed sharply from the first. Caesar had brought adequate supplies, cavalry, baggage, and a fleet sufficient to sustain operations. He advanced inland cautiously, defeated early resistance, and captured a fortified enemy position with minimal loss. When storms damaged the fleet again, Caesar reacted decisively. Ships were hauled ashore, repairs organised, reinforcements ordered from Gaul, and the entire coastal position fortified. 10 days were spent securing the rear before operations resumed. Further inland, British resistance intensified. A unified force gathered under Cassivellaunus, a capable commander whose authority extended across central Britain. Roman infantry proved overwhelming in direct combat, but British cavalry and chariots harassed constantly, attacking and withdrawing with speed and skill. The unfamiliar tactics troubled the Romans at first, but discipline eventually prevailed. After a series of engagements, Caesar forced the crossing of the Thames despite hidden obstacles placed beneath the water. British resistance collapsed under coordinated cavalry and infantry assault. Cassivellaunus resorted to guerrilla tactics, harassing supply lines and avoiding open battle. Foraging became dangerous. Progress slowed. Eventually, several British tribes defected and submitted to Caesar, providing hostages and supplies. Guided by new allies, Caesar advanced against Cassivellaunus's stronghold and captured it quickly. Though not a decisive victory, it provided Caesar with the opportunity to conclude the campaign. A final British attack on the Roman fleet was repulsed with heavy losses. Cassivellaunus sued for peace. Hostages were taken, tribute imposed, and conditions set. With summer ending and unrest rising again in Gaul, Caesar withdrew. The army returned in stages due to lack of ships, but suffered no catastrophic losses. In truth, the second expedition achieved little more than the first. Britain was not conquered, no permanent occupation established, and no lasting control secured. Caesar had surveyed the island rather than subdued it. From a military standpoint, the campaign had little effect on the Gallic War. Soon after, disaster struck in Gaul. Poor harvests forced Caesar to spread his legions widely in winter quarters. This dispersion proved fatal. Ambiorix of the Eburones rose in rebellion, deceived a Roman commander into abandoning his fortified camp, and annihilated an entire legion through ambush and treachery. Revolt spread rapidly. Cicero's camp was besieged. Communications failed. Caesar, with only a fraction of his army available, marched at extraordinary speed to relieve the besieged legion. Using deception, he lured the enemy into careless attack and crushed them. Cicero was saved, but losses were severe. Further revolts threatened Gaul. Caesar abandoned his earlier dispersal strategy and concentrated his forces. Through swift action, intimidation, and selective force, he prevented a general uprising. Labienus independently defeated another major rebel leader, restoring temporary stability. The events of this winter revealed the strengths and weaknesses of Caesar's command. His speed, adaptability, and personal authority saved the army repeatedly. At the same time, his miscalculations nearly destroyed it. Again and again, fortune intervened where planning had failed. The Roman fortified camp proved decisive in these struggles. Against short-range weapons, it was nearly impregnable. Only the advent of gunpowder would render such defences obsolete. Scattering the legions across far-flung winter posts proved to be a serious mistake, and the cost of it was paid in blood. Yet the speed and clarity of the response that followed was extraordinary. With the situation collapsing, Caesar acted with a kind of cold urgency that left little room for hesitation. He moved with a very small escort to reach a lieutenant under pressure, taking personal risk that most commanders would never accept, and he handled hostile forces with a mix of nerve and calculation that steadied allies and unnerved enemies. It is the kind of leadership that can make earlier carelessness fade in the mind. Not because it disappears, but because the recovery is so forceful that criticism feels strangely out of place. The disaster itself raised uncomfortable questions. Sabinus had shown competence before, which makes his decisions here harder to explain. Against the warnings of Cotta and other officers, he allowed himself to be drawn into talks with Ambiorix, a leader who understood deception far better than Roman routine allowed for. Then, after leaving camp to join Cicero, he marched in a lax, unprotected formation, as if expecting an enemy to behave politely. His best option had been obvious even in the moment. Hold the camp, fortify, and wait, exactly as Cicero had done, and exactly as orders and tradition demanded. Instead, divided authority helped produce indecision at the worst possible time. Sabinus and Cotta had equal standing, so neither could impose a final will. The arrangement was structurally dangerous, and the fact that such a system did not regularly destroy Roman armies says more about Roman discipline and civic habits than it does about the wisdom of the system itself. Caesar's counterstroke had immediate political weight. Tribes that had taken up arms began drifting back to safety, calculating that open resistance was no longer worth the price. The Nervi, Menapi, and Aduatuci withdrew. Coastal groups followed. The Treviri and their dependents pulled away from Labienus. In Rome, the image of Caesar rose again because success in war was not only measured by territory taken, but by panic prevented and rebellions discouraged. Still, the winter did not bring peace. Plans for another uprising formed, led by the Treveri, and Caesar decided the only way to break it was to move before anyone expected him to move. In harsh conditions, he struck quickly, surprising and punishing communities that had begun to test Roman resolve, then pushed operations along the lower river lands while Labienus dealt with the Treveri again. At the same time, the army itself needed rebuilding. Losses had to be replaced, and Caesar also wanted a visible display of Roman depth, a message to Gaul that destroying one legion did not weaken Rome but merely triggered the arrival of more. Through arrangement with Pompey, a legion previously raised in Gaul was recalled from leave and returned to its standards. Additional legions were recruited locally by Caesar's senior officers. New formations took numbers that carried symbolic meaning, including a replacement for the unit destroyed earlier. In practical terms, the missing strength was restored, and Caesar now held a larger force than before. After Indutiomarus fell, the Treveri chose new leaders, but they failed to bring nearby German support fully into their cause, though some Suebi were persuaded. Ambiorix joined their plans, and rumours of wider conflict spread again. Several communities remained restless, and others were openly armed despite earlier punishment. Expecting trouble around the Nervi and fearing another German crossing, Caesar chose to strike first. Before the normal campaigning season, he pulled nearby legions together at Samarobriva and swept into Nervian lands with sudden violence, taking supplies, seizing booty, wrecking resources, and forcing hostages as a guarantee of compliance. The shock of speed mattered as much as the destruction itself. Surprise left the target unable to coordinate. With the centre temporarily quieted, Caesar called a general Gallic assembly. Some groups refused to attend, and to combine politics with pressure, he shifted the meeting to Lutetia, close to the lands of the tribes he most distrusted. From there, he demonstrated force against the Senones and Carnutes. Their resistance collapsed into defensive withdrawal, and with hostages finally delivered, Caesar chose to accept submission, rather than spend time on fine distinctions of guilt. His aim was to smother the mood of revolt before it spread. Hostages were placed in trusted hands. The gathering was dismissed, and attention turned to the larger problem that still stained Roman prestige: Ambiorix and the memory of the catastrophe at Aduatuca. To isolate Ambiorix, Caesar focused first on the Menapii, a people who had never offered formal submission and whose marshes and wooded ground provided refuge. As long as Ambiorix could slip into their territory, pursuit would remain uncertain. And as long as German aid remained possible, the war could reignite. The plan, therefore, had two main goals: crush Treveri resistance and savour Ambiorix from protective allies. Labienus, already experienced along the Treveri frontier, was entrusted with that front. Caesar took the Menapii personally. He sent baggage and 2 legions to reinforce Labienus, then advanced with 5 legions in light order, dividing into columns to penetrate the terrain from multiple directions. The Menapii did not risk a pitched stand. Their strength was geography, not battle. Caesar answered with systematic devastation, taking cattle, prisoners, and prominent figures, using cavalry and improvised crossings over streams and marshes to keep the pressure constant. Eventually, the Menapii sought peace, agreeing not to shelter Ambiorix, and Caesar left cavalry among them as a watching hand before moving back toward the Rhine line, appearing next near Bonn. Labienus met the Treveri with a different method: deception built on discipline. The Treveri waited on the far bank of the Ourthe, hoping German reinforcements would arrive. Labienus refused to give them time. He marched close, then allowed a rumour of retreat to spread, even making preparations that looked like hurried withdrawal. The Treveri took the bait, crossing the river in haste to strike what they believed was a fleeing rear. In doing so, they trapped themselves, compressed by difficult banks and disrupted by the crossing. Labienus, having briefed his commanders and secured his baggage, turned the movement into a drill rather than a panic. The line swung around with controlled precision. Cavalry hit the flanks. The shout rose cleanly. The Treveri, suddenly realizing the trap, fought poorly and broke. Many were cut down, the rest scattered into forests. The immediate danger of German intervention faded, and leadership was transferred to a pro-Roman figure who could stabilize the tribe. With Menapi restrained and Treveri humbled, Ambiorix stood alone. Caesar paused near the Rhine crossing point and decided on another demonstration across the river, partly as punishment for German support to rebellion, and partly to discourage any sheltering of Ambiorix. A bridge was thrown again with remarkable speed. A strong guard held the western end, and the army advanced into German lands. The Ubi quickly argued their innocence and pointed to the Suebi as the true source of aid. Caesar used Ubian scouts to locate Suebian movements, and learned they had withdrawn into deep forest country at the edge of their territory. Pursuing them there threatened supply collapse, since the region offered little food and the enemy could strip it bare. Caesar, therefore, chose a measured show of force. He withdrew, then deliberately wrecked part of the far end of the bridge while leaving towers and fortifications on the bank, with a sizable garrison to suggest permanence and the promise of return. As soon as grain ripened, Caesar marched into the great forest belt toward Ambiorix, driven by the need to erase the disgrace of the earlier destruction. Cavalry under Pharsalus rode ahead on strict instructions, move secretly, avoid fires, and attempt a sudden capture. The dash nearly worked. Pharsalus reached the reported hiding place before rumour could outrun him, and Ambiorix was almost taken, but luck, which Caesar himself admitted often decides war, favoured the hunted man. Loyal escorts fought just long enough to open a gap, and Ambiorix escaped on horseback. It appears that even Ambiorix began to see the struggle as unsustainable, sending word to allies to save themselves. The message read as abandonment and provoked anger. One Eberonian leader chose suicide rather than face pursuit. Others fled into woods and morasses with whatever they could carry. Some groups sought mercy and received it, though under a stern warning to surrender any Eberons they sheltered. At the Meuse ford near the old crossing, Caesar divided his army into 3 parts to widen the hunt. Baggage went to the old camp at Adwatuka, where remaining fortifications reduced the labour of rebuilding defences. A legion and cavalry stayed to guard it under Cicero. Labienus led 3 legions toward the ocean edge, to gauge conditions and strike where needed. Trebonius took 3 to devastate territory near the Aduatuci. Caesar himself moved with 3 toward the Scheldt region, aiming to corner Ambiorix near the forest frontier. The timetable was ambitious. The columns were expected, if possible, to reunite at Adwatuka on the 7th day, when rations were due. In reality, the work demanded of the detachments in such a short span resembled forced reconnaissance rather than a decisive campaign. There were no neat targets, no single army to crush. The enemy dissolved into scattered groups, hiding wherever land offered cover, striking only when isolated soldiers or small parties exposed themselves. This kind of war created a brutal dilemma. Keeping troops tightly together protected them, but it also allowed the hidden enemy to survive. Spreading out increased the chance of finding people and supplies, but exposed individuals to ambush in unfamiliar woods and marsh tracks. Caesar recognized that completing the task quickly, while minimizing Roman losses, required more hands than his own army could safely spare. He therefore invited neighboring communities with promises of plunder, drawing them into the destruction of the Eburones. The decision was framed as punishment for treachery and for the earlier annihilation of a Roman force. The result was not a limited raid, but a sweeping attempt at extermination, extending suffering to anyone caught within reach. News of the invitation crossed the Rhine, and German groups interpreted it as an opening for themselves. A force of cavalry crossed below Caesar's bridge, eager for cattle and portable wealth. Hearing that Aduatica held only a small garrison, they decided to gamble for a larger prize. They hid captured animals, crossed the Meuse near Maastricht, and appeared suddenly at the camp. Meanwhile, Caesar and his detached commanders failed to return by the expected 7th day, and the garrison began to press for foraging. Cicero had kept men inside the walls as long as possible, but food collection became unavoidable. He made a dangerous choice, sending out 5 cohorts, likely strong troops, leaving the camp thinner than was wise at the very moment danger arrived. The Germans surged toward the Decuman gate so quickly that traders outside were caught, and the guard barely shut the entrance in confusion. Inside, disorder spread and panic rumours rose, even imagining Caesar defeated. Only firm leadership by wounded veterans and quick rallying at the ramparts prevented a breach. Worse still, the foraging parties returned to find the camp ringed by horsemen. Their response split. Some officers lacked unified control, and hesitation killed. A veteran group formed a compact wedge and fought through to the gate in good order, bringing horse and attendants with them. Another party tried to imitate the move, but did it badly, crossing worse ground and losing men to the alert enemy. With the camp refilled and the first shock fading, the Germans abandoned the attempt and withdrew over the Rhine, taking their plunder. Not long after, Roman cavalry arrived, confirming Caesar's safety and ending the garrison's dread. Caesar had returned early, bound by promise to Cicero and by the need to coordinate with his lieutenants, and he restored order before pushing out again. The hunt resumed with even harsher breadth. Allied auxiliaries scouted ahead, villages and stores were burned, and the land was stripped so that those not killed might still starve. Rewards for Ambiorix were raised, yet he slipped through nets repeatedly, moving with only a few companions and changing shelter constantly. Later, Caesar turned to political discipline again, holding a council among the Remi at their chief town. Conspirators were judged, and a principal leader was executed in a ritualized, ancient manner meant to demonstrate authority. Others fled, and allies were forbidden to offer them basic aid. Winter quarters were then arranged more sensibly than before, with legions placed within supporting distance instead of scattered isolation. Supplies were stored, and Caesar left for Italy believing the army could hold without him for a time. For all the speed and efficiency of the year's operations, the campaign revealed a dark logic. Against enemies who could vanish into forest and marsh, devastation became the blunt instrument of control. The acts were not unusual for ancient war, but their moral weight shifted with circumstance, and even contemporaries could sense the line between strategy and cruelty blur. One clear fault stood out inside the Roman system itself. Cicero's lapse at Aduatica, though it ended without catastrophe, showed how quickly fortune could turn. Another near disaster there would have echoed the earlier ruin, and Caesar did not pretend otherwise. Even so, calm was temporary. Gaul carried resentment beneath the surface, and the absence of a single supreme commander left behind during Caesar's departures created openings for conspiracy. Secret meetings multiplied, grievances were repeated, and leaders swore to risk death rather than live under Roman demands. Plans were made to strike camps before Caesar could return and to block roads to keep him away from his legions. In the centre, the Carnutes moved first, slaughtering Romans in a major town and sending a shockwave of revolt outward. The news travelled with astonishing speed, passed from height to height by shouted signals and, when needed, by fire, a system that endured long after these events. Out of this uprising rose Vercingetorix, young, forceful, and politically dangerous. Older chiefs tried to restrain him and even expelled him at first, but he gathered the restless, the ambitious, and the desperate until he was strong enough to seize control, drive rivals out, and present himself as the leader of a national struggle. His discipline was severe, and his army swelled, especially in cavalry. Some allies resisted joining, and the political map remained uneven. But the movement spread fast enough to create a crisis Caesar could not ignore. Caesar learned of the revolt while in Italy, and once back in the northern provinces he saw the trap. He could neither safely summon his legions, nor reach them by normal routes. Messages could not pass, camps could not move without his direct orders, and no single deputy held unquestioned authority to act independently. If the legions tried to march separately, they could be destroyed one by one before concentrating. If Caesar tried to travel with a small escort, he risked capture in a countryside suddenly hostile. A secondary threat pressed at the same time. A rebel detachment stirred southern tribes and aimed at invading the Roman province along the coast. Caesar's first move, therefore, was not toward his legions, but toward securing the province, because losing it would have been a strategic disaster and a political humiliation. His arrival steadied the region. Garrisons were reinforced, emergency recruits raised, and a hard defensive line formed along the frontier rivers. The rebel thrust was checked before it could gain momentum. Then Caesar looked for a way to pull enemy attention away from his isolated legions and toward himself. He chose a winter march across a mountain barrier that few would have attempted even in better weather, forcing troops through deep snow and emerging unexpectedly into the heart of Arvernian territory. The psychological effect was immediate. Communities that assumed winter meant safety suddenly saw a Roman army appear where none should have been possible, and they called for Vercingetorix to intervene. The diversion worked. Vercingetorix abandoned other operations and marched to meet the unexpected threat, shifting away from positions where he might have trapped the scattered legions. Caesar, leaving a subordinate to keep cavalry active and visible, then executed a daring reversal. He rode hard to the Rhone, took newly gathered cavalry, and drove day and night through friendly territory into the lands where 2 legions wintered. Speed was the shield. By moving faster than rumour, Caesar reached them before the net could tighten. From there, orders went out for other legions to converge, and the full concentration was pulled off before rebel plans could mature into coordinated attacks. By late winter, Caesar had gathered his forces again at a central base, restoring the one advantage that made Roman war machine deadly: disciplined mass under a single mind. With his army reassembled, Caesar could turn from survival to offensive movement once more, pushing south to relieve threatened allies, seizing key towns that could serve as supply points, and punishing communities linked to the initial massacres. The crisis had not ended, but the worst danger had been avoided. The enemy had failed to isolate the legions permanently or block Caesar from his command. In that narrow window, audacity and speed had bought Rome time, and time, in this kind of war, often mattered more than numbers. When Vercingetorix realized how much damage Caesar was inflicting on communities still tied to Rome, he abandoned the pressure on Gergovia and marched to confront the Romans directly. Caesar, meanwhile, had just finished taking Novia Dunum. The surrender was already underway. Hostages were being handed over. Horses and weapons were being delivered, and Roman officers were supervising the transfer. Then, on the horizon, the first riders of Vercingetorix's cavalry appeared. Inside the town, nerves snapped. A faction that had been ready to submit suddenly believed rescue had arrived. Gates were slammed shut, men rushed back to the walls, and the surrender was abruptly revoked. For a moment, Novia Dunum threatened to become another crisis, not because the Romans lacked strength, but because a city can change its mind faster than an army can change its position. The officers on site managed the situation with discipline and quick judgment, and Caesar's cavalry struck out at the approaching Gallic vanguard. The clash was sharp, and for a brief time the Roman horse looked vulnerable. The balance shifted only when a newly recruited German contingent fought with aggressive, unfamiliar methods that unsettled the Gallic riders and forced them back with losses. Vercingetorix withdrew, unwilling to gamble his main force in a fight that did not suit him. Caesar pressed on toward Avaricum, the strongest town of the Bituriges and the best fortified prize in that part of Gaul. He believed that if Avaricum fell, the region's resistance would fracture and obedience would spread outward from its ruins. Vercingetorix, watching the pattern of Roman success at earlier towns, had learned the lesson that mattered most. Open field battles were where Rome's discipline turned numbers into slaughter. He called together the tribal leaders and argued for a different kind of war, one built on endurance rather than dramatic clashes. The Roman army, he explained, lived on grain, fodder, and the steady movement of pack animals. If those necessities could be denied, Caesar's cavalry would lose much of its power, and the legions would be forced to stretch their supply lines until they became vulnerable. The only way to make that happen was brutal but effective. Fields, barns, villages, and storehouses had to be burned before the Romans could seize them. Anything that could not be defended had to be destroyed. It was a strategy of self-inflicted wounds designed to starve an invader. If the legions remained united, Gallic courage alone could not break them. If the legions were forced to scatter for food, the smaller Roman detachments could be struck and broken one by one. The proposal hit like a curse. It demanded that people torch their own livelihoods and watch smoke rise from places their families had built over generations. Yet many accepted it, because the alternative looked worse: conquest, executions, and slavery. The Bituriges began to burn what could be burned. In a single day, dozens of settlements were destroyed. Only Avaricum was spared after bitter argument, because its natural defences were exceptional and its position made it far more likely to hold. A garrison was placed inside, and Vercingetorix established his main camp a short distance away in ground protected by woods and wetland. He avoided a direct attempt to break the siege, but he watched everything. His scouts tracked Roman movements constantly. Foraging parties were hunted whenever the risk was low. The pressure never stopped. Not with dramatic battles, but with relentless harassment that turned routine supply gathering into a daily danger. Avaricum itself sat in flat country, but nature guarded it. Marshy river channels wrapped around three sides, and only one narrow approach offered firm ground. The city's defenders understood that this single access route was the key. It forced the Romans into a siege corridor where numbers mattered less than engineering. Caesar placed his camp on higher ground, not far from the gates, with a shallow depression between camp and town that served almost like a ready-made ditch. There was no need for a full ring of walls around the city, because the marshes already sealed off most directions. The Romans had to attack head-on along the narrow approach, building up a massive assault platform, pushing protective sheds forward and raising towers that could climb toward the height of the walls. That work demanded time, and time was exactly what Vercingetorix wanted to steal. The countryside had been stripped. Food became scarce. Allied deliveries were irregular. Foraging outside the immediate area invited ambush. The soldiers endured hunger and cold while the siege engines rose. At one point, Caesar even floated the idea of lifting the siege if the hardships were becoming unbearable. The response was immediate and unanimous. The troops refused. They wanted the town, and they wanted vengeance for earlier losses. The siege continued. As the Roman works advanced, Vercingetorix shifted position, edging closer in search of a chance to strike. He tried to set a trap along routes used by Roman foragers, aiming to catch a large party in the open and punish the besiegers without risking a full battle. Caesar learned of the plan in time, a reminder that intelligence and reconnaissance were shaping this war as much as swords and spears. Late at night, he moved out with a strong force, intending to exploit a moment when the Gallic leader was away from his main camp and command was uncertain. At the enemy camp, however, the terrain revealed its own trap. The position was narrow, flanked by marshland, protected by broken crossings, and guarded at the few usable passages. Caesar examined it closely and refused the bait. The soldiers wanted to fight, but he understood the cost. Victory there would be bought with needless deaths, and even success might gain little. His goal had been to disrupt the ambush plan, and that was already achieved. The army returned to the siege lines. Inside the Gallic camp, critics began to mutter. Allies accused Vercingetorix of avoiding battle and letting Caesar work unchecked. It was the kind of political danger that can break a coalition from within. Yet Vercingetorix had the rare ability to steady a quarrelsome alliance. He spoke to their fears, reframed the delay as strategy, and turned suspicion into renewed commitment. The tribes decided to reinforce Avaricum heavily, not wanting the Bituriges alone to claim glory or bear shame. Even so, the contrast remained stark. Roman troops obeyed a single chain of command, while the Gallic effort constantly had to be stitched together through persuasion and pride. The fact that Vercingetorix could hold that fragile structure at all was one of his most impressive achievements. The defence of Avaricum was skillful and inventive. The defenders countered Roman siege tools with practical ingenuity, catching hooks and rams with ropes and dragging them away from the walls. They tunnelled beneath the Roman mound, using mining knowledge common in the region. They raised their own towers to match the attackers and protected woodwork with hides. Night raids set fire to Roman coverings and forced constant repairs. Every day brought sorties, missiles, and boiling pitch. The walls themselves were built in a way that frustrated both flame and battering. Timber and stone were interlocked with earth packed between. Fire could scorch exposed ends but could not easily spread. Rams did not shatter it the way they might a simple stone face. Instead of collapsing, the structure had to be dismantled piece by piece, and that meant time, sweat, and discipline. The Romans persisted. In less than a month, they had constructed a huge siege mound and brought their towers close to the walls. Then, at night, the mound suddenly began to sink. It had been undermined and then set alight from below. At the same moment, the defenders burst out from multiple gates, flinging torches, pitch, and fuel onto the Roman works. Night guards were caught off balance. Fighting raged in darkness, and for a time Roman soldiers had to run between towers without cover, exposed to missiles and flame. In the chaos, there were moments of brutal courage on the walls. Men stepped into positions where the previous defender had just been killed, continuing the same dangerous task without pause until the immediate crisis passed and the fire was smothered. The Gallic garrison considered slipping away across the marshes under cover of night to join Vercingetorix, But the panic of the civilians, especially the cries of women who feared being abandoned, betrayed the plan. Roman vigilance tightened. The defenders stayed. Then the weather turned. Heavy rain fell and the walls were guarded with less care than usual. Caesar noticed. Without dramatic signals, preparations were made. Towers advanced. Scaling ladders went up. Rewards were promised for the first men over the walls. When the assault came, it hit with sudden energy. The defenders were shaken back from the ramparts. They rallied in tight formations in the open centre of the town, ready to die where they stood. But as Roman troops flowed along the walls and began to close the exits, that final resistance dissolved into flight. Men threw away weapons, trying to save themselves in the crush. The Romans showed no mercy. The killing spread through the streets, and the slaughter did not spare the old or the young. Those who escaped infantry pursuit were cut down by cavalry. From a population counted in the tens of thousands, only a small fraction reached Vercingetorix's camp across the marshes. Even defeat did not break Vercingetorix, and this is where his leadership becomes most striking. In many armies, failure weakens authority. Here his influence grew. He received the survivors and dispersed them among different units, so that their grief would not ignite a dangerous wave of anger in one concentrated group. He argued that the loss proved the need for discipline, not despair. He urged the tribes to copy Roman practice in one key respect: fortify camps and treat war as an organized system rather than a series of heroic impulses. At the same time, he rebuilt strength rapidly, drawing more allies to his side and replacing losses with new recruits. Cavalry numbers rose again, yet he still refused to launch a reckless attack on Caesar's lines. He stayed committed to harassment and supply warfare because he understood that the Roman advantage grew as battles became more direct. For Caesar, Avaricum was both a victory and a relief. The town's stores provided badly needed grain and fodder, and the army finally rested after weeks of hunger and wet labour. But strategy does not pause just because soldiers need sleep. Messages arrived from the Aedui, Rome's most important Gallic ally, warning of a political crisis at home. Rival factions were battling over leadership, and the dispute threatened to pull the tribe toward instability. Caesar did not want to step away from pressure on Vercingetorix, especially now that the rebellion seemed vulnerable after Avaricum's fall. Yet, he could not ignore the danger behind him. His supply route ran through Aeduan territory. If that alliance fractured, the campaign would become a fight for food rather than a contest of maneuver. So he turned back, met Aeduan leaders, imposed a settlement, and secured promises of troops and cavalry for garrison duty along the supply line. It was a reminder that conquest was not won only by sieges and battles, but by keeping political ground from collapsing under the army's feet. With the rear stabilized, Caesar split his forces for the next stage. Labienus was sent north with 4 legions to deal with unrest among the Senones and the people around Lutetia. Caesar kept 6 legions and marched toward Gergovia, the heartland of the Arverni and the centre of the rebellion's prestige. While Caesar was managing Aeduan politics, Vercingetorix did not sit idle. He anticipated the direction of the Roman advance and moved to block it at a river barrier, taking the far bank and destroying crossings. The river was wide enough to matter, and denying bridges meant denying momentum. Caesar followed the river line, seeking a place to force a passage, while Vercingetorix mirrored every move from the opposite side, matching marches by day and camps by night, determined to hold the boundary intact. A direct crossing would have been costly and slow, and delay would have looked like submission to enemy control. Caesar chose deception. One morning, most of the army and all the baggage were sent forward in multiple marching bodies, arranged to look like the full force. Meanwhile, 2 legions remained hidden in wooded ground near a ruined bridge site. Vercingetorix tracked the moving column, assuming it was the entire army. As soon as he was drawn away, Caesar's hidden force emerged, rebuilt the bridge rapidly using the remaining supports, crossed to the far bank, and secured the position. Then, messengers recalled the column that had marched ahead, and under cover of night it slipped back and rejoined the army on the new side of the river. By the time Vercingetorix realized what had happened, the opportunity to stop the crossing was gone. He moved quickly toward Gergovia to avoid being forced into an unwanted battle. The maneuver was not a legendary river crossing on the scale of the most famous campaigns in history, but it was clean, intelligent, and decisive. It showed Caesar's ability to turn discipline into misdirection and speed into advantage. It also revealed that even a commander as sharp as Vercingetorix could be outplayed when the terrain was wide, the day was long, and one mistake in observation created an opening. Still, the larger truth remained. Without formal training, without Romans' institutions, and while holding together an unstable alliance, Vercingetorix continued to respond with the instincts of a gifted strategist. He was forcing Caesar to fight not only armies and walls, but distance, hunger, and politics, exactly the kind of war that could ruin even the best commander if it lasted long enough. The stronghold of Gergovia rose dramatically above the surrounding plain, its height reaching nearly 1,200 feet. At its summit lay a broad plateau, stretching for more than a mile, forming a natural fortress that dominated the landscape. Among all possible approaches, the southern slope offered the most practical route for an attacking army, and it was here that Vercingetorix positioned his forces. As soon as Roman troops appeared in the region, mounted skirmishes became frequent across the low ground, while Gallic infantry remained safely behind their prepared defences. Caesar established his main camp to the southeast of the town. Shortly afterward, he secured a nearby hill on the southern side and fortified it as a secondary camp, linking both positions with defensive works. This maneuver disrupted access to the river below and placed the town's water supply under pressure. At the same time, unrest spread among the Aesedui, Rome's principal allies in the region. Their army, marching to reinforce Caesar, began to show signs of rebellion. Leaving his forces before Gergovia under the command of Fabius, Caesar moved swiftly to the rear, confronted the disloyal leaders, restored order, and returned with remarkable speed. In a single day, his column of 4 legions covered roughly 50 miles. After weighing his options, Caesar resolved to attempt an assault on Gergovia. His preparations were deliberate and calculated. A diversionary force was sent against the western side of the town, a sector the Gauls believed to be weak. This maneuver succeeded in drawing most of the defenders away from the southern front. At that moment, Roman legions surged forward with determination and pressed all the way to the town's walls. Yet the attack had been launched without sufficient equipment. Scaling ladders were lacking, and only a few soldiers managed to reach the top. When Gallic forces rushed back from the west, the Romans were driven off with heavy losses. Caesar later attempted to soften the account of this reverse, but the outcome was unmistakable. The Aedui soon rose openly against Rome, and the siege was abandoned. Gergovia had held. The site itself lay several miles south of modern Clermont-Ferrand and stood boldly above the plain. Its summit formed a long, quadrangular plateau. The northern and eastern slopes were likely wooded in antiquity, making movement difficult for large bodies of troops. The southern side, by contrast, consisted of broad terraces that were neither steep nor heavily forested. To the west rose a neighbouring height, only slightly lower than Gergovia and connected to it by a narrow ridge. Other hills flanked the area, while a long rocky ridge lay to the south, forming a massive natural barrier below the plateau. Streams and rivers surrounded the region, shaping movement and supply routes. From the south and southeast, the town appeared most vulnerable to attack. Caesar placed his main camp on elevated and healthy ground south of a drained lake, with a river flowing behind it. Any attempt to storm Gergovia before neutralizing Vercingetorix's army was dangerous, and the accumulation of supplies was essential before any prolonged operation could be considered. Popular images of Gergovia often exaggerate its impregnability. Though the northern slope was long, it was not impossibly steep. Over centuries, cultivation may have softened the terrain, but its essential form remained unchanged. In Caesar's time, woodland likely obscured this approach, and it was not thoroughly examined. In truth, the position was less invincible than later tradition suggested, though ancient warfare imposed different limitations. Along the southern terraces, Vercingetorix arrayed his army behind a stone wall, organizing allied contingents by tribe with great care. Daily skirmishes followed, particularly involving cavalry supported by light infantry, as the Gallic commander tested and strengthened his troops. These engagements unfolded across the plains between the Roman camps and the slopes of the plateau. Caesar soon identified a nearby hill to the south as strategically vital. From this position, Gallic forces protected their access to water, grain, and forage. A small outpost guarded it, but the garrison proved insufficient. Under cover of night, Roman troops seized the hill, expelled its defenders, and quickly fortified a new camp. 2 legions occupied the position, and a secure corridor of trenches and earthworks linked it to the main camp. Archaeological traces of these works remain visible today. This move further restricted access to water, forcing the defenders to rely on springs atop the plateau and distant streams. On the northern side, no comparable pressure was applied. Meanwhile, Vercingetorix turned his attention to undermining Caesar's alliances. Through persuasion and bribery, young Aeduan nobles were led to believe that Rome intended to betray them. Even their chief leader became involved. An army assigned to guard Roman supply lines was redirected toward the Gallic cause, and Roman escorts were murdered along the route. Caesar learned of the plot at a critical moment. Leaving Gergovia once again under Fabius, he advanced rapidly with 4 legions and his cavalry, surrounded the disloyal force, and restored order through a mixture of authority and restraint. The soldiers were convinced that they had been deceived by their leaders, who fled at once. The wider Aeduan population, however, remained in turmoil. Roman residents were attacked, property was seized, and rebellion spread. Some sought reconciliation, others pressed for war. Caesar was forced to balance punishment with clemency, knowing that the loyalty of the region remained uncertain. His political and military resources were stretched to their limits. During Caesar's absence, Vercingetorix launched a determined assault on the Roman camp. The defenders, spread thin across its extensive fortifications, struggled to hold the line. Continuous Gallic attacks tested the ramparts, and only with the aid of engines and heavy losses was the position maintained. Messages reached Caesar, who hurried back with his troops after a forced march that left little margin for delay. His return prevented disaster. Not long afterward, an apparent opportunity arose. Caesar later claimed that he had already decided to withdraw and merely sought to preserve the army's honour. Yet, the evidence suggests otherwise. The attack that followed was launched in earnest, with full expectation of success. Its failure was undeniable. From the southern hill, Caesar observed that the plateau above appeared stripped of defenders. deserters confirmed that Gallic forces had moved to secure a nearby height connected to the town by a narrow wooded ridge. Control of this position would threaten Gallic access to supplies and water. Anticipating the danger, Vercingetorix had concentrated his troops there. Caesar responded with a carefully orchestrated deception. Cavalry units were sent at night to create noise and confusion on one flank, reinforced by mule drivers disguised as soldiers. A legion took position nearby, giving the impression of an imminent assault. Observing this activity, the Gallic army shifted its strength away from the southern front to counter the perceived threat. Fortifications were hastily erected, confirming that the feint had succeeded. The maneuver was executed with precision and insight. Though the assault ultimately failed, the operation demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of terrain, deception, and enemy psychology. Even without artillery, the methods employed closely resembled those of later warfare. At Gergovia, strategy, geography, and human error combined to produce one of the rare moments where Caesar was decisively checked. Caesar had achieved what he needed from the deception. Under the cover of that distraction, the main body of his troops was shifted quietly from the larger camp to the smaller one, not in a single obvious movement, but in small groups spaced out so the enemy would not notice a sudden change. The march was concealed as much as possible. Men moved low behind cover, and anything that might flash in the sunlight or signal a transfer from afar was hidden. The goal was simple. The Gauls were watching the wrong place, and Caesar intended to strike from the one place they did not expect. Once the concentration was complete, orders were passed to the senior officers. The position ahead, Caesar warned, was not the sort of place that could be carried by sheer force. It could only be seized by catching the defenders off balance. Discipline mattered more than enthusiasm. Soldiers were not to surge forward just because they smelled victory, and they were not to break formation in pursuit of loot. If the attack dissolved into scattered groups, an organized enemy could hit them from the side and turn success into panic. The warning suggests that the ground ahead and the layout of the defences offered real dangers that might not be obvious to a man charging uphill in the heat of the moment. To deepen the confusion, the Aedui were sent out from the larger camp by a separate route, striking at a different point so the defenders would be forced to divide their attention. The town's wall stood far above and far away. Even in a straight line it was a long distance, and the land itself did not offer a clean, direct approach. The climb was shaped by ridges, folds, and uneven ground that pushed troops onto winding paths. Halfway up the ascent, the Gallic line was anchored by a stone barrier about 6 feet high. Below it, there were no Roman works, no established camps, no prepared staging areas. Above it, Gallic positions were packed closely together, their tents and shelters clustered near the higher ground that led up toward the town. Then the signal was given. The legionaries surged out of the smaller camp, moved quickly up the slope, and reached the stone barrier in a hard rush. They swarmed over it and struck the Gallic camp beyond. The blow landed cleanly. The surprise was so complete that at least one Gallic leader barely escaped in time, stumbling out of his shelter with no chance to gather himself, let alone organize a defense. For a moment, the Roman attack had achieved exactly what its planners had hoped: speed, shock, and confusion. And then something strange happened. At the very point where the momentum seemed strongest, Caesar halted. The 10th Legion, close to him, was held back. The reason remains unclear. Later, Caesar presented the action as if this limited gain had been the plan from the start, as if the goal had merely been to seize the enemy camp and then withdraw. But the situation reads differently when watched closely. From higher ground, the risks may have become more visible than they had seemed from below. The The town was still above, the terrain was awkward, and the attack was already beginning to stretch forward beyond tight control. It is possible Caesar considered holding the captured position, perhaps turning it into a foothold for heavier preparations. It is also possible that, if the legions had pressed at once, the town might have been taken in the same rush that had broken into the enemy camp. Yet the recall was sounded, and Caesar tried to stop the other legions from pushing further. The problem was that a recall is only useful if it is heard and obeyed. The officers did everything they could, but the troops were carried by the intoxication of success and the expectation of plunder. Some may not have heard the trumpets clearly. The ground between Caesar and the forward units disrupted sound and sight. And even when signals were understood, men who believe they are winning rarely want to stop. The forward legions pushed on toward the town's wall, only to discover that they lacked the basic tools needed for a quick escalade. If a sudden assault had truly been intended, the absence of proper ladders was a serious failure. Yet the wall itself was so thinly defended that an astonishing scene unfolded on the ramparts. Women leaned out over the edge, pleading for mercy, already expecting the kind of massacre that had followed earlier Roman victories elsewhere. A few Romans even reached the top. A centurion from the 8th Legion was lifted up by his comrades and climbed onto the wall, with others following. The fact that men could climb at all showed that, in that brief window when defenders were absent, the town was not beyond reach. But windows like that close fast. Word raced through the Gallic positions. Vercingetorix's forces, led back by cavalry, came streaming toward the threatened point. Within moments, the open ground behind the wall filled with defenders. The mood on the ramparts flipped instantly. The same women who had been begging for mercy now turned to rally their families, urging resistance with frantic gestures and cries. The speed of the Gallic return revealed something important. The troops had not been labouring far away on distant hills. They had been close enough to rush back almost immediately. Now the Romans, extended uphill and disordered by their own success, were facing a fight in the worst possible conditions, against growing numbers on unfavourable ground, and without the equipment needed to finish the job quickly. Caesar recognised the danger and tried to stabilise the situation. Orders were sent back to bring up cohorts that had remained on guard duty in the Roman camp. They were to take a position that would threaten the Gallic flank and cover a withdrawal if the attack collapsed. Caesar himself advanced with the 10th Legion, but he kept it under tight control rather than throwing it forward into the confusion. Ahead, the other legions fought fiercely, but the balance had shifted. The Gauls were now in position and were able to strike from angles that punished the Romans' exposed side. Men who had climbed the wall were thrown back. Another centurion, trying to force an entry at the gates, was killed while attempting to save his comrades from being cut off. At the worst moment, confusion deepened on the Roman right. The Aedui, who had been sent on a separate attack, appeared on the flank. They had a distinctive way of marking themselves. But in the chaos, Roman soldiers mistook them for fresh enemy troops using a trick. The fear of being surrounded surged through the line. The withdrawal began not as a controlled step back, but with patches of disorder spreading along the slope. The losses were heavy, hundreds of men and an unusually high number of centurions. The officer casualties alone reveal what the fighting had been like at the sharp end, where leaders tried to hold units together under pressure. Even so, the retreat did not become a rout. The 10th Legion, repositioning with discipline, shielded the movement and threatened the Gallic flank often enough to discourage a full collapse. The cohorts brought up from the rear took ground that made an enemy pursuit dangerous. Once the Romans reached the plain, they turned as a body and faced their pursuers. Vercingetorix had hoped to trap them while they were stretched and vulnerable, but the sudden firmness of the Roman line changed the calculation. He chose not to gamble on a pitched fight on open ground and pulled his forces back into the town. Back in camp, Caesar addressed the legions. He criticized their recklessness, their refusal to obey signals and orders, while also acknowledging their bravery. He made the lesson blunt. Courage without restraint could destroy an army. A commander, he insisted, had to judge when risk was worth taking, and soldiers needed self-control as much as boldness. At the same time, he tried to prevent despair from spreading. One reverse, he argued, should not be mistaken for a failure of Roman fighting spirit. The disadvantages of terrain and circumstance could be as deadly as an enemy's skill. Yet Caesar could not leave with dignity after an attack that had ended this way. The next day, he drew out his army onto the plain and offered battle. Vercingetorix refused to come down from the heights, allowing only limited mounted fighting. The Romans performed well in that skirmishing. The day after, Caesar repeated the challenge, while preparing to abandon the operation. Again, the Gallic leader stayed on the high ground. With no decisive engagement available, Caesar began the withdrawal in broad daylight, deliberately visible, as if daring the enemy to try for a final strike. Vercingetorix did not pursue. The episode invites comparison with other commanders known for relentless assaults on strong positions. Some leaders forced victory through sheer tactical drive, refusing to pause once momentum had been gained. Here, Caesar's restraint or hesitation stands out. It was not the first time his men surged beyond his control, and it would not be the last. There were writers later who hinted that the affair at Gergovia was worse than Caesar allowed in his own account. Stories circulated of humiliations and narrow escapes. Whether those details were true or exaggerated, the strategic outcome was clear enough. The siege was abandoned because success could not be forced, and because a larger political emergency was unfolding behind the lines. That emergency was the Aedui. Their loyalty had become a crisis that threatened the entire Roman position in Gaul. Caesar began moving east, reached a river crossing within a few days, repaired a damaged bridge, and shifted onto the safer bank as he withdrew toward regions where he hoped to restore control. The betrayal among Aeduan leaders was now open, despite the honour and protection Rome had shown them. Their army, led by prominent nobles, drifted away toward home, and a cavalry leader rode out to stir the whole people into revolt. Caesar did not attempt to hold the wavering allies in place by force. Instead, he reminded them of a simple truth. Rome had once found them weak and exposed, and had raised them higher than any neighbouring tribe. The implication was left hanging for them to answer. But events moved faster than speeches. Caesar had stored supplies, horses, baggage, and hostages in an Aeduan town on the Loire. When the Aeduan army arrived there, they found that the leadership had already turned toward Vercingetorix and abandoned Rome. They took advantage immediately. The Roman garrison was slaughtered, traders were killed, and whatever wealth could be seized was divided among the rebels. The hostages were sent away to the Aeduan capital. Horses gathered from Italy and Spain for Roman remounts were driven off. The town itself was burned, along with stores that could not be carried. Troops were stationed at the river crossings to block the Roman army from passing. The hope was to starve Caesar into retreating south toward the Roman province, and to isolate the Roman forces operating farther north. News of this reached Caesar on the march, and it revealed how dangerous the situation had become. The Arverni were behind him, buoyed by the reverse at Gergovia. The Aedui were in front, holding the Loire crossings. Another hostile people threatened the flank. Caesar was surrounded by revolt and rising confidence. a retreat into the province would have been more than a tactical withdrawal. It would have been a political collapse that left his northern army cut off and his authority shattered. Instead, Caesar chose the harder option. He resolved to force his way through the crisis, link up with his detached forces, and strike at the rebels where they felt safest. This was the pattern that made him formidable. When danger tightened around him, his response grew sharper, faster, and more decisive. Whatever hesitation had appeared during the assault, it vanished in the face of strategic disaster. He drove toward the Loire and searched for a crossing he could seize. One ford lay on the direct line of march and had likely been used for generations. It was not ideal, but it was available. Caesar attacked the enemy holding it, cleared the approaches, and pushed his army across in water that reached up to the soldiers' armpits. Cavalry were placed upstream at an angle to break the current and reduce the force of the flow against the infantry. Once across, the army found food and livestock. The harvest season was near, and the land could still feed a moving force. The troops rested, recovered, and then began a rapid march toward the territory where Caesar intended to reunite with his other command and restore control over the unravelling war, while the year was still young and the campaign season far from over. While Caesar was struggling around Gergovia, another Roman force was operating far to the north. Labienus, trusted with 4 legions, moved against the territory of the Parisii and advanced toward Lutetia. His baggage and food stores were left behind under guard at a secure rear base, stocked with new recruits recently arrived from Italy. From there, Labienus marched along the river routes, keeping to the left bank as his column followed the waterways that led toward the Seine. The moment his presence became known, neighbouring peoples began assembling to block his advance. Lutetia itself sat on an island in the Seine, roughly where the heart of modern Paris stands today. The Gallic command in the region was handed to Camulogenus, an older man but an experienced and respected soldier. Camulogenus read the Roman approach quickly. Seeing Labienus committed to the left bank, he positioned his army near marshland that could choke movement and deny the Romans a clean passage. The ground around the river junction created a natural obstacle, and it forced Labienus to stop short. The Romans attempted a direct solution first. They tried to build a passable route across the marsh by laying down branches and woven hurdles to make a firm surface. The work did not succeed. The wetlands swallowed the effort, and the Roman advance remained pinned. With the straightforward option failing, Labienus shifted to deception. Under cover of darkness, he pulled his troops back along the same bank he had used to approach, retreating just enough to make the enemy think the pressure had eased. The movement was not a withdrawal meant to concede ground, but a setup for a lateral strike. The column marched to another river town downstream, one that also occupied an island position. There, Labienus seized boats, crossed to the island, took control of the settlement, and quickly repaired the bridge that connected to the opposite bank. At dawn, the Roman army was moving again, now on the other side of the river system and advancing toward Lutetia from a direction Camulogenus had not immediately anticipated. The maneuver worked, but only briefly. Camulogenus realized what had happened and reacted fast. Rather than allowing the city to become a Roman foothold, he ordered Lutetia burned and the bridges destroyed. 2 armies now faced each other across the Seine, encamped on opposite banks, with the ruined city between them, the river serving as both barrier and battlefield line. Then the wider war intruded. News reached Labienus that Caesar had suffered a serious reverse at Gergovia. Around the Roman camps, the story was enlarged and sharpened, as rumours often are. Some claimed Caesar was already being forced back toward the Roman province by lack of food. At the same time, nearby tribes began to stir. The Bellovaci gathered forces, sensing that the moment had come to strike. Labienus suddenly found himself boxed in. On one side, a hostile people stood separated only by a river. On the other side lay the Seine, the Parisii, and Camulogenus. Worse still, Labienus was cut off from his supply base to the rear, and from the route he had used to advance. Under such conditions, reducing Lutetia no longer made sense. The priority shifted from conquest to survival. A single commander in enemy country could not crush a spreading revolt alone. The best outcome was to preserve the legions and rejoin Caesar as quickly as possible. To do that, Labienus needed to recross the Seine. But crossing under the eyes of an enemy army is one of the most dangerous movements an ancient army can attempt. A slow retreat would invite pursuit and encourage bolder attacks. A predictable return to the earlier crossing point would allow Camulogenus to block him there, and gathering boats again for a long move upriver would take time he did not have. Labienus chose a harder, but safer path to escape by audacity and misdirection, rather than by cautious withdrawal. He gathered his officers and set out a plan built on silence, speed, and confusion. Boats taken earlier were placed under reliable Roman cavalrymen and sent downstream quietly during the early hours of the night. A small force was left in the main camp to maintain the illusion that the Romans were still holding position. Another detachment was sent upriver with boats, moving loudly and openly, creating the impression that Labienus intended to march that way. Meanwhile, Labienus led the bulk of his army downriver to the hidden boats. A storm broke over the river, masking sound and limiting visibility. Under that cover, the main force crossed without being detected. Gallic outposts, sheltering from the weather, were scattered quickly when the Romans arrived. When dawn came, the enemy realized something was wrong, but not exactly what. Reports came in of Roman movements in several directions. From this, the Gauls drew a conclusion that seemed reasonable. Labienus must be trying to escape in separated groups, sacrificing some units so that others might survive. Determined to destroy the Romans completely, they split their army into 3 parts to hunt down each supposed detachment. Camulogenus personally took command of the group moving downriver, aiming to strike what he believed was one of the Roman fragments. Instead, he met the Roman main body drawn up and ready. At first light, the legions already across formed their line and attacked. The Gauls fought hard, and for a moment the battle turned into a test of discipline against fury. One Roman legion broke the enemy opposite it quickly. Another legion, facing the core of Camulogenus's men, found the fight far more difficult. Under the direct pressure of their commander, the Gauls held their ground stubbornly. Only when the Roman right shifted and struck into the flank and rear did the Gallic line finally crack. Cavalry then swept through the collapse, turning retreat into slaughter. Even so, many Gallic warriors stood their ground until they were cut down. The Gallic force still in the original camp heard the fighting and moved toward the Sound, taking position on higher ground in an attempt to stabilize the situation. It was too late. The Roman cavalry pressed them hard, cutting down those who could not escape into the woods. Camulogenus was killed, and the remaining Gallic detachments broke apart under pursuit. Labienus then gathered his scattered Roman units, marched back to the supply base where his baggage had been left, and from there moved to rejoin Caesar. The episode revealed Labienus at his strongest, calm under pressure, imaginative in movement, and ruthless in execution. His handling of boats, feints, night marches, and timing showed the level of skill Rome could produce in its senior commanders. In later years, his choices would be judged harshly, but in this phase of the war, his work served Caesar well and kept a dangerous northern front from collapsing into disaster. Meanwhile, Caesar's defeat at Gergovia sent shockwaves through Gaul. The Aedui revolt turned a serious setback into a crisis because this people carried weight far beyond their own territory. Their leaders escalated quickly, murdering hostages held in their custody and threatening further killings to intimidate any tribes that hesitated. A general council was called at Bibracte, and most of Gaul attended. Only a few people stayed out. The Aedui demanded the highest authority, but the assembled tribes chose Vercingetorix. The Aedui then supported him, but without full confidence or unity. Vercingetorix moved to turn political leadership into military power. Hostages were demanded from allies as insurance against wavering. A massive cavalry levy was ordered, and this mounted force became both a striking arm and a personal guard. Infantry numbers were already abundant. For the moment, nearly all of Gaul stood in arms, a rare peak of unity in a land usually divided by rivalries. Vercingetorix returned to the method that had hurt the Romans most, denying supplies. He urged allies to burn crops and homes again, to starve the invaders, and strip the land of everything an army needed to survive. He also pushed war outward. One allied army was sent toward the Alpine approaches to threaten Rome's friends and disrupt the edges of the Roman sphere. Other tribal forces were unleashed against regions nearer the province, meant to devastate and test the loyalty of communities that lived under Roman influence. Promises and flattery were used to tempt additional peoples into changing sides. The goal was not just battlefield victory, but the widening of revolt until Roman control cracked. The Roman defences in the province were thin. A limited force was thrown forward under a Roman commander, and some communities were beaten back behind their walls, with the loss of leading men. Other groups managed to hold their river boundary with scattered posts and constant watchfulness. But the situation was dangerous enough to force Caesar into immediate practical decisions. The enemy's cavalry had grown so large that Roman infantry alone could not secure marches and supply routes. Caesar sent across the Rhine to recruit additional mounted troops from German peoples already under Roman influence. He managed to raise a small but highly effective force and paired it with light infantry. To strengthen this new cavalry, he made a hard choice. Roman officers and elite volunteers were ordered to give up their horses so the Germans could ride better mounts. It was a measure that would sting Roman pride, but the war demanded efficiency, not comfort. After crossing the Loire and turning north, Caesar aimed to link up with Labienus. The two commanders met not far from the rear supply base. The attempt to keep the Roman forces divided had failed. Now, Caesar held the largest concentration of Roman power seen in the war so far, with many legions gathered together, reinforced whenever losses and campaigning reduced their numbers. Alongside them marched allied light troops and cavalry, including the newly recruited Germans. The total strength was immense by ancient standards, large enough to stabilize a collapsing situation if handled correctly. With the armies united, Caesar's immediate problem was movement. A direct march south toward the province was blocked by rebel territory. Instead, he chose an eastern route, through lands that were still safer, planning to angle down toward a major Roman storehouse, and then reach the province from a direction less exposed to ambush. The objective was not only to defend Roman borders, it was also to rebuild the war from a secure foundation. If the uprising became total, the province would be the one place that could reliably feed, replace, and protect the Roman army while it prepared the next phase of conquest. Vercingetorix understood this and moved to stop it. After concentrating a large army near Bibracte, he advanced onto the likely Roman route and placed his forces to block the passage. He spread his army across key heights and road forks, positioned so that whichever path Caesar chose, Gallic troops would be waiting. Caesar marched toward the danger without knowing it was so close. The Gallic position was strong, anchored by high ground and supported by streams and broken terrain. Vercingetorix called his leaders together and framed the moment as decisive. Roman power, he argued, was vulnerable now, pulling back towards safety. If struck hard on the march, the Roman army could be shattered before it reached its base. He focused especially on cavalry, demanding aggressive action and binding his riders by oath to charge through the Roman formation, not merely attack at the edges. As Caesar continued his march up the valley, Vercingetorix shifted his infantry into position and sent his cavalry forward. The mounted force was divided into 3 groups. One meant to hit the Roman head of column, the others to strike both flanks. When Caesar reached open ground, he suddenly saw the enemy cavalry forming ahead. Then the other bodies appeared on either side. The attack had come as a surprise. Caesar reacted immediately and with control. He ordered his own cavalry out in 3 bodies to meet each threat. He halted the column, brought the baggage into a protected position, and drew up the legions in a compact battle formation, designed to resist attacks from multiple directions. Whenever Roman cavalry began to give ground, infantry moved forward in support, threatening the enemy horse with disciplined lines and forcing them to pull back. The battle remained primarily a cavalry fight, but Roman infantry presence kept it from becoming a collapse at the edges. After extended skirmishing, the German cavalry on the Roman right gained a key hill, drove Gallic horsemen from it, and pursued them hard enough to shake the entire enemy formation. That pressure rippled outward. Gallic riders found themselves threatened from behind and at the side, and the 3 attacking bodies began to unravel. The retreat turned into flight. Roman cavalry cut down many and captured important prisoners, including notable leaders from the Aedui. The defeat damaged Vercingetorix's momentum. He withdrew with his infantry and baggage toward Alesia, a strong position that offered walls and high ground. Caesar pressed the advantage, securing his own baggage on a nearby height and harassing the retreat. The Gallic rearguard suffered heavy losses. Vercingetorix avoided returning to his previous camps, knowing that doing so might allow Caesar to cut him off from Alesia. He chose to sacrifice speed and order to reach the fortress. His baggage moved by a parallel route, and Caesar did not pursue it aggressively, focusing instead on the enemy army itself. The decision to offer open battle had been a serious mistake for Vercingetorix. His earlier method, the slow choking of Roman supplies through raids and burning, had forced Caesar into constant strain. But in open terrain, against trained legions and with Caesar present, the Romans could turn a cavalry fight into a controlled victory, especially with German riders acting as a sharp spearhead. For Caesar, the encounter was a turning point in attitude. He had been trying to break through towards safety and rebuild from the province. Now, the road south was no longer blocked. Vercingetorix's retreat removed the barrier that had been placed across the Roman route. At that moment, Caesar made a decisive shift. Instead of continuing the march toward his base, he turned directly against Vercingetorix's army. The situation had changed. The enemy had pulled back into a fortress, and Caesar no longer needed to fight his way through a wall of troops to reach safety. He could move from caution into pursuit, from survival into pressure. In the space of a single cavalry battle, the war's direction tilted. The next phase would not be a retreat towards security, but a deliberate advance toward the enemy's center of gravity. 2 days after the fight along the Vanjan, Caesar's army reached Alesia and chose to surround it rather than rush it. What followed became one of the defining sieges of the ancient world. Not because the place was mythical or unreachable, but because the response was so methodical and so ambitious that it reshaped what a field army could build under pressure. Alesia stood on a high, isolated plateau. From a distance it looked like a hill, but up close it was an oval table of land, long from east to west and narrower from north to south, lifted roughly 500 feet above the valleys around it. Two streams ran at its base, one to the north and one to the south, shaping the approaches and cutting the ground into channels. To the west stretched a broad open plain several miles long, wide enough for cavalry and visible from the heights. On the other three sides, at about a mile's distance from the edge of the plateau, a ring of hills rose to nearly the same height as Alesia itself, with gentle valleys flowing between them. The plateau had springs and wells, and paths led down toward the watercourses. The slope up to the top was not especially difficult, but the edge of the plateau was protected by stretches of rocky face. Writers often describe Alesia as if it were a natural fortress beyond human reach. The ground, however, was not magical. The slopes may be softer today after centuries of farming, but the shape of the land is still the shape of the land, and the Roman earthworks later found around the site prove that the terrain has not changed in any dramatic way. Alesia was strong in the context of ancient warfare, but it was not an untouchable mountain. In fact, there was at least one approach, especially from the southeast, where the land formed a kind of natural ramp that could support an aggressive push. The true danger for Caesar was not only the fortress itself, the larger risk was time. He knew that if he settled into a siege, the rest of Gaul would try to gather and send a relief army before the place could be reduced by slow pressure. The Romans approached from the east. Below the walls, Gallic forces had already built an outer camp with a ditch and a stone barrier. That forward position was also the most vulnerable, and it was where the defenders expected a decisive clash. Their line was extended downhill toward the streams to protect access to water, and the ends were shaped in a way that discouraged an attack from behind. Caesar examined the ground and decided that a full assault was too risky, especially after the failure at Gergovia. Alesia would be taken by containment, not by gambling everything on a rush at the walls. This decision led to an unusual arithmetic of war. Caesar had roughly 11 legions, around 50,000 heavy infantry, with cavalry and allied foot soldiers adding more. Inside Alesia, Vercingetorix had a massive force, and even if the reported numbers were exaggerated, the basic reality remained. Caesar was trying to trap a very large army with a smaller one, while fully expecting another huge army to appear from outside. In most periods, commanders preferred to have overwhelming superiority before attempting a complete investment. Caesar did not have that luxury. That is part of what made the siege so extreme. Another failure here would not simply be embarrassing. It could unravel the entire campaign. The first move was to seize the surrounding high ground. Roman detachments took control of the hills to the north, east, and south, and the army began mapping the ring that would cut Alesia off from the world. Cavalry was placed near the watercourses where movement was easier. Infantry took the hilltops. Then the digging began. A continuous line of fortifications was laid out from ridge to ridge, following the slopes and shaping itself to the landscape. The ring was long, and it needed strong points. Small fortified posts were built at intervals, solid enough to resist sudden attacks and to anchor the long stretches between them. These posts were lightly held during the day and reinforced at night, keeping the perimeter alive at all hours. Several main camps were established where the ground dictated good positions, with their exits facing toward Alesia. Some camps were larger, some smaller, but each one was designed to command the approaches in front of it and to strengthen its weak sides with extra earthwork. Cavalry camps were placed on the plain and near the rivers, not as deep as the infantry camps, but positioned for rapid response. Scattered along the line were dozens of smaller strong points. Some were substantial enough to leave traces that could be found later. Others were more like compact shelters and platforms that vanished with time. The landscape itself suggests where many of them must have stood, because the hills and valleys force a limited number of sensible defensive placements. The siege lines were barely underway when Vercingetorix tested the Romans with cavalry. He brought mounted troops out into the open western plain and forced a hard fight. At first, the Roman horse struggled. Caesar responded by drawing infantry into line in front of the camps, both to prevent a sudden breakout from the town and to steady the cavalry by showing the solid wall of the legions behind them. That visual support mattered. The German riders attached to Caesar's force charged again with renewed confidence, hit the Gallic cavalry with greater weight, and finally drove them back. The pursuit carried right up to the gates of the outer Gallic position. Caesar moved infantry forward at the right moment, and the combined pressure turned retreat into disorder. Many Gauls tried to scramble across ditch and barrier, and many failed. After inflicting serious losses, the Roman allied cavalry withdrew to safety. It is striking how often the war in Gaul came down to mounted clashes and skirmishing, rather than set-piece infantry battles. Now, the logic of the siege became unavoidable. Vercingetorix still hesitated to try a breakout while there was time. He feared meeting the legions on open ground, and he clung to the hope that this siege might end as Gergovia had. Instead, he made a different move. During the night, before the Roman ring was fully sealed, he sent his cavalry out through the valleys. The reason was practical as well as strategic. Feeding horses inside the fortress would have been impossible, and those riders were needed to ride across Gaul, spread the alarm, and force the tribes into action. They carried a message that was blunt and urgent. The defenders had food for roughly 30 days if managed carefully, and relief had to arrive before that limit ran out. If the fortress fell, the wider cause would fall with it. Inside Alesia, the defenders withdrew fully onto the plateau. Rations were controlled centrally. Livestock could be divided quickly, but grain was saved and issued more carefully. Whether every man truly fit within the cramped limits of the plateau remains debated, but ancient armies could compress themselves into tight spaces, and necessity forces habits that comfort never would. The walls of the stronghold sat at the edge of the rocky drop, overlooking slopes that rose from the valleys. Some parts of the edge and the slopes were covered with brush or woodland, making the perimeter uneven and difficult to assault. Except by the eastern approach, hunger would be the main force that could push the defenders out. They had water. What they lacked was time. For Caesar, the siege became a race between engineering and the arrival of the relief army. He worked with relentless precision. The soil in places was rough and stony, more difficult than open farmland. The surrounding terrain was harsher than it appears today. At the same time, the defenders launched frequent raids to harass workers and disrupt construction. Light troops had to guard the labourers constantly. This was not passive digging. It was digging under threat. The Roman works were built in layers. In the most dangerous sector, a massive trench was dug first, deep and wide, with steep sides placed well in front of the main defences. Its purpose was to prevent sudden rushes while the main line took shape, and to keep attackers far enough away that missiles thrown from the town could not easily reach the core construction. Behind that came additional ditches. One section was designed so it could be filled with water from a nearby stream, turning the ground into a barrier that could not be crossed quickly. Another ditch ran alongside it, dry but equally imposing. Farther out, the earth thrown up from digging became a rampart and a wall, high enough to force attackers to climb under fire. Towers were built at regular intervals along the line, creating overlapping fields of attack. On top, wooden barriers and sharpened stakes were arranged so that climbing would be slowed and men would be exposed longer. Over a front that stretched for miles, the scale of this was enormous. The same men who fought with sword and javelin now moved earth and timber as if they were born to it. The strain on the army was constant. Men had to build and also forage for food. A long defensive ring consumes manpower, and the longer the ring, the thinner the defenders. Caesar needed the fortifications to be so strong that fewer men could hold them, freeing troops for emergencies and preventing the army from being trapped by the force that was certain to come. So he added a final layer of obstacles, designed not to look impressive but to wound, confuse and break the rhythm of any assault. Rows of shallow trenches were dug in front, set close together with sharpened branches sunk into them and interwoven so that movement through them became slow and painful. Beyond that were lines of concealed pits arranged in a staggered pattern, each one hiding a hardened stake at the bottom and covered so that men would fall without warning. In front of those were heavy stakes driven into the ground, some fitted with iron points or hooks, forming a field that punished anyone trying to charge. These were not decorative defences. They were practical machines built to turn darkness and panic against the attacker. But Caesar's plan did not stop with sealing Alesia in. A second ring of fortifications was begun facing outward. It was designed to withstand the relief army that everyone knew was coming. The outer line followed the same logic. It ran where the ground allowed, paused where cliffs made works unnecessary, then resumed across plateaus and slopes. The lengths recorded in Caesar's own account would later match the lines traced in the earth. Whatever debate exists about ancient narratives in general, the physical remains at Alesia show that this was not exaggeration. It was real labour, real distance, real engineering carried out under wartime pressure. In about 40 days, the double ring was largely complete. The army then stocked food to reduce the danger of constant foraging and to prepare for the moment when the besiegers themselves might become besieged. Everything was now set for the next phase. Endurance against time and numbers. The cavalry that escaped from Alesia did its work. Across Gaul, leaders gathered, argued and committed forces. A massive levy was ordered, large enough to feel unstoppable in a world where strength was often measured by sheer headcount. Even peoples who had benefited from Roman favour swung toward the national cause. Command was assigned to several prominent leaders, and a council representing many tribes supported them. The relief army assembled and marched toward Alesia, convinced that the Romans could not withstand so vast a host, especially with attacks coming both from outside and from within the fortress. Inside Alesia, the weeks had already taken their toll. The initial food estimate was proving too optimistic. Starvation loomed. Desperate ideas surfaced, including brutal proposals for survival. But the defenders eventually chose another option: to push the non-combatant population out of the stronghold. The people were driven toward the Roman lines in hopes that the besiegers would take them in, even as captives. Caesar refused. The Romans would not accept them, and the displaced were forced back toward the walls, trapped between both armies, suffering in the open. When the relief army finally arrived, it camped on heights to the southwest, within close range of the Roman lines. The very next day, its cavalry poured into the great western plain, with infantry posted on the slopes behind to support them. From Alesia's plateau, the entire movement could be seen. In response, Vercingetorix brought his own troops outside the walls, ready to strike in coordination. The defenders had prepared bundles of brush and hurdles meant to fill ditches and smother the obstacles. The first serious attempt began with forward movement toward the trenches, and for a moment it looked as though the fight might become a full infantry engagement. Caesar answered by throwing in his allied cavalry, including Germans, and the relief army responded with cavalry, reinforced by light troops, who could throw missiles and help stabilize the line. The fighting intensified, filled with shouting from below and answering cries from the plateau above. It lasted for hours, from midday into evening. Yet even with all the noise and motion, the main infantry bodies did not fully commit. It remained largely a cavalry struggle supported by archers and slingers. Late in the day, when Caesar's cavalry was close to breaking, the German riders regrouped and charged again with concentrated force. They drove the relief cavalry back and pursued hard, cutting down the supporting missile troops who could not escape as quickly. The defenders in Alesia pulled back in frustration. There had been no true breach of the Roman lines. The first effort had failed. A second assault came 2 nights later, this time planned for darkness. The relief army had prepared more hurdles, brought ladders and hooks, and chose midnight to strike the western sector suddenly. The roar of the attack woke the plateau. Vercingetorix ordered his own men out at once to support the effort from inside. In the dark, the Gauls worked to fill pits and trenches while covering their movement with arrows and slingstones. The Romans were ready. Reinforcements were pulled from safer points and rushed to the threatened area. Roman commanders moved troops where the pressure was hottest. Missiles answered missiles. Stones were hurled down, arrows shot back, and the defenders used heavy spear-like projectiles from the ramparts at close range with brutal effect. Night fighting distorted everything. Shields meant less, when visibility was low, and the confusion of obstacles was often deadlier than the enemy's weapons. As attackers pressed closer, more of them fell into concealed pits and tangled fields, and the momentum of the assault began to break. The same darkness that protected them also betrayed them, turning coordination into chaos. By dawn, fatigue and casualties were mounting. Fear spread that Roman forces on the southern hills might strike an exposed flank. The relief army began to withdraw. Inside, the defenders also found the obstacles crushingly slow. Much of the night had been spent trying to cross the massive forward trench, and progress beyond it had been limited. When daylight made the failure obvious, Vercingetorix ordered the retreat as well. The second attempt, louder and better prepared than the first, had still failed to crack the ring. The siege tightened, and time continued to drain away on the plateau above. After 2 failed attacks on the siege lines at Alesia, the Gallic coalition began to feel the pressure in a new way. These were not full-scale assaults in the sense of committing every man, yet they had cost lives and confidence. The commanders on the outside understood that morale could not absorb repeated disappointment forever. If the next attempt failed, the relief army might start to fracture, and the men might drift from determination into resignation. So the leaders agreed on one last, decisive effort, and they approached it like a problem to be solved, rather than a charge to be repeated. Commius argued that the only path left was to crack a weak point in the Roman defences. Scouts and messengers were sent out to study the perimeter. Country people were questioned about where the works were strongest, where they were thinner, which units held which sections, and what kinds of obstacles had been built at each stretch. The coalition needed a place where numbers could matter and where the Roman system could be overwhelmed before reserves arrived. One area stood out. On the northwest side of Alesia rose a hill too broad to be neatly wrapped into the outer line of fortifications. The Romans had been forced to run their defences lower, at the foot of the slope, on less commanding ground. 2 legions held this sector, camped on the steep hillside under the command of 2 senior officers. For the Gallic leadership, this looked like the hinge of the whole ring. If a breach could be opened there, the siege would collapse in moments. A force of 60,000 was selected for the main blow. These men were drawn from tribes with the strongest reputations for fighting, and they were placed under a single commander, Vercassivelaunus. The movement was carried out at night. The column took a long, looping route to avoid detection and arrived near the chosen hill before daylight, concealed on the far slope where Roman patrols could not easily see them. They rested there, fed, ready, waiting for the signal. At noon, the attack began. Vercassivelaunus formed his men and drove them forward with speed, pushing aside any small outposts that covered the approaches. They came down onto the northwest camp with the weight of a coordinated assault, not a skirmish. At the same time, another part of the plan unfolded on the western plain. Gallic cavalry surged forward in a loud, aggressive demonstration, with infantry stepping up behind them, creating the appearance of a broad attack along the most visible front. This was meant to fix Roman attention and make it harder for Caesar to guess where the true danger lay. Inside Alesia, Vercingetorix saw what was happening almost immediately. He had been watching for the relief army's next move day after day, and he understood that this was the moment he had been waiting for. The gates opened and his forces poured out, with equipment prepared in advance for a storming attempt. Ladders, hooks, and protective covers for men working close to the walls. The attack from within struck opposite the main effort outside, slightly offset so that pressure would fall on the same general sector from both directions. In effect, Caesar now faced a crisis that every besieger fears: simultaneous assaults from outside and inside, aimed at the same vulnerable line. For Caesar, the difficulty was not only the violence of the assault, but the uncertainty of the whole field. His troops were spread around a very long perimeter. No one could be sure that the northwest strike was the only one, or that another mass would not appear elsewhere. With such huge Gallic numbers present, it would have been reasonable to expect multiple heavy attacks. The Roman line was strong, but strength on paper becomes fragile when defenders are thin and must respond to threats in several places at once. The fight hit like a storm. The Gauls pressed against every section that looked weaker, probing for gaps and climbing points, throwing missiles, filling ditches, forcing the defenders to spend their strength and their ammunition. They fought with the intensity of men who believed they were at the edge of national survival. The Romans, equally aware of what failure would mean, fought with the grim focus of soldiers who understood there was no safe retreat behind them. Caesar managed the crisis from elevated observation points that allowed him to see different parts of the ring. From one of these vantage places, he directed reinforcements, sending cohorts toward the hardest pressure and warning other sectors to hold. The battle became a test of movement and timing as much as courage. Units were shifted from quieter stretches of the line, and messengers ran constantly. The aim was to keep any one point from collapsing before help arrived. The northwest sector carried the heaviest burden. There, the attackers held higher ground and could throw missiles down with greater effect. The best fighters had been concentrated there, and the relief army could rotate men in and out, keeping fresh bodies in the front line. They built up the assault methodically, pushing earth and material toward the walls, raising the ground to reach the Roman height, and using protective formations to approach under fire. Over time, the defenders began to run short of missiles. The fight had lasted for hours. The pressure did not ease. Seeing the danger, Caesar ordered Labienus to bring several cohorts from another camp to the northwest, and to be prepared, if necessary, to break out with a sword attack rather than remain pinned to the wall. Caesar then moved toward the western plain to steady the troops there. because the cavalry demonstration was still loud and distracting, and it was important that no part of the Roman line began to panic. While attention was being pulled northwest, the defenders inside Alesia shifted their effort. Their first push had stalled, so they struck again at a different spot where the defences were steeper but less heavily guarded. Under a heavy storm of missiles and with tools used at close range, they managed to drive defenders back from a section of the works, rip down protective coverings, and begin filling ditches. This was exactly the kind of sudden local success that could trigger collapse if it spread. Caesar responded with rapid reinforcement. Brutus was sent with several cohorts to the threatened point. When that did not stabilize the line, Fabius followed with more. Even that was not enough at first. Caesar then moved there personally to restore the defense. At close range, leadership mattered. The presence of the commander could steady frightened men, force order back into confusion, and turn a retreat into a stand. After hard fighting, the attack from within was finally checked and driven off, but the wider danger remained because the northwest struggle was still reaching a breaking point. At the northwest camp, Labienus could not fully stop the pressure. Caesar made a decisive choice. Cavalry was sent out beyond the fortifications on a wide circuit, ordered to emerge from the northern ravines and climb along the hills so it could strike the Gallic assault force from behind. This was not a simple charge across open ground. It was an attempt to appear where the enemy did not expect a threat, to create shock and confusion in the packed mass pressing the walls. As soon as the internal assault had been pushed back, Caesar gathered a small striking group of cohorts and mounted troops and hurried toward the northwest to support Labienus. By that time, Labienus had already pulled additional units from strong points that could spare them. The defence had become a patchwork of borrowed strength, a line held together by constant movement and the ability to judge where the collapse would happen first. The Gallic reserves, for reasons that are still debated, did not all surge forward at the same moment. That hesitation mattered. If the entire mass had pressed at once while the Romans were stretched thin, the line might have broken. Instead, the fight remained violent but uneven, with intense pressure at the main point and large bodies still waiting behind. When Caesar arrived at the northwest sector, the troops could see him clearly. He wore the commander's cloak over his armour, a signal that the man giving orders was also willing to share the danger at the point of greatest risk. That sight lifted the defenders. Under his eye, men who were exhausted and nearly out of missiles shifted to close combat with renewed aggression. The defenders began to push forward rather than merely hold. The cavalry sent on the long circuit now appeared behind the attackers. German horsemen led the strike, and the sudden impact into the rear of the Gallic mass changed everything. A loud shout rolled across the line, and the Roman infantry surged at the same moment. The attackers, pressed from the front and hit from behind, lost cohesion. Once the mass broke, it became a flight rather than an organised withdrawal. Cavalry cut down men as they ran. Leaders fell. Some were killed where they stood. Others were captured and standards were taken in quantity. Inside Alesia, the defenders saw the outside force collapsing and understood what it meant. The relief army was no longer forcing the siege open. Caesar could now turn his full attention back toward the plateau. Vercingetorix's men withdrew rapidly and retreated into the fortress in despair. Outside, the panic spread even to those who had not fought. Retreat became rout. Men scattered into woods and valleys, seeking any path home. If the Roman cavalry had been fresh and numerous enough, the slaughter might have been far worse. Even so, many were killed, and the coalition army dissolved. With the relief effort shattered, the situation inside Alesia became hopeless. the leadership in the fortress could no longer pretend that rescue would arrive. The fighting had been their final throw, and it had failed. Vercingetorix offered himself up to his own people as the price of ending the catastrophe. Envoys went to Caesar. The terms were not negotiable. Weapons were surrendered, leaders were demanded. Ancient sources later described a dramatic scene. Vercingetorix emerged, wearing his finest armour, rode out on horseback, circled Caesar where he sat, then dismounted, removed his arms, and remained silent at Caesar's feet until he was led away. Whatever the exact choreography, the meaning was clear. The war's central figure had accepted defeat publicly, turning the end of the siege into a political ritual as much as a military outcome. Afterward, the Romans separated prisoners by usefulness. Certain captives from major tribes were held back as leverage intended to help stabilize regions that had been wavering. Most others were distributed as battlefield spoils, a standard practice of Roman war that ensured the army felt materially rewarded for long hardship. Traders followed armies for exactly this reason. After a victory, they arrived quickly, buying captives and goods at low prices, turning the aftermath of war into commerce. Alesia was remembered because it displayed several forms of Roman power at once. The engineering was extraordinary, the discipline held under pressure, and the ability to move reserves along a long perimeter decided the day. At the same time, it exposed a weakness in the Gallic coalition. Numbers alone could not replace coordination, and divided action wasted strength. Once the siege ended, Gaul never again rose in a single national wave. Resistance continued in pockets, but the moment of unified revolt had passed. Caesar moved back toward Allied territory and restored control without much difficulty. Major tribes that had supported the rebellion hurried to submit and provide hostages. Many prisoners were released to rebuild relationships where useful, a calculated blend of severity and reconciliation. With the campaigning season closing, the army was then spread out into winter quarters across multiple regions. Each detachment placed to discourage fresh uprisings and to secure supply routes. Caesar fixed his headquarters at Bibracte, while senior commanders took legions to key tribal territories and river lines where grain and movement could be controlled. Even after such a decisive year, the end was not immediate peace. The Gallic leaders had learned that a single grand uprising could be crushed, but they also understood that scattered, simultaneous resistance could stretch Roman control thin. That realization shaped what followed. Instead of one giant war effort, smaller revolts began to form in different places, aimed at forcing Caesar to chase fires across a wide landscape. Caesar reacted quickly, launching winter operations, striking before alliances could fully harden, and using speed as a weapon. In early moves, forces were concentrated against the Bituriges. The aim was not only to win a fight, but to prevent a region from becoming the centre of a broader coalition. The approach was rapid and controlled. Prisoners were taken, but wide destruction was avoided, partly to preserve supplies and partly to prevent panic from spreading into neighbouring territories. Shortly after, pressure shifted toward the Carnutes, around Genabum. There, the fighting was less about pitched battles and more about pursuing scattered groups, using cavalry and allied troops to disrupt any attempt to gather strength. The next major concern rose in the north, where the Bellovaci and neighbouring peoples gathered in a strong position in difficult terrain. Marshes and forests protected their camp, and their leaders planned to fight only if they could isolate small Roman forces. Caesar tried to exploit that mindset by creating the appearance of a smaller army, adjusting the march order so the enemy would misread the number of legions present. He then established a fortified camp on high ground opposite their position, building defences strong enough to protect foragers and to bait the enemy into attacking prepared works rather than dragging the Romans into the marsh. Skirmishing followed, especially around crossings and foraging parties. The Bellovaci gained confidence after small successes and reinforcements from German riders. Caesar called up additional legions to ensure that the enemy position could be contained and pressured, rather than assaulted recklessly. When reinforcements arrived, the balance shifted. The Bellovaci attempted to withdraw by night, moving baggage and non-combatants first, and using a rearguard posture to hide the retreat. Caesar advanced carefully, wary of ambush, and the enemy escaped through a clever trick, setting fire to material to create smoke cover and confusion. The struggle continued as a war of traps and counter-traps. The Bellovaci relied on ambushes against Roman foragers, hoping to drain the invader through attrition. Caesar responded by accompanying foraging columns with heavier protection and choosing moments when the enemy would expose their best fighters. In one such encounter, an ambush was turned back on its makers. The attackers were trapped against a river line and destroyed, including their chief. That loss broke the remaining will to resist, and peace was sought. Some leaders escaped into German territory, but the region as a whole fell back under Roman control. By this stage, another problem was emerging, not only revolt, but movement. Some communities began to consider migration as a way to escape Roman domination. Caesar worked to prevent that by distributing his forces across multiple regions, keeping pressure everywhere and denying space for new concentrations. Some detachments were sent to troubled southern areas, others to guard provinces and mountain approaches. Caesar kept a core force under direct control for rapid reaction and moved toward regions where dangerous leaders still had influence. The final parts of this period included harsh actions in certain territories, justified in Roman terms as denying refuge and support to persistent enemies. Even in ancient narratives, these measures stand out for their severity. They also show the darker side of a campaign that elsewhere balanced force with negotiated submission. From there, trusted commanders were dispatched again to overawe frontier tribes, keeping the wider map quiet while Caesar's control hardened into permanent rule. It is striking how rarely the Gallic War narrative names a specific legion. Most of the time, the units remain anonymous, and only later hints allow a careful reader to guess who was where. Even then, certainty is not always possible. Commanders rotated, detachments were reshuffled, and the story often treats the army as a single instrument rather than a set of clearly labelled parts. One formation does stand out more than the rest: the 10th. It appears again and again, not because the sources routinely list legion numbers, but because Caesar himself repeatedly singled it out as a trusted tool, often placing it where he intended to exert personal control. By the spring of 51 BCE, the great coalition that had once rallied around Alesia was broken. Yet the countryside was not fully calm. The remaining danger came less from grand tribal armies and more from drifting bands of armed men, runaway slaves, raiders, veterans of failed revolts, who moved through the provinces like sparks looking for dry ground. Two leaders, Draps and Lucterius, gathered such a force and headed south, aiming for safety or opportunity beyond the reach of Roman pressure. Their march drew Roman attention because small groups like this could reignite unrest if they reached sympathetic regions. At the same time, another crisis was unfolding in Western Gaul. A friendly allied leader, Dyrrachium, found himself trapped inside a city under siege by Dumnacus of the Andes. The Roman commander, Caninius, marched from winter quarters with 2 legions to break the siege, but the enemy presence was heavier than expected. Rather than gamble on a costly assault, he chose a strong position nearby and built a camp, that could not be easily stormed. The attackers tried to take it anyway and were thrown back with losses. The siege force then learned that Roman reinforcements were approaching under Fabius, and that news alone changed everything. The besiegers lifted the blockade and withdrew beyond the Loire, trying to slip away before the situation turned into a trap. Fabius caught them on the move near a river crossing and punished the rear of the column hard, taking plunder and inflicting damage that carried a clear message. The next day, Roman cavalry pressed the pursuit too aggressively and stretched too far ahead of the infantry. The retreating enemy turned, reinforced their horse with foot soldiers, and suddenly the pursuers found themselves in a dangerous fight, worn out and close to being overwhelmed. The arrival of the legions reversed the danger. The enemy line broke, the retreat turned into a rout, and the fleeing force lost men in large numbers. Their baggage train was taken, stripping them not only of supplies, but of momentum and morale. The Andes region, deprived of its fighters and war material, fell quiet. That success cleared the way for a new assignment. A smaller but more unpredictable enemy body, about 5,000 men made up of raiders and desperate fugitives, was moving toward the province under Draps and Lucterius. They were not a national army, but they were mobile, violent, and willing to gamble on sudden attacks. Caninius was ordered to intercept them. Fabius went north to steady regions that had recently been restless, while the raiders, realizing they could not safely push into the province against disciplined legions, halted among the Cadorci and seized a fortress called Uxellodunum. Uxellodunum was chosen because it looked like the kind of place that could delay any pursuer. It stood high above the surrounding land on a rocky plateau with steep faces that discouraged assault. Access was difficult, and the defenders did not need elaborate walls to feel protected. Caninius pursued quickly, took the surrounding heights and began to build siege lines. Camps were positioned on nearby high ground so that Roman forces could watch approaches and block exits. One camp required heavier fortification because it lay near a route that could be used for sudden sorties. Others, protected by terrain, needed less work. The defenders understood what starvation had done at Alesia and decided they would not allow that pattern to repeat. Most of their men were sent out to gather grain and build a supply depot at a distance, while the garrison inside the fortress staged frequent attacks to create the illusion of greater numbers and to disrupt Roman construction. The plan depended on bringing food in gradually, at night, in small convoys along hidden paths. It failed because Roman outposts listened as carefully as they watched. One night, a supply train moved along a steep, wooded route, the sounds of animals and load gear carrying through the dark. Caninius struck quickly and captured the entire convoy. Lucterius, separated from the main body, could not reconnect with Draps. Draps, waiting at the supply point, did not yet understand the scale of the disaster and assumed the grain had reached the fortress. Caninius then shifted from blocking tactics to destruction. One legion remained behind to hold the camps and siege works. With the other legion and cavalry, he moved on the supply depot itself, seized the surrounding heights and closed the trap. The raiders had placed themselves in low ground, with hills dominating them. The Roman attack dismantled the entire foraging party. Draps was captured. The siege lines were completed, and soon Fabius arrived, bringing additional strength and allowing the encirclement to be held with confidence. The fortress was now isolated, and the raiders inside could no longer rely on outside movement. Caesar was not present at the opening of this operation. He had been moving through Gaul, tightening control, rewarding cooperation, and punishing open defiance where he judged it necessary. In one notable case, a figure blamed for recent rebellion among the Carnutes was executed after soldiers demanded an example. Actions like this were designed to prevent entire communities from believing rebellion carried no cost, while also avoiding collective punishment that might drive neutral groups into resistance. When reports from Caninius made clear that Uxellodunum had become a symbol as well as a problem, Caesar moved fast. He left a subordinate with 2 legions to follow by regular marches and rode ahead with cavalry. The logic was political as much as military. Local groups knew Caesar's term in Gaul was nearing its end. If a stubborn fortress could hold out, others might interpret it as proof that time was on the rebels' side. Caesar wanted the opposite lesson to spread. Resistance, even in the strongest terrain, would be crushed quickly and decisively. On arrival, Caesar assessed the situation and saw that food was not the decisive lever. The defenders had grain. Water was the weakness. A stream ran below the western cliffs, through a narrow ravine. It could not be diverted easily, and the terrain made a direct blockade difficult. Instead, Caesar turned the ravine into a killing zone. Archers, slingers, and siege engines were placed to cover the approach routes, so that collecting water became an act of calculated risk. Over time, repeated casualties forced the defenders to rely on a single safer point. That point was a spring rising between the fortress and the stream, close enough to the walls to be protected by defenders, yet exposed enough to be threatened by persistent pressure. Caesar pushed siege shelters forward and raised a mound toward the spring. A laborious job carried out under constant fighting. The defenders resisted with skirmishes and missile storms, and Roman casualties mounted. But the works continued to crawl forward. Caesar then added a second, quieter method: mining. A tunnel was driven through rock toward the source of the spring. The aim wasn't to break into the fortress, but to reach the water channel itself, tap it, and steal it. As the mound rose, a high tower was built on top, turning the area around the spring into a deadly funnel. Any defender approaching with a water vessel became a target from above. The tower could not batter the fortress walls from that distance, but it did not need to. Its job was to make the spring unusable. Thirst began to do what weapons could not. Animals died first. Then the strain spread through the garrison and civilians. Still, the defenders attempted one last violent escape from the trap. They gathered flammable materials and rolled burning barrels down onto the Roman works, trying to set the mound and shelters ablaze while launching a sortie to push defenders away from the fire. The moment was dangerous. Carefully built siege structures can be undone quickly by flame and panic. Caesar answered with misdirection. A coordinated show of pressure was ordered from multiple sides, creating the impression of a general assault on the fortress. The defenders, uncertain where the real breach might come, pulled back inside to guard the walls rather than stay outside fighting near the burning works. That hesitation gave Roman soldiers time to fight the fire, stabilize the line, and even push the siege position forward once the flames were controlled. Then the mine achieved its purpose. The tunnel reached the water source and diverted the flow. To those inside, the spring did not merely become dangerous, it began to vanish. They had assumed it could not be touched. When it failed, the effect was psychological as well as practical. The defenders interpreted it as something beyond ordinary human reach, and combined with thirst, it broke the last resolve. Uxellodunum surrendered. Caesar's response was harsh and calculated. The leaders had already been taken. For the fighters, a visible punishment was applied. Mutilation designed to warn future rebels that continued resistance would leave permanent marks, even if life was spared. One of the captured chiefs chose starvation over whatever he expected next. The event became a final, brutal punctuation mark at the end of the Gallic resistance. with major organised opposition extinguished. The rest of the year was spent in motion rather than battle. Gaul was not treated as a conquered battlefield anymore, but as a territory that needed to be held together politically. Caesar moved through regions accepting submissions, settling disputes, and stabilizing relationships. Legions were distributed across the map for winter so that no zone felt empty of Roman presence. Several were placed among the Belgi, others among the Aedui, others positioned near coastal peoples and near the old centres of revolt. The point was deterrence and response speed, not conquest. By this stage, only a few dangerous figures remained at large. Some drifted into raiding and exile, and later traditions claimed that at least one found refuge across the sea. For most communities, the question was no longer whether Rome could be expelled, but how to survive under Roman control without being crushed again. Caesar's policy in the final phase aimed at lowering the temperature. He reduced the causes that could trigger revolt, rewarded cooperative elites, and avoided introducing new burdens that might feel like fresh humiliation after years of war. The country had been drained by repeated defeats, and that exhaustion itself became a tool of control. Stability could be purchased by restraint because the alternative, another round of destruction, was something many communities could no longer afford. With spring opening, Caesar turned his attention back toward Italy. He travelled through towns, reaffirmed loyalties, then returned north for a grand review of the army. It was a deliberate display. Disciplined formations. Veteran units hardened by years of marching and engineering. Soldiers who could build siege works as readily as they could fight. After that, Caesar positioned himself near the political centre of gravity, moving to Ravenna as events in Italy began to matter as much as anything across the Alps. The campaigns in Gaul, taken as a whole, show a transformation that is easy to miss when only the great set pieces are remembered. Caesar did not begin as an unmatched commander. He learned through risk, error, adaptation, and relentless practice. The legions did the same. They entered the war as mixed-quality forces drawn from a society that often struggled to maintain discipline. They ended it as veteran formations whose confidence had been forged in marches, sieges, ambushes, and sudden reversals. Their most defining trait was not perfect order in camp life, but a kind of combat discipline, an ability to hold a line under pressure, recover from shocks, and strike at the decisive moment. Gaul, meanwhile, produced opponents who cannot be dismissed as merely brave. Several leaders showed real strategic insight and political talent. They were defeated not because courage was absent, but because unity and sustained coordination were difficult to maintain across many independent peoples. Roman organization, engineering, and leadership exploited every hesitation and every division. The result was not only a military conquest, but a political shift. After years of resistance, the country did not rise again on the same scale. Local conflicts continued and remote corners remained difficult to manage, but the era of mass national revolt ended. When Caesar received command in Gaul, his legal authority was narrow. His mandate allowed him to defend the exposed frontiers of the existing Roman province and little more. Previous governors had remained within these limits, and there was no formal expectation that the office would become a tool of expansion. By this period, certain principles resembling international norms had begun to exist, but they carried little weight when confronted by raw power. Rome rarely acknowledged meaningful rights among non-Roman peoples, and this was especially true of the Gauls, whose earlier invasions had once brought the Republic close to destruction. The political environment of Rome itself was unstable and competitive. Power was personal, ambition was unchecked, and few leading men acted for anything beyond their own advancement. Caesar emerged from this system fully shaped by it, His education and political upbringing had taught him to bend circumstance toward personal ambition, rather than submit to restraint. He did not act as an isolated individual, but as the representative of a powerful faction, and the success of that faction depended entirely on his own achievements. For him, war meant command. Command meant an army, and an army was the most direct instrument for acquiring influence at Rome. At the time he entered Gaul, Pompey still stood as the dominant figure within the ruling alliance. That balance was never going to last. Caesar quickly understood that lasting authority required exclusive control. Without major military success, he could gain neither reputation nor leverage, and without those, survival in Roman politics was uncertain. Conquest was not a diversion, but a necessity. To remove the Gallic threat permanently would elevate its conqueror above all rivals, since the Gauls had long been Rome's most feared enemy. The destruction of that danger promised unmatched prestige. Fortune favoured Caesar early. Almost immediately, the Helvetian migration erupted, creating a crisis that allowed him to act beyond his original brief. Each subsequent development followed naturally. After the Helveti were defeated, allied tribes appealed for protection against German forces. Caesar could plausibly claim that he was defending Roman allies and provincial security. This justification fit Roman tradition well. Rome had always aided its allies when advantage followed. Caesar followed the same logic, and Gaul expressed gratitude for liberation without anticipating subjugation. The campaign against the northern tribes required more careful explanation. Expanding operations into Belgic territory stretched legal arguments thin, but Caesar framed the move as preventive defense. Any large tribal concentration, even if not overtly hostile, could threaten the province. This reasoning later carried him across the Rhine and into Britain. The moral justification is debatable, yet the pattern is familiar even in later centuries. The essential point is consistency. Caesar maintained a coherent rationale for expansion and articulated it convincingly. Publicly, he made legality appear to follow success. Privately, every victory hardened an army loyal to him alone, giving him the power to dominate Roman politics. This approach does not separate Caesar from his contemporaries. Roman public virtue had long since eroded. Advancement demanded self-interest, and restraint was often fatal. Caesar cannot be praised as a model of civic idealism, nor fairly condemned for ambition alone. Rome itself required a figure capable of imposing order on its trajectory. In that sense, Caesar fulfilled a historical role, much as later ages would rely on similarly driven individuals. His contribution lay not in moral purity, but in effectiveness. As a military leader, criticism narrows sharply. Strategic judgment, operational clarity, and relentless energy define his conduct. Errors occurred, but they served as lessons rather than liabilities. Generosity appeared at times, but so did cruelty, often excessive and unnecessary. Though certain customs resembling laws of war existed, Caesar ignored them whenever they conflicted with his aims. Politically, this weakens his image. Militarily, it clarifies his intent. In Gaul, Caesar's policy balanced conciliation and destruction. Some tribes were rewarded, others crushed. Supplies were secured even as enemy resources were denied. Social divisions were exploited deliberately. With millions of inhabitants opposing a relatively small professional force, no other method was available. From a strategic perspective, this approach was unavoidable, and within that context it was executed skillfully. The geographical structure of Gaul favoured a commander who understood central positioning. The Roman province formed a forward projection into hostile territory. Allied peoples lived along its flanks, while unstable groups threatened from the east. Caesar recognized the advantage immediately. His early campaign secured the eastern flank, making further advance safe. Natural barriers such as rivers and mountain ranges reduced exposure, provided neighboring tribes were friendly. Caesar invested heavily in ensuring that they were. From these secured positions, he advanced northward along major river corridors, using them as protected lines of movement. Once established, this central axis allowed safe operations outward in multiple directions. Fortified camps reinforced alliances and anchored movement. Control of key river crossings and valleys ensured logistical security. When Belgic territory fell, western and coastal operations became possible. Southern campaigns followed naturally. This was central maneuver in its purest form. The most dangerous moment came when allies controlling these lines wavered. Once stability returned, campaigns became isolated problems, rather than existential threats. Caesar could concentrate force where needed and shift rapidly when required. From early defensive operations, his conduct evolved into a constant offensive posture. Even when claiming injury or provocation, action remained aggressive. Temporary defensive pauses served only to restore momentum. Caesar preferred campaigning in favourable seasons, but demonstrated readiness for winter operations when necessary. Discipline was maintained through constant labour. Panic, such as that experienced early in Gaul, became a teaching tool. Adaptability defined leadership. Information gathering was relentless. Scouts, local allies, defectors, and spies fed intelligence. When information failed, Caesar forced clarity through movement. His expeditions beyond Gaul served as reconnaissance as much as conquest, though the risks taken were considerable. Numerical inferiority was common but not crippling. Caesar's strength lay in cohesion, morale, and speed. Allied troops were used selectively. Cavalry remained largely non-Roman. Forces were concentrated whenever possible, division being temporary and deliberate. Enemies were struck before they could unite. Movement compensated for numbers. Objectives were chosen carefully. Sometimes the goal was terrain, often the enemy army itself. Key towns and crossings mattered because they opened routes and denied enemy mobility. Camps were placed to protect communication and threaten supply lines. Bases were layered and reinforced. After hard lessons, caution increased, but boldness never disappeared. Caesar sought to fragment opposition. Diversions were frequent and effective. Enemies were misled about intentions, positions, and strength. Speed replaced secrecy. Care for soldiers existed alongside demands for extreme effort. Logistics were prioritized. Supplies were secured through alliances, tribute, and planning. Camps functioned as mobile fortresses, stabilizing morale and preserving combat power. Winter quarters were placed with political effect in mind. Tribes were accustomed to Roman presence gradually. Distribution of legions balanced deterrence and sustainability. Overextension produced disaster once and was not repeated. Setbacks triggered renewed energy rather than hesitation. Ancient warfare differs in form, not in principle. Caesar's campaigns reveal fundamentals recognizable in modern command. Study of such operations sharpens understanding of leadership, decision-making, and adaptation. The Roman army under Caesar was no longer a civic militia. It was a professional instrument shaped by its commander. Organization evolved, formation simplified, cohesion increased. The legion functioned through cohorts as its primary maneuver element. Traditional distinctions faded. Numbers varied, strength fluctuated, and structure adapted to conditions. Deployment allowed flexibility between dense movement and open fighting order. Command roles blurred between political and military authority. Officers were not always professionals, but discipline compensated. Baggage was minimized. Soldiers carried heavy personal loads. Camps were constructed daily. Engineers played a central role. Scouts screened movement. Veteran volunteers formed trusted inner circles. Everything served mobility and control. Caesar's army succeeded not because its men were inherently superior, but because leadership molded them. Discipline in battle surpassed rigidity in regulation. Confidence grew from repeated success under pressure. Opponents were capable and determined. Defeat came not from weakness, but from fragmentation. Gaul was ultimately subdued. Resistance lingered only in scattered forms. The transformation that followed reshaped the region permanently. Whatever judgment is made of Caesar's motives, the result was decisive. Order replaced instability. Power consolidated. History moved forward, carried by an army forged through ambition, endurance, and command. The men who served in Caesar's legions were not highly paid by later standards. Each soldier received an annual wage of 225 denarii, roughly equivalent to the income of an ordinary labourer. From this sum, deductions were made for food and clothing. What made service attractive was not the base pay, but the additional rewards. Loot taken in war, special distributions granted by the commander, and occasional bonuses could multiply a soldier's earnings many times over. A legionary's basic ration consisted primarily of grain, measured monthly rather than daily, and this was almost certainly supplemented with meat and whatever vegetables or fruit could be obtained through foraging. In battle, the legion did not fight as a single mass. It was arranged in layers, usually 2, 3, or occasionally 4 lines deep. The most common formation placed the cohorts in 3 staggered lines, allowing movement forward and backward without confusion. The spacing between these units was not rigidly fixed. Earlier Roman armies had maintained wide gaps, but by Caesar's time, these spaces had largely disappeared in actual combat. While some separation remained for maneuver, battle conditions tended to compress the formation, bringing the men close together for mutual support. The depth of the legion gave it great weight without destroying its ability to move. Compared to earlier phalanxes, Roman formations placed fewer men across the front, but compensated with flexibility and endurance. A force of several legions, drawn up in this manner, could cover a wide frontage while still retaining strong reserves. Defensive arrangements differed according to circumstance. When holding fortifications or camps, a single line often sufficed, with reserves positioned behind gates or critical points. In open terrain and under threat of encirclement, the legion could form a compact square or a rounded defensive body, presenting shields and weapons outward on all sides. Such defensive shapes were not rigid geometric figures. Terrain, pressure, and urgency shaped them. The objective was simple: prevent collapse, protect the baggage and wounded, and survive until relief or opportunity arrived. Against overwhelming forces, cohesion mattered more than elegance. The legion was drilled to adapt quickly, shifting from line to square and back again when conditions demanded. The cavalry operated very differently. Organised in small squadrons, it relied on speed and manoeuvre rather than shock. These mounted troops were not Roman citizens, but allies recruited from Gaul and Germany. Their formations were looser, their discipline less uniform, and their effectiveness varied widely. In many cases, infantrymen were placed among the horsemen to stabilise them during combat, an ancient solution to a persistent problem. Cavalry was useful for scouting, screening, pursuit, and countering enemy horse, but it rarely decided battles on its own. movement was central to Roman warfare. A legion could rapidly shift from battle formation to marching order simply by turning to one side. In column, the troops followed one another in strict sequence, allowing the entire body to move through narrow roads, forests, and defiles. Depending on conditions, columns could be tightened or extended, compressed to pass obstacles or stretched out when terrain forced delays. The order of march changed regularly to distribute fatigue evenly among the units. When danger threatened, the army advanced with caution. The vanguard scouted ahead, probing the terrain and searching for signs of ambush. The main body followed, while a rear guard maintained order and protected against surprise. In hostile territory, baggage was concentrated and surrounded by troops, sometimes enclosed within marching squares, formed by the legions themselves. This arrangement allowed the army to move through enemy lands without exposing its most vulnerable elements. Daily marches were measured from camp to camp. A typical day covered 15 to 18 miles, usually completed before midday, to allow time for fortification. Rest days followed every few marches. Exceptional efforts were possible when urgency demanded, and Caesar's forces occasionally covered astonishing distances with minimal rest. Such feats required iron discipline and were not routine, but they demonstrated what trained troops could endure. By late season, only the far coastal marshlands in the northeast remained outside firm control. Their inhabitants avoided pitched battle and retreated into forests and wetlands, taking their goods with them and offering no towns to besiege. Caesar attempted to drive them out, cutting wide paths through woodland and building protective barriers from felled timber as the army advanced. The work was exhausting and slow, and storms began to close the campaign. With winter approaching, Caesar suspended the operation and placed his forces in winter quarters across more secure regions. At the opening of the year 55 BCE, a new crisis emerged along the northern frontier of Gaul. Several German groups, long displaced by the pressure of the Suebi, crossed the Rhine not far from its mouth. For 3 years they had wandered across the interior of Germany, searching for land. Now, driven by necessity, they forced their way westward, falling upon the territory of the Menapii with extreme violence. Entire districts were devastated, and the winter that followed was spent on Gallic soil. No one could be certain whether this movement marked a temporary raid or the beginning of a permanent settlement. These migrants belonged to the Usipetes and the Tencteri, peoples already hardened by years of displacement. Their original expulsion had come at the hands of the Suebi, a formidable confederation known for its austere lifestyle and military strength. The Suebi lived primarily on meat and dairy, hunted constantly, and rejected settled agriculture. Even in winter, they wore little more than animal skins and bathed openly in rivers. Their cavalry fought as both horsemen and infantry, dismounting at will, with horses trained to remain in place until recalled. Luxury was despised, wine forbidden, and discipline severe. Their territory stretched vast distances, with large tracts intentionally left, desolate as a defensive buffer. It was from this violent pressure that the Usipetes and Tencteri were forced westward. Their migration involved an immense population, numbering hundreds of thousands, including warriors, families, and herds. They crossed the Rhine near the modern lower river crossings, pushing inland toward the Meuse. Their advance was likely encouraged by certain Gallic groups, who hoped that German settlement might weaken Roman dominance. Caesar returned to his legions unusually early that spring, gathering them from winter quarters in northern Gaul. He recognized the scale of the danger at once. A hostile population of this size could not be ignored. Swift action was required before the situation hardened into a permanent threat. At a general assembly near Samarobriva, Caesar avoided openly accusing the Gallic tribes of complicity. Instead, he relied on persuasion, securing supplies, auxiliary troops, and a substantial cavalry force. By early May, the Roman army moved eastward through the heart of northern Gaul, advancing toward the Meuse. Reports indicated that the German host lay further ahead, spread across open ground near the river systems of the region. Before direct contact was made, German envoys arrived, seeking negotiation. They requested recognition of the lands they had already taken and proposed coexistence. Caesar rejected this outright. No German settlement west of the Rhine would be permitted. He suggested that territory might instead be found east of the river among the Ubii, who were themselves under pressure from the Suebi and had requested Roman assistance. The German envoys appeared to accept this proposal, but requested time to consult their leadership. Caesar refused delay. He suspected the negotiations were merely a tactic to gain time until German cavalry, then absent on raids, could return. Advancing cautiously, he soon encountered the enemy again. Further embassies repeated the same appeals for delay. Caesar consented only to a short movement forward to secure water for the army. What followed changed the course of events dramatically. As Roman cavalry advanced, they were suddenly attacked by a smaller German mounted force. The engagement ended in disorder, with Roman auxiliaries driven back and heavy losses inflicted. German tactics proved effective and aggressive, combining mounted shock with sudden dismounted assaults aimed directly at the horses. When the triumvirate first took control of Roman politics, Pompey was widely regarded as the dominant figure. Caesar and Crassus were seen, at least on the surface, as partners of lesser weight. The resources of the state were opened fully to Pompey, while Caesar received only what the law explicitly granted him. Pompey's authority had no fixed end. Caesar's command, though long, was clearly limited in time. Pompey remained in Rome, at the heart of power. Caesar was sent far from the capital to a distant and unstable province. Yet the arrangement soon exposed its weakness. The task entrusted to Pompey, the management of Rome itself, revealed his inability to control the city. Rival factions tore the capital apart. Armed gangs roamed openly, elections were bought or forced, and violence became routine. Rome descended into near anarchy, and Pompey proved incapable of restoring order. Street leaders acted without restraint, following their own ambitions. Authority dissolved. Pompey's prestige, once unquestioned, began to erode. He was gradually reduced to a figurehead, pulled in different directions by forces he could no longer command. At the same time, Caesar was winning victories in the north. His name was becoming synonymous with success, while Pompey's military reputation faded into memory. Losing control of the streets meant losing control of the assemblies, and without them, Pompey's political strength weakened. His failure to fulfill his role within the joint rule inevitably created distance between him and Caesar. The imbalance began to work against Caesar as well, since he was far from Rome and increasingly unable to influence events directly. Power was slipping, and neither man trusted the stability of the arrangement. In the spring of 56, the triumvirs met at Lucca. The gathering was immense. Hundreds of senators and leading figures attended. The provinces were redistributed once more, but the outcome revealed a shift. Pompey yielded a substantial share of influence to Caesar. The balance was changing. Meanwhile, the aristocratic factions regrouped. Opposition hardened, yet discipline was absent everywhere. Each powerful man acted independently. Caesar raised legions without authorization. Crassus launched his eastern campaign without restraint. Legal forms were observed only in appearance. Elections were decided by money or force. Armed clashes in the streets became so frequent that violence ceased to shock. This chaos culminated in the killing of Clodius, an event that finally stirred Pompey into action. For a brief moment, authority was reasserted, order partially restored, and Pompey assumed extraordinary power. Crassus, long the mediator between his two partners, leaned steadily toward Caesar. The redistribution of provinces offered him a chance to gain both glory and wealth through war in the east. Pompey's earlier diplomatic failures had opened the way. Crassus envisioned a campaign on the scale of Alexander's conquests and marched into Syria with vast ambition. Two invasion routes lay before him: through Armenia with allied support, or directly across the Mesopotamian desert. He chose the latter, trusting a local ruler whose advice proved disastrous. With 7 legions, cavalry, and missile troops, Crassus led nearly 50,000 men into open country. Poor reconnaissance led him directly into a trap near Carrhae. The Parthian commander understood the limits of Roman infantry and avoided direct engagement. Armenian cavalry was neutralized elsewhere. The Parthians fought entirely with horsemen, combining heavy armored lancers with mounted archers. On the open plains, mobility decided everything. Roman legions, invincible in close combat, found themselves powerless. The enemy chose when to fight and when to withdraw. Communications were cut. Water was scarce. The desert offered no shelter. Roman formations, dense and disciplined, became targets for relentless missile fire. The Parthians carried vast reserves of arrows on camels. Roman archers were ineffective. Attempts to counterattack failed. Crassus sent his son Publius forward with a selected force. The maneuver briefly disrupted the enemy, but it was a feint. Isolated, surrounded, and overwhelmed, the detachment was annihilated. Darkness alone saved what remained of the Roman army. Thousands of wounded were abandoned. Retreat followed retreat. Crassus was killed. The army ceased to exist. The defeat shocked the Roman world. With Crassus gone, the triumvirate collapsed. Caesar and Pompey stood alone, already estranged. The death of Julia, Caesar's daughter and Pompey's wife, severed the last personal bond. Pompey soon secured sole political authority and prepared for confrontation. Crassus's death removed the one man Caesar could rely on completely. At the same time, Gaul erupted under Vercingetorix. A recall of Caesar at that moment might have ended his career, but Pompey hesitated, as he always did. Caesar remained committed to the popular cause. Pompey drifted back toward the aristocracy. Alliances shifted. Caesar sought compromise, hoping to secure the consulship legally and maintain peace. Legal maneuvers blocked him. Orders were issued demanding the disbandment of his legions. Caesar proposed mutual disarmament. Pompey refused. As Caesar completed the pacification of Gaul, the Senate, manipulated by Pompey's supporters, moved toward open conflict. Tribunes opposing the measures were driven from Rome. They fled north to Caesar. That flight gave him legitimacy. War became unavoidable. Caesar acted decisively. One legion was summoned to Ravenna. Others remained far away in winter quarters. An ultimatum sent to Rome was rejected. The order came for unconditional surrender. Caesar refused. The Rubicon was crossed in mid-December. Civil war began. Caesar advanced rapidly. Town after town opened its gates. Pompeian commanders withdrew or defected. Soldiers preferred the proven victor. Caesar treated enemies with clemency, reinforcing his image as a restorer rather than a destroyer. Panic spread in Rome. Magistrates fled. Pompey abandoned the capital without securing defences or resources. Pompey attempted to regroup in southern Italy but delayed, delegated, and hesitated. Caesar pressed forward relentlessly. Forces opposing him dissolved. At Corfinium, Pompeian troops mutinied against their own commander and surrendered. Caesar spared all leaders and returned seized funds. This act of mercy transformed public opinion. Fear turned to support. Pompey retreated to Brundisium, preparing to leave Italy. Caesar pursued, hoping to trap him. Fortifications rose around the port. Engineering works pushed into the harbour. Floating barriers and towers challenged the fleet. Pompey responded skillfully, fortifying the city and masking his movements. Under cover of night, he embarked and escaped to Greece. Only a few ships were lost. Italy lay in Caesar's hands. In 60 days, without pitched battle, he controlled the peninsula. Pompey held vast resources abroad but had surrendered the political heart of the Republic. Caesar now bore new responsibilities. Garrisons were required. Grain supplies were vulnerable. The war expanded across the Mediterranean. Caesar reorganized rapidly. Sicily and Sardinia were secured without resistance. Africa became contested. Pompey gathered strength in the east. Caesar turned his attention westward, towards Spain, where Pompey's legions posed a direct threat. Pompey's strategy had failed. He had misjudged time, initiative, and popular sentiment. Caesar's success rested not on chance, but on speed, unity of command, and moral authority. One side held territory and tradition. The other held momentum. Pompey did not lack intelligence, but he never matched Caesar's speed of thought or his appetite for constant action. Even so, there was no iron law forcing him to abandon the Italian peninsula. With firmer nerve and even modest preparation, he could have stayed and made Caesar's advance far more dangerous. War is built on readiness, and Pompey had done almost nothing to get ready. His habits leaned toward delay, compromise, and letting events drift. If he had started recruiting early in Italy and the eastern provinces, if he had brought even part of his veteran force from Spain across to Italy in time, Caesar's chosen path could have been blocked so hard that the entire gamble might have failed. Even Pompey's personal appearance in Picenum could have changed everything. At his best, Pompey had a presence that drew men to him and steadied wavering allies. And if Rome itself felt too exposed to hold, he still had options. He could have anchored himself at a strong coastal position and used the sea as his shield, because the coastline was effectively under his fleet's control. From there, calling in manpower and resources from the provinces, he could have gathered an army that outnumbered Caesar by a wide margin. Sitting still while an opponent presses every advantage is an invitation to disaster, and Pompey's decision to retreat without a fight created exactly the kind of momentum Caesar lived for. Caesar, in other campaigns and against competent resistance, often showed careful restraint. If he had known that Pompey stood in person at the head of fresh troops, waiting across his route as soon as Caesar reached Ancona, he might have moved less quickly and with more caution. At that early stage, he had not yet measured Pompey as fully as he would later. Pompey's first major mistake was entering a crisis without preparing for war. The second, even worse, was giving up Italy without testing the situation. Caesar's choices after Pompey's withdrawal raised their own doubts. It is not obvious that Caesar made the best decision by turning towards Spain instead of pursuing Pompey immediately. Every month he allowed Pompey was a month Pompey could use to gather soldiers, ships, money, and allies in the east, turning into a larger and more dangerous opponent. Spain was rich and strategically important, and Caesar could not ignore a hostile army at his back. Yet leaving Italy to march away from Pompey, instead of pressing him before he consolidated, risked surrendering part of the psychological advantage Caesar had won by bold speed and by the shock of Pompey's retreat. Caesar marched overland to Spain, a long and difficult effort. Why not march through Illyricum toward Greece and drive Pompey into a corner while he was still unsettled and unsure? One explanation is that Caesar thought he understood Pompey's temperament. that he believed Pompey would not dare return to Italy once he had crossed to Greece. But that assumption depended on Pompey continuing to behave with a strangely passive softness in a situation that demanded urgency. It was dangerous to build strategy on the hope that an enemy would remain unmilitary. Caesar's own brief later struggle in Epirus, when Pompey finally had time to shape his eastern army, showed how costly that delay could be. The reasoning Caesar later offered in his own account does not fully explain why he chose Spain first. A memorable saying can sound decisive, but a saying does not replace a real explanation. He famously framed the plan as wanting to fight an army without its leader, so that later he could face a leader without an army. But that line alone cannot carry the weight of the decision. A more practical view is that Caesar feared political trouble inside Italy if he sailed east too soon. His absence might encourage factions at Rome, while the Pompeian legions in Spain, easy to move by sea to Italy if conditions shifted, could have been used to stir unrest. Caesar may have believed Pompey would lure him away from his strongest base, which was Italy supported by resources and veterans from Gaul. By removing the Spanish threat first, Caesar could try to secure Italy beyond doubt before turning to the main contest. Yet the question still hangs in the air. Could Caesar not have pinned the Spanish army near the Pyrenees with a smaller veteran force and still struck Pompey earlier through Illyricum? Pompey in Greece, with vast networks and money, may have been the greater danger. And how could Caesar be certain Pompey would not turn back the moment Caesar left Italy? These are judgments made from incomplete evidence, because Caesar's own narrative reveals little about his private calculations. What is clear is that he committed to the Spanish campaign. After distributing his legions for rest in major towns, he went to Rome and had the tribunes summon what remained of the Senate on March 3rd. He presented his complaints, insisting that Pompey should follow the same legal limits he claimed he was willing to accept. And he proposed sending envoys to open reconciliation. No one wanted the role. Pompey had already declared that those who stayed in Rome were enemies, no different from those who stood beside Caesar in the field. Caesar's grip on Rome was strong, but he still faced hostility and suspicion. Before leaving the city, he seized the emergency funds stored in the treasury for a defense against the Gauls, arguing that since the Gauls had been defeated, there was no longer a need for that reserve. A tribune tried to stop him, and Caesar threatened him with a drawn sword, making it brutally clear that words and law would not block the demands of war. The money vanished quickly into the costs of the army. Not long after, Caesar found himself borrowing from officers to keep his legions paid. A striking moment in which even the master of Rome had to rely on private resources to feed the engine of conquest. Many citizens watched this stripping of the treasury with disbelief, but they could do nothing. Authority had moved from institutions to the man holding the army. At that moment, Caesar's forces were spread from Gaul down towards Sicily. He was not tightly gathered, and his new plan required rapid reshuffling. Fresh recruits were posted in Apulia and along the Adriatic coast, with garrisons placed in good harbours to secure the shoreline. Several legions were ordered back toward Gaul to support movements in the west. In southern Gaul, key forces were concentrated, while political and military responsibilities were distributed to trusted men. One figure to manage affairs at Rome, another to command in Italy, and others to oversee neighbouring regions. Caesar even freed a Jewish king who had been held in Rome, hoping the man's return would disrupt Pompeian recruitment in Syria. When these arrangements were set, Caesar departed Rome on March 9th, headed into Transalpine Gaul, and then followed the coast toward Massilia, reaching its vicinity in roughly 12 days. While Caesar moved, Pompey's agents also moved. A messenger Caesar had released earlier travelled to Spain to act as Pompey's representative. a prominent Pompeian enemy, formally assigned to govern Gaul by Senate appointment, gathered supporters, obtained ships, and sailed to Massilia. Caesar heard along the way that the city had secured surrounding grain, strengthened defences, and that Pompey's supporters had pushed the population toward open resistance. Mountain tribes nearby were brought into the alliance, increasing the threat. When Caesar arrived, he tried persuasion first, inviting leading citizens to meet him. For once, his famous ability to win minds did not break the wall. The city's magistrates claimed they owed favours to both leaders and could not, in good conscience, allow either side to occupy their harbour or streets. During the negotiations, the Pompeian commander arrived with a fleet, entered the harbour, and was made the city's military head. Caesar, lacking ships on the spot, could not prevent it. The Pompeian commander immediately began expanding the naval threat. Merchant ships in the harbour and nearby were seized, their cargoes confiscated, especially grain, and stockpiled for a siege. The defection of an important coastal city in a region Caesar considered secure was an insult and a real strategic problem. With help from allied tribes, the city could threaten the land route from Italy into Spain, and its example could encourage other wavering communities. Caesar could not simply march away and leave it behind. He began assembling a blockade and siege effort, because Massilia, standing on the Mediterranean, mattered far beyond its walls. In an astonishingly short time, new ships were built and prepared at a nearby port, placed under an experienced commander known for earlier coastal victories. Another officer was left with several legions to invest the city by land. Caesar began building siege lines, while reinforcements were ordered to hurry and redirect their march towards Spain. At the same time, Caesar sent a trusted subordinate into Spain with legions already positioned in southern Gaul, instructing him to seize the Pyrenean passes before Pompey's Spanish commanders could lock them down. Speed won the first round. A small Pompeian force was driven out of the passes, and Caesar's troops descended into Spain before the defence could solidify. In Spain, the Pompeian military structure was powerful but divided. Pompey's overall representative arrived with instructions to supervise, yet each commander held authority over his own army and region. Together, they controlled 7 legions, spread across the peninsula. One commander held 3 legions in the northeast, another had 2 near a major river line in the west, and the third had 2 farther south and west. As news arrived from Italy and Massilia, the commanders shifted. Forces concentrated near Ilerda, a city by the river Sicaris, leaving one commander to hold the western regions. The combined army near Ilerda was strengthened with auxiliaries and cavalry raised in Spain, producing a formidable field force. Exact numbers are uncertain, because legions in the field rarely matched paper strength, but the Pompeian army likely stood somewhere between 65 and 87,000, when counting auxiliaries and horse, depending on how depleted each unit truly was. Caesar's available strength was smaller but more seasoned. He had an advance force already in Spain, with 3 legions, with 3 more to arrive, plus allied infantry and cavalry drawn from Gaul, Germanic recruits, and new levies selected from hardy mountain populations. If Caesar's cohorts were under strength, his field army may have been under 40,000. Yet, it was experienced, cohesive, and led by officers hardened in years of campaigning. While numbers mattered, morale and leadership mattered too, and Caesar relied on those qualities as much as on arithmetic. Money was now a problem. Caesar had poured the treasury funds and his remaining resources into keeping his legions paid. To secure loyalty on the eve of Romans fighting Romans, he adopted a method that was unusual and revealing. He borrowed from tribunes and centurions and then handed the money out among the common soldiers. The troops received direct benefit and felt bound to him. The officers who had lent money became personally invested in his success. It was a practical chain of dependency built inside the army at exactly the moment when discipline and allegiance could decide everything. The campaign around Ilerda unfolded in hard terrain, shaped by river and rock. From the Ebro toward the region, land rose and broke into hills, and in Caesar's time, much of it still carried forest. North of Ilerda, the ground flattened, and the city itself dominated the landscape, perched on a bold rocky height beside the Sicaris. The place was excellent for local defence, but it was not an ideal strategic anchor for controlling the Spanish interior. The true defensive line should have been the Ebro, yet Pompey's commanders failed to secure it and even failed to maintain strong communications with it. After losing the Pyrenean passes through delay, they pinned their hopes on Ilerda alone, trusting the advantages of its immediate position. When Caesar's advance commander reached the area around April 20th, he found the Pompeian camp established south of the city, on an isolated hill on the river's right bank, with cavalry stationed in the plain between camp and water. The city itself was extremely difficult to storm. A smaller rise of ground lay between the hill camp and the city, and the Pompeians intended to remain defensive until Pompey supposedly arrived, carried along by rumour that he was moving towards Spain. The rumour had no real foundation, but it shaped their caution. They had food stores inside the city, though not enough for an endless wait, yet they believed they could block Caesar from reaching the interior. The Caesarian camp was placed upstream on the right bank, braced between small streams that ran into the river. Messages were sent to neighbouring communities to test loyalties. In mid-May, the 3 legions marching from Italy arrived. Bridges were built across the Sicaris, giving Caesar's side mobility on both banks, while the Pompeians controlled a solid stone bridge near the city. Both armies foraged across the water because supplies on their immediate bank dwindled, and skirmishing became routine. Then, a sudden mishap created a dangerous opening. On May 21st, during a foraging operation protected by cavalry and 2 legions, the lower Caesarian bridge collapsed under weight and high water, leaving the infantry isolated on the far bank. The soldiers continued forward, not fully grasping the risk. Pompey's commander read the situation quickly. He marched 4 legions and all his cavalry across the stone bridge and attacked the cut-off force. The Caesarian officer in command took a strong position on rising ground and formed a defensive arrangement designed to resist cavalry pressure, holding long enough for help to arrive. Reinforcements came by a forced march over the upper bridge, and the Pompeian force withdrew before serious damage was done. The broken bridge was repaired, but the incident showed how quickly the river could turn the campaign. 2 days later, Caesar himself arrived with a cavalry escort. After studying the landscape, he acted without delay, driven by the belief that time favoured Pompey in the east. He left small detachments to guard camp, bridges, and baggage, and marched the bulk of the army toward Ilerda in battle formation, offering battle directly. Pompey's commanders displayed their troops but refused to commit. They preferred to wait, trusting the strength of their position. Caesar refused to give them the satisfaction of watching him withdraw. He kept his lines in place through the day, and while 2 lines remained ready to fight, the 3rd quietly began cutting the first trench of a new camp extremely close to the enemy, about 2,000 feet from the foot of the hill. No rampart was raised at first, so the enemy would not see the work so clearly and strike during construction, and also because materials for palisades were not easily available, without exposing troops on long gathering runs. It was a daring approach, and arguably reckless, camping exposed on open ground within striking distance of a fortified hill. Yet Caesar persisted, extending the fortifications day by day, while keeping a strong covering force behind the forward trench. When the ditch was finished, the rampart went up, and the baggage and detachments from the upstream camp were moved into the new position. The site was uncomfortable and risky, but it served a purpose. It restricted Pompeian access to foraging on the right bank and increased pressure on their supply situation. Caesar then tried a sharp tactical move. Between the Pompeian camp and the city lay a plain and, within it, a modest ridge or hill with steep sides. The Pompeians had neglected to fortify it. If Caesar seized it, he could threaten the enemy's connection to the city's supplies and complicate movement toward the bridge that made their left bank foraging possible. The idea was strong, but execution failed. The hill lay closer to the enemy, which meant Caesar needed surprise, ideally a night occupation. Instead, he attempted to disguise his aim by drawing up 3 legions as if offering battle, extending the line across the front. One legion was meant to surge toward the hill at the decisive moment. Pompey's commanders watched carefully, and they reacted faster than Caesar expected. Guards already posted in the right place reached the hill first and threw back Caesar's initial assault. Reinforcements did not change the result. Caesar's men were forced back toward their standards. The fighting that followed revealed a striking difference in style. The Pompeian veterans, hardened by years of war in Spain, fought in a looser, more flexible manner than Caesar's legionaries were used to. Instead of pressing in dense lines, they split into smaller groups, using folds in the terrain for cover, advancing and withdrawing in bursts. If pressure mounted, they stepped back without panic, ready to reappear from another angle. Against that shifting pattern, Caesar's troops felt exposed on the flank and uncertain about how to engage. When the forward ranks fell back from the contested hill, the retreat rippled wider and a sense of insecurity spread. Caesar moved personally to crush that hesitation. He brought forward a neighbouring legion, covered the withdrawal, and launched a hard counterattack that pushed the enemy back. Some Pompeian troops retreated over the disputed ground toward the city, others back toward their camp. The clash surged toward Ilerda's southern approach, a narrow slope running up toward the fortified height. There, Caesar's attackers advanced too far. The enemy, backed by the safety of the walls and higher ground, turned and fought with confidence. The battlefield tightened into a steep corridor where only a few cohorts could fight abreast. Caesar's cavalry could not help on that rocky incline, and there was no room to flank. The only retreat path was the same narrow route they had climbed. For 5 hours the struggle burned in that confined space. Caesar rotated in fresh cohorts when possible, and the enemy did the same through their safer access routes. Armour and shields reduced killing power, and neither side broke easily. Eventually, Caesar's men ran low on javelins, and the enemy surged forward, sensing a moment to crush them. The situation threatened to turn into a serious defeat. Caesar urged one final effort. His troops drew swords and charged uphill in a desperate push that drove the enemy back almost to the walls. Under cover of that charge, they withdrew, down to ground where cavalry could finally play a role, riding along the edges to discourage pursuit and to stabilize the retreat. Losses were not enormous by ancient standards, though they were painful. Caesar's force suffered a modest number, killed and several hundred wounded. The enemy lost a similar number killed, with officer casualties among them. Each side claimed success in its own way. Caesar's camp argued that the enemy had been forced back to the gates and driven uphill by swordwork. Pompey's men insisted they had held the contested ground and could now fortify it, which they did, building strong works and placing a garrison. Strategically, the pressure continued. Caesar's cavalry was superior and could dominate the wider countryside, watching crossings and making Pompeian foraging harder. Caesar believed hunger would eventually force the enemy out. Yet the fight had shown something unsettling. In this first serious clash against Romans rather than foreign enemies, Caesar had not achieved what he set out to do. Against a commander of lesser fame, his plan had been read and countered, and the result looked more like a check than a triumph. 2 days later, nature delivered a harsher blow than any spear. A violent storm and flood, driven by mountain meltwater, swelled the river and swept away Caesar's bridges. Water surged over banks, and even Caesar's camp was flooded by a stream running through it. Suddenly, Caesar was cut off from Gaul and trapped between rivers without a crossing, while Pompey's army still held its stone bridge at the city. No ford lay within easy distance. The surrounding area had already been stripped of grain, making foraging difficult, and enemy light troops continued constant harassment. Some Pompeian auxiliaries could cross the river easily using flotation methods common in their region, but Caesar could no longer interfere with Pompeian foraging on the far bank. Worse still, his convoys could not reach him. A party of foragers had been prevented from returning. Friendly communities could not deliver food, and new crops were not ready. Livestock had been driven away. Boats were unavailable because the enemy had secured them earlier. Rations dropped sharply. Pompey's commanders, by contrast, were well supplied and could pull provisions from the interior. The danger increased when a large convoy approaching from Gaul came into play, packed with non-combatants and officials, moving without strict order because it did not know Caesar's bridges were gone. Pompey's commanders learned of it and marched out with legions and cavalry to destroy it. The convoy was nearly swallowed, and only the stubborn courage and skill of Caesar's Gallic cavalry saved it from total capture. They skirmished aggressively, holding the enemy at a distance, and forced the convoy back toward higher ground. Losses still occurred, but catastrophe was avoided. In Caesar's camp, scarcity became severe and prices rose sharply. Soldiers weakened under poor rations, and foraging had to reach farther and farther. Reports carried back toward Rome, described in detail by the Pompeian side, encouraged the belief that Caesar's run of fortune was ending. If Pompey himself had appeared in Spain at that moment, Caesar could have faced genuine ruin. Instead, Pompey remained in the east, content to wait for a later showdown. With food tight and time pressing, Caesar turned to improvisation. He decided he had to restore contact with Gaul and secure the convoy, no matter the difficulty. Drawing on techniques learned in earlier campaigns, he built light boats with wooden frames covered by woven material and hides. These were hauled overland by wagons at night for many miles to a prepared site upstream. There, troops crossed quickly, seized a hill on the opposite bank without being noticed, and fortified it. With that foothold secured, a bridge was built from both sides under protection, completed in only 2 days. Supplies and foragers crossed safely back to Caesar's side. He then sent cavalry across in force and struck enemy foragers at the right moment, capturing men and provisions. When enemy light troops rushed to help, the cavalry split roles, with one part guarding captured supplies, while another attacked the rescuers, destroying a cohort and driving the rest back in disorder. 2. In a short time, the earlier advantage held by Pompey's commanders evaporated, and Caesar's army breathed again. While this struggle played out in Spain, the blockade at Massilia also produced a decisive moment at sea. Near an island off the city, the fleet defending Massilia came out in strength, using more warships and many smaller craft filled with archers and allied fighters. Caesar's fleet, recently built and crewed by men with little seamanship, met them anyway. The defenders relied on speed and skilled pilots trying to outmaneuver, surround, and shear off oars. Caesar's ships were heavier and less responsive, built in haste from green timber, and their crews were still learning basic nautical work. But when ships closed and the fight turned into boarding actions, the advantage shifted. Caesar's vessels carried tough veterans who wanted this service and knew how to fight at close quarters. Grappling hooks pulled enemy ships in, decks became battlefields, and the defenders lost the benefit of graceful maneuver. Several ships were sunk, others captured with crews aboard, and the rest were driven back into harbour. The defenders suffered heavy losses in ships that day. News of that naval success travelled fast and lifted Caesar's standing in Spain. It was presented as a major victory, and whether exaggerated or not, it had the desired political effect. Communities began to lean towards Caesar, offering support and grain. Towns and tribes declared loyalty, supplies arrived, and even a unit within the enemy camp defected outright. In a campaign where perception could sway alliances as much as swords, momentum mattered, and Caesar, as always, worked to ensure momentum stayed on his side. Caesar's aim was no longer simply to defeat the Pompeian army in open battle. He wanted to neutralize it intact. Destroying Roman legions meant years of bitterness and wasted strength. Capturing them meant removing Pompey's power without deepening the civil wound. After restoring his supply line, Caesar began to shape the final phase of the campaign with that goal clearly in mind. The bridge he had just built lay far upstream, many miles from Ilerda. The river was still swollen and dangerous, making another conventional bridge closer to the battlefield difficult and risky. Instead of forcing the problem in the usual way, Caesar turned again to engineering. In the wide riverbed above the town lay low, sandy islands, where the Sicaris split into multiple channels. Caesar ordered a network of canals cut across one of these islands. By diverting part of the current into many smaller beds, the water level dropped enough to create shallow crossings. The result was not a bridge, but an artificial ford. The solution was simple, fast, and effective. This new crossing changed everything. Caesar could now move cavalry and infantry across the river, close to the enemy's position. The Pompeian commanders immediately understood the danger. Their advantage of position was slipping away, and Caesar's horsemen were now free to range on both banks. Afranius and Petreius decided that remaining near Ilerda was no longer safe. Their answer was retreat. The goal was the Ebro River, where they hoped to regain freedom of movement and draw the war into regions more favourable to Pompey. They crossed the Sicaris on their stone bridge and began to withdraw. Caesar followed almost at once, using the new ford. The Pompeians aimed for the mountain routes that led south and west, believing the rough terrain would protect them from Caesar's cavalry. Caesar anticipated the move, pushed rapidly ahead, and cut across their line of retreat. When they attempted to turn back toward Ilerda, he followed again, pressing hard. The Pompeian legions called for battle, confident in their numbers. Caesar refused. His intention was clear: victory without slaughter. As the pursuit tightened, water became the decisive factor. Caesar's cavalry seized wells, blocked access to streams, and denied the enemy relief. With thirst rising and movement restricted, the Pompeian army found itself trapped. Eventually, surrounded and cut off from water, Afranius and Petreius had no remaining option. The entire force surrendered under terms that allowed the soldiers to be discharged rather than destroyed. Without a major pitched battle, Caesar had removed Pompey's entire Spanish army from the war. The campaign around Ilerda, lasting roughly 6 weeks, ended as one of the most striking examples of strategic maneuver in Roman history. From that moment, momentum shifted decisively. Caesar's Gallic cavalry dominated the countryside. Pompeian foragers no longer dared to roam freely. Sometimes they ventured only short distances from camp, keeping escape routes open. At other times they tried long detours to avoid patrols, only to flee at the first sight of Caesar's horsemen, abandoning their loads. Eventually, they resorted to foraging at night, a sign of growing anxiety. Meanwhile, tribes near and far, seeing which way fortune had turned, began to abandon Afranius and send Caesar grain and cattle. Even rumours that Pompey was marching through Africa towards Spain quietly faded away. With confidence growing, Caesar refined his control of the battlefield. The artificial ford allowed rapid movement without reliance on fragile bridges. Cavalry could now strike suddenly, appear where least expected, and withdraw just as quickly. Afranius and Petreius, already shaken, saw their situation worsening. Once Caesar controlled both banks of the Sicaris, the Pompeians faced a stark reality. They could no longer sit and wait. A decision had to be made, and it had to be made quickly. After long debate, the Pompeian commanders resolved to retreat toward Celtiberia, beyond the Ebro. That region had old loyalties to Pompey and offered the hope of prolonging the war until winter. Snow in the Pyrenees might disrupt Caesar's links with Gaul, and unfamiliar territory could slow his advance. Preparations were made along the Ebro near the junction with the Sicaris, where boats were gathered and a floating bridge ordered built. The easiest road followed the right bank of the Sicaris, but that route would expose them to relentless cavalry pursuit. Fearing this, the Pompeians chose the harsher road on the far bank through broken and waterless country. By late June, 2 legions were moved across the Sicaris, and a fortified bridgehead was established. Yet the withdrawal came too late. Caesar had already begun moving men across the ford, first cavalry, then infantry struggling through chest-deep water. The delay proved fatal. Afranius and Petreius realized they were losing their chance and prepared for a hurried escape. Despite earlier successes, they were unwilling to face Caesar in open battle. The reputation he had built, even without a decisive victory, weighed heavily on them. On the night of June 23rd, leaving a small force behind at Ilerda, the Pompeian army slipped away toward its new camp. Each soldier carried over 3 weeks of grain. The land ahead was first gentle, then increasingly rugged, finally breaking into rocky hills near the Ebro. If the march had been fast and disciplined, pursuit might have failed. But Caesar acted at once. His cavalry crossed the river and struck the enemy's rear before dawn, spreading confusion and slowing the column. Caesar had abandoned any idea of forcing battle. His aim was to exhaust, surround, and break morale. The Pompeians faced a difficult choice of routes. One ran close to the river through flatter country. The other climbed inland across broken hills. They chose the latter, believing the terrain would shield them from cavalry. It did not. The ground proved passable enough for Caesar's horsemen, who clung to their rear relentlessly. From the heights on the opposite bank, Caesar's infantry could watch the effect. The enemy's movement slowed, cohesion weakened, and confidence ebbed. Caesar's own legions, trapped between rivers, with only a distant bridge behind them, understood what was at stake. Seeing the enemy slipping away meant weeks of pursuit into unknown country. The soldiers pressed their officers, insisting they were ready to cross the river, despite the danger. Caesar accepted their resolve. Leaving weaker troops behind to guard camp and taking no baggage, he formed a crossing. Cavalry broke the current upstream and stood ready below to catch any man swept off his feet. The legions waded in. Some stumbled, but all were pulled to safety. Not a single soldier was lost. Once across, Caesar formed his army and advanced at speed. Despite the long detour and the struggle through the ford, his legions reached the Pompeian rear by mid-afternoon. The enemy, delayed by cavalry attacks, had covered only a few miles since midnight. Forced to halt, Afranius drew up on rising ground. Caesar paused as well, allowing his men to rest. He would not attack directly, but every time the Pompeians moved, he advanced again. In this way, both armies drifted southwest, skirmishing constantly. Afranius now sought refuge in a rugged defile to the south, where cavalry would be useless. If he could reach it, escape remained possible. Caesar read the intention and prepared to block it. Exhaustion clouded Pompeian judgment. Instead of pushing immediately, they delayed. Night fell. An attempted stealthy withdrawal was discovered, and Caesar's signals convinced Afranius that a night move would be too dangerous. Morning brought more indecision. Debates continued. Some urged a night march, others feared chaos in darkness. The decision to wait until daylight sealed their fate. Before dawn, Caesar acted. He marched early, sending his troops out of camp in the opposite direction, creating the illusion of retreat. The Pompeians believed the danger had passed. Under cover, Caesar wheeled his columns through rough ground toward the mountains. The march was brutal. Soldiers climbed ravines, passed weapons hand to hand over rocks, and scrambled up cliffs. No one complained. The promise of cutting off the enemy sustained them. Only when Caesar's leading units appeared beyond their camp did Afranius realize the deception. Panic followed. Orders were shouted, camp abandoned, and the army rushed toward the defile. Caesar's cavalry tore into the flanks, slowing the column. It became clear that even if the Pompeians reached safety, much of their baggage and rear units would be lost. Caesar reached the mouth of the defile first and barred the way. The Pompeians were now trapped. Attempts to break through failed. A detachment sent to seize nearby high ground was destroyed by cavalry in full view of both armies. Morale collapsed. Caesar's officers and soldiers urged him to attack. The opportunity for a decisive massacre lay before them. Caesar refused. He trusted thirst and despair more than swords. He allowed the enemy to withdraw to a nearby hill and then sealed every exit with camps and outposts. Water access was cut. Pompeian soldiers, many of whom had served with Caesar before, began to talk openly with his men. Old friendships resurfaced. Centurions crossed lines. Some spoke of surrendering their commanders. Celebration spread through Caesar's camp. Leniency, not violence, was winning the war. One Pompeian commander wavered. The other reacted violently, killing Caesar's men caught inside the camp and forcing his soldiers to swear loyalty. Caesar responded calmly, releasing captured enemies unharmed and rewarding those who stayed with him. Discipline returned, but the damage was done. Desertions increased. Supplies vanished. Finally, retreat toward Ilerda was attempted again. Caesar pursued relentlessly, forcing the enemy away from water and into an exposed position. By early July, the Pompeian army was encircled, thirsty, starving, and broken in spirit. A final attempt to force a crossing failed. With no escape left, Afranius and Petreius asked for terms. Caesar refused private negotiation but agreed to speak publicly before both armies. He praised their restraint in avoiding bloodshed, reproached the killing of his men, and offered honourable conditions. The legions were to be disbanded. The commanders were to leave Spain. The agreement was accepted. Caesar provided food, returned captured property, and dismissed the soldiers. Some volunteered to join him. Most were escorted peacefully to the borders of Italy and sent home. Without a great battle, Pompey lost Spain and some of his most experienced troops. Caesar, through patience, speed, and control, had achieved victory, not by destruction, but by mastery of movement and morale. Caesar kept 2 legions under arms and placed them under the command of Cassius, assigning him the task of completing the pacification of Farther Spain. With this decision, the Western theatre was not merely stabilized, but brought firmly under control. The speed with which these campaigns unfolded was extraordinary even by Roman standards. Caesar crossed the Rubicon in mid-December, 49 BC. Within roughly 2 months, he had marched the full length of Italy without facing serious resistance. Pompey chose not to fight and instead abandoned the peninsula, sailing from Brundisium to Epirus. From Italy, Caesar turned immediately toward Massilia and Spain. By late May, he had reached Ilerda. After 6 weeks of manoeuvre rather than pitched battle, Afranius and Petreius surrendered in early July. In a span scarcely longer than the marches themselves, Caesar had secured Italy and rendered Pompey's Spanish forces ineffective. The rapid collapse of opposition reflected not only Caesar's energy but the absence of any coordinated resistance. Italy yielded almost the moment Caesar set foot upon it. No one dared challenge the conqueror of Gaul. While Caesar advanced westward into Spain, Pompey remained inactive. Fortune favoured Caesar, but it favoured him because it followed ability and relentless motion. He acted whenever opportunity appeared and avoided risk only when delay offered advantage. Pompey, by contrast, allowed events to pass without intervention. His inactivity undermined his lieutenants in Spain, who lost not only territory, but confidence. Caesar exploited this hesitation fully. The lack of initiative at the top filtered downward. The failure to strike Caesar, when floods endangered his position at Ilerda, revealed a deeper weakness. Leadership on one side was decisive, on the other, uncertain. The campaign around Ilerda stands as one of the clearest examples in ancient warfare of victory, achieved through manoeuvre alone. Caesar accomplished his objective without forcing a general battle. The creation of the ford across the Sicaris became a lasting example of bold and imaginative engineering. Few operations of the ancient world rival the Italian and Ilerda campaigns, except others led by Caesar himself. While Caesar operated in Spain, the siege of Massilia continued under Trebonius. The city resisted stubbornly. Its fleet attempted to break the blockade but suffered repeated defeats. Siege works advanced steadily, making surrender unavoidable. After Spain was secured as far as Gades, Caesar returned to Massilia. He accepted its submission and spared the city from destruction, though severe penalties followed. Pompey's original strategy had been to advance simultaneously from Italy and Spain into Gaul. Caesar's speed shattered that plan. Pompey now focused on raising forces in Greece. Not all went Caesar's way. He sent Curio to secure Sicily and Africa. Sicily was recovered quickly, restoring vital grain shipments to Rome. In Africa, however, Curio underestimated the opposition. His army was destroyed, allowing the Pompeian faction to establish firm control there. Caesar's access to Greece remained limited. Pompey controlled the sea and possessed greater numbers on land. Yet the moral balance favoured Caesar and his veteran legions. Preparations now turned toward a confrontation in Greece. Massilia itself was a formidable target. Founded centuries earlier by Greek settlers, it had grown wealthy through trade and colonization. Its harbour was excellent, its defences strong, and its position naturally protected. Trebonius established his camp on elevated ground opposite the eastern wall. 2 main points of attack were chosen, one near the principal gate and another closer to the harbour. To bridge the ravine before the walls, a massive earthwork was constructed, rising to extraordinary height. The defenders employed powerful engines capable of hurling iron-tipped beams deep into Roman works. Standard equipment proved inadequate. Heavy timber, reinforced coverings, and elaborate protective structures were required. Progress was slow and costly. Caesar remained briefly to supervise before departing for Spain. During his absence, a major naval battle occurred. Pompeian reinforcements arrived by sea. and the defenders of Massilia assembled a large fleet, crewed by skilled sailors. Encouraged by their population, they sailed out to meet Brutus, who commanded Caesar's ships. The engagement was fierce and closely fought. Boarding actions followed, and ships grappled together amid chaos. In the end, Roman discipline prevailed. Most of the Massilian fleet was destroyed or captured. The harbour was sealed. Massilia was now fully isolated. Siege works intensified. A massive brick tower rose near the main gate, replacing vulnerable wooden structures. From it, covered approaches were pushed toward the walls. Despite countermeasures and flooding attempts by the defenders, the undermined walls began to fail. Facing imminent assault, the citizens appealed for a truce, requesting Caesar's presence. Trebonius granted it, acting under Caesar's instructions to avoid a sack. Discipline was strained. The army was professional, hardened, and not easily restrained. The truce was respected, though reluctantly. The defenders soon violated it. Taking advantage of a strong wind, they launched a sudden incendiary attack, burning months of Roman labour in an hour. The Romans responded decisively the next day, driving the attackers back. Reconstruction began immediately, this time using fire-resistant methods. The speed of recovery astonished the city. Resistance collapsed. Surrender became inevitable. In farther Spain, Varro had wavered until hearing rumours of Caesar's difficulties. He then openly declared for Pompey, raising troops, collecting funds, and seizing property. He chose Gades as his base and stockpiled resources there. Caesar responded swiftly. With only 2 legions, he advanced south. Cities declared for him almost universally. Varro's forces disintegrated. Even his legions defected. He surrendered without battle. Caesar restored confiscated property, rewarded loyalty, and secured the province. Spain was finished. Caesar returned eastward, reaching Massilia as it surrendered in early September. The city was spared, though disarmed and occupied. From there, Caesar proceeded to Italy. Pompey's first grand strategy had collapsed completely. Meanwhile, Curio's defeat in Africa remained the lone serious setback. His overconfidence and failure to reconnoitre allowed King Juba to destroy his army. Africa fell firmly into Pompeian hands. Despite this, Sicily remained secure, preventing famine in Italy. Naval fighting continued in Illyricum. Pompeian fleets defeated Caesar's commanders, capturing legions and limiting Roman control. Yet Pompey still failed to exploit his advantages fully. Caesar was elected consul for the following year and resigned the dictatorship. After brief administrative measures, he prepared to move east. Pompey dominated the sea and held superior numbers. Caesar resolved to cross the Adriatic in winter by surprise. At Brundisium he assembled his legions, though shipping proved limited. Discipline faltered briefly, but Caesar restored order decisively. In late November, he embarked 7 legions and crossed successfully, landing in Epirus. Pompey had not expected such audacity. Caesar moved rapidly inland, securing towns that opened their gates willingly. Pompey rushed to the coast, barely saving Dyrrachium. Both armies settled along the Apsus River. Despite overwhelming numerical superiority, Pompey did not attack. He waited. Caesar waited for reinforcements. Naval actions followed. Pompey's admirals attempted to blockade Caesar, but Roman countermeasures limited their effectiveness. Bibulus, commanding the fleet, died from hardship. Command fragmented. Caesar continued to seek negotiations, but talks were disrupted by violence. Hostilities resumed fully. Antony eventually broke through the blockade with reinforcements after a dramatic pursuit and naval disaster for Pompey's fleet. Caesar and Antony joined forces. Pompey attempted to intercept, but failed. Once again, hesitation proved decisive. With his army united, Caesar took the initiative. Though still outnumbered, he pressed toward confrontation. Provinces began to declare for him. His lieutenants operated independently, securing supplies and allies. Pompey retreated toward the coast, choosing delay over battle. Longinus was in no position to stand and trade blows. His troops were fresh but thin, and the safest choice was to fall back toward the foothills, aiming for the route that led toward Ambracia. Scipio's cavalry pressed hard behind him, trying to turn the withdrawal into a collapse. Domitius, however, reacted with the kind of sharp timing that keeps a smaller force alive. Instead of chasing shadows, he made an immediate show of force against Favonius, who was guarding Scipio's baggage and rear area. The threat was enough. News travelled fast, and Scipio was forced to break off the pursuit and hurry back to protect his supplies. He arrived just in time to prevent Domitius from striking, with both sides almost catching sight of each other at once. Observers later noted the strange moment when the dust of Domitius's marching column and the advance elements of Scipio's returning force appeared nearly together, like two storms forming on the same horizon. Domitius remained north of the river, while Scipio crossed farther upstream at a ford and took up a defensive camp. Between them stretched an open plain several miles wide, enough space for battle lines to form and maneuver. Scipio drew up his men in front of his position, as if ready to fight. Domitius advanced and clearly offered battle. There was skirmishing, a cautious advance, a display of battle order that carried the sound and rhythm of a coming clash. Then Scipio chose not to commit. Despite having crossed the Haliacmon to close with his enemy, he decided against a full engagement with Domitius's legions, which were eager and aggressive. He withdrew back across the river to his earlier ground. Two separate cavalry actions followed during their probing and reconnaissance. In both, Scipio's horse came off worse. Each commander tried to lure the other into a trap, but neither succeeded. Still, the exchanges favoured Domitius, and after that both forces settled into a tense pause. While this was unfolding, Caesar moved to tighten his own concentration. He reduced his scattered garrisons and pulled most detachments back toward the main army, leaving only a small force at Oricum under Acilius to guard the ships anchored in the bay. Acilius tried to secure the harbour mouth by sinking a merchant vessel and anchoring a warship nearby as a barrier. It was an intelligent improvisation, but it did not hold. Pompey's son, Cneius, commanding the Egyptian squadron and eager to prove himself, struck quickly. He captured the warship, cleared the obstruction, and forced entry into the harbour. Once inside, he set fire to most of Caesar's small fleet. Then, leaving an officer to maintain pressure and obstruct incoming supplies, he sailed north to Nymphaeum and pushed up toward Lissus, where he destroyed the transports Antony had held there. For Caesar, the loss was severe. Those ships were essentially his only tools for movement and communication on that side of the Adriatic. The raid did not succeed in taking Lissus itself, but the damage was done. In these actions, the younger Pompey displayed an offensive spirit that seemed absent from the older man's conduct at the time. After the failed attempt to trap Antony near Tirana, Pompey withdrew toward Dyrrachium. Keeping to his method of avoiding a decisive clash, he chose to defend the line of the Genesis River just south of the city and shifted to a new position near Asparagium. The exact placement is debated in later reconstructions, but the operational logic requires it to have been within a short march of the river mouth, on the southern bank, close enough to screen Dyrrachium while discouraging direct attack. Caesar, after joining Antony, returned to Scampa and launched a brief raid up the Genesus, aiming to seize a local centre held for Pompey. The name of that place has not survived clearly, but the purpose is evident. Remove hostile footholds, strip Pompey of local support, and keep the opponent off balance. After that, Caesar marched toward Pompey's new position and established a camp opposite him. The next day, Caesar drew his men out in battle order and offered an engagement. Pompey refused the invitation. He appeared outside his defences and held the higher ground, signalling readiness, while remaining in a position that would punish any direct assault. It was classic caution, visible defiance without the risk of being forced into a fight on unfavourable terms. Caesar did not linger, because waiting would only help the side with ships, supplies, and time. Instead, Caesar chose a move that carried real danger but promised a decisive advantage if it worked. The goal was to cut Pompey off from Dyrrachium, the coastal storehouse where his war material and provisions were concentrated. On March 3rd, Caesar set out on a long, concealed circuit over rough ground. The route climbed through wooded country, crossed broken hills, and moved from one river system to another, demanding constant ascent and descent across tributaries and ridges. It was not a march made for comfort. The ground and the pace mattered, because the contest was not about fighting first, but arriving first. Pompey's direct line to Dyrrachium was shorter, straighter, and easier. Caesar's line was longer and harsher. Success depended on one essential condition. Pompey had to remain unaware long enough for Caesar to gain the key heights. At first, Pompey did not understand what was happening. The movement looked like a shift of camp driven by supply pressure. Only when scouts confirmed the direction did the situation become clear. Pompey immediately turned onto the direct road toward his base, but the delay was fatal. Caesar drove his men hard, resting only briefly, reached the river valley that led toward the coast, and pushed down it with urgency. When the leading elements of Pompey's army finally came into view at a distance, Caesar was already on the heights that controlled access. He had effectively placed a barrier between Pompey and Dyrrachium. Caesar camped north of the river, on ground that rolled gently but sat in the right place, and the manoeuvre stood out as one of those operations that wins without a major battle. Pompey, cut off from the city though his garrison still held it, shifted to Petra on the southern side, a position near a small harbour. From there, supply could still move by sea in smaller craft, keeping him tied to Dyrrachium without giving Caesar an easy opening. The theatre around Dyrrachium shaped everything that followed. The bay curves like a drawn bow, and behind it rises a broken semicircle of hills and ridges feeding the local streams. Farther out stand higher hills that form a rugged frame. Inside them lie chalky ridges, hard and irregular. Closer to the shore, the terrain softens into rolling upland with patches of trees and cultivation. Ravines and gorges cut the back country, while the coastal strip opens into long beaches and gentler ground. Dyrrachium itself sits on a projecting point at the northwest end of the curve, confined by lagoons and narrow approaches. Any army trying to invest it from land risked being trapped on that foreland if the approaches were fortified. The city was a stronghold that made sense as a supply base, but it was also a trap for any besieger without naval control. Pompey now committed fully to a strategy of attrition. Supplies were ordered forward from the eastern provinces and client states, moved by ship with relative ease. Pompey had the sea, and the sea delivered food and material. Caesar, by contrast, was forced to scrape his provisions from land that could not sustain a long campaign. Illyricum was not rich in grain, Epirus could barely cover its own needs, and Pompeian foraging had already stripped much of what remained. With enemy fleets controlling the routes, Italy could not reliably send help. In practical terms, Caesar was being asked to fight time, geography, and logistics at the same moment. Seen from that angle, Pompey's method was not irrational. A patient commander could hope to starve a superior tactician into mistakes. Yet the lingering question remains. This caution looked less defensible earlier, when Caesar had been far weaker. Pompey had once possessed the reputation of a great soldier, and careful generals have won wars before by refusing battle. Even so, the contrast was striking. Caesar's movements remained restless, probing, and forcing decisions. Pompey's posture remained guarded, leaning on advantage rather than seizing a decisive moment. Even if the starvation strategy had merit now, it does not erase the fact that opportunities had existed to press Caesar hard when the imbalance in forces was far greater. Pompey was cautious by nature, often hesitant to act decisively. Caesar, by contrast, pushed events forward with striking audacity. After successfully separating Pompey from direct access to Dyrrachium, Caesar immediately attempted something even more ambitious. He began surrounding Pompey's position, not merely harassing him, but attempting to seal him in entirely. The terrain around Pompey's camp was shaped by a series of ridges and hills, forming a natural arc. Yet large parts of this high ground remained unoccupied. Caesar moved quickly to claim as many of these elevations as possible, establishing fortified points across them. In time, 26 such strongholds rose along the heights, linked together by earthworks whose strength depended on the nature of the ground. Where the land itself was difficult to approach, construction was simple. Where the terrain offered little protection, engineering skill compensated for nature's shortcomings. The plan was to anchor both ends of this long defensive line on the sea. One end rested near Caesar's camp east of Dyrrachium, while the southern end extended as far as circumstances allowed. Pompey immediately understood what was unfolding. Yet instead of striking hard while the works were still incomplete, he chose a defensive posture. He gradually pushed outward where possible, occupying nearby ground and refusing to commit to a full confrontation. This hesitation allowed Caesar to complete a continuous line, though not one that fully neutralized Pompey. Within the surrounding hills, Pompey retained a nearly parallel interior line that offered him flexibility and space. Caesar's purpose was practical as much as psychological. Pompey possessed superior cavalry, which threatened Caesar's supply routes and foraging parties. By tightening the space available to Pompey, Caesar hoped to restrict access to grazing land and weaken the enemy horse. At the same time, the spectacle of encirclement carried symbolic weight. Confining Pompey without a battle would suggest restraint and hesitation on one side, confidence and dominance on the other. The legions settled into a prescribed formation along the line. Veteran units held the right, others formed the centre, while the remaining legions guarded the extended left. Altogether, the fortifications stretched nearly 16 miles, an enormous length for a force of barely 22,000 men. Pompey, though anxious to regain full control of Dyrrachium, where his supplies were stored, could not bring himself to risk a decisive engagement. Instead, he seized hill after hill, fortifying them carefully and forcing Caesar to thin out his forces. By doing so, Pompey enclosed a large interior zone sufficient to sustain his cavalry with limited forage. His own defensive network eventually included 24 strongpoints connected by ramparts, forming a compact yet flexible system. Pompey completed his defences first, aided by superior numbers and a shorter perimeter. He avoided organised assaults, relying instead on constant harassment. Slingers and archers kept pressure on Caesar's troops day and night, forcing the soldiers to improvise protective coverings from whatever materials they could find. Each side strained to outmaneuver the other. Caesar worked to compress Pompey's freedom of movement. Pompey worked to widen his own. This was no contest of incompetence. Pompey demonstrated skill whenever he chose to act. Against nearly any other opponent, his careful methods might have prevailed. But Caesar's relentless energy and adaptability slowly eroded Pompey's confidence. Although Pompey held advantages in numbers, cavalry, supply access by sea, and interior mobility, he remained unwilling to strike decisively, while Caesar's works were still incomplete. As construction continued, skirmishing never ceased. One incident proved especially revealing. On the far left of Caesar's expanding line, a legion was ordered to secure a key hill that would tighten the encirclement. Pompey responded by occupying neighbouring heights and deploying artillery. Missiles and arrows poured down, making the position increasingly untenable. Control of this ground threatened Pompey's access to a vital water source, and its loss would have confined him dangerously. Caesar was forced to withdraw the unit under pressure, and Pompey pressed the advantage, inflicting losses during the retreat down a difficult slope. For a moment, confidence surged in Pompey's camp. The situation tested Caesar's troops, who showed signs of strain. To stabilize the withdrawal, temporary defenses were thrown up under fire, trenches dug, and strong points established. This improvised stand held long enough for covering forces to deploy. When the pursuing troops pressed too boldly, Caesar ordered a sudden counterattack. At the signal, the withdrawing soldiers turned as one, hurled their weapons, and charged uphill. The reversal was sudden and effective. Pompey's troops broke and fell back in disorder, suffering losses as they stumbled over the very obstacles they had crossed moments before. Although the immediate damage was limited, the strategic consequences were serious. Control of that hill allowed Pompey to occupy more ground than Caesar had intended. It forced Caesar to extend his line across open terrain, creating a vulnerable section that would later prove decisive. New defences were built across the plain, including a wide ditch and raised earthworks, but the opportunity had passed. The encirclement had been weakened. Despite constant skirmishing and nightly harassment, Caesar's soldiers endured remarkable hardship. Food was scarce, water carefully rationed, yet morale remained high. They survived on simple fare and unfamiliar routes, convinced that endurance would bring victory as it had before. Pompey's men, though better supplied, suffered from cramped conditions and labour they were unaccustomed to. Disease and fatigue began to spread. Water shortages plagued Pompey's camp as springs were diverted or blocked. Wells were dug, marsh water collected. But the strain was evident. Cavalry forage became so scarce that mounted units were shipped by sea to Dyrrachium, where they could be fed and launched against Caesar's rear. At this stage, Caesar briefly left his main force. The records are fragmentary, but it appears he attempted a bold strike against Dyrrachium itself, believing access might be granted by sympathetic elements within the city. Advancing cautiously, he approached the walls only to be met with sudden hostility. The garrison surged out in force, while ships moved to block escape routes. Attacks came from multiple directions at once. Caesar reacted swiftly, dividing his escort to meet each threat. Fighting broke out across narrow ground, sharp and confused, but inconclusive. Pressure from behind forced a withdrawal, which was executed without disaster. The attempt had failed, but the army remained intact. Caesar had left the main camp under the authority of Publius Sulla. Antony outranked many officers, but his position on the far left meant he could not coordinate the whole line in time. Pompey quickly recognized the opening. With Caesar absent and command stretched across a long front, Pompey saw a rare chance to punch through the siege ring, regain direct access to Dyrrachium, and possibly trap Caesar near the city with only a small escort on the narrow peninsula. Pompey's advantages made such a move realistic. His army was larger, his routes inside the perimeter were shorter, and he could shift troops faster than Caesar could. The idea was not simply to strike one point, but to hit multiple points in a way that prevented Caesar's forces from supporting one another. Everything about the timing suggests careful coordination. The pressure that had just appeared near Dyrrachium seemed to match what happened elsewhere, as if Caesar had been drawn away on purpose, lured by a promise that turned out to be false. The assaults were aimed at separate fortified positions along the eastern side of Pompey's facing line. Two large groups moved forward using different valleys and gullies as covered approaches, then reached the higher ground and split again into three directions. Two of those thrusts were meant more to distract than to break the line. In one place, a small group of Caesar's troops repelled an advancing enemy unit with little difficulty. In another, allied fighters supporting Caesar surged out, struck hard, caused heavy losses, and withdrew back behind the defences. These actions were real fighting, but they were not the main effort. The decisive blow landed elsewhere. Two enemy legions concentrated against a single fort held by a handful of defenders. Roughly 300 men led by a centurion. The attackers came prepared for a hard breach. They pressed in with ladders, hooks, heavy striking tools and fire. They tried to tear down towers, ignite barriers, and pack the ditch with material so infantry could cross. The defence held far longer than the attackers expected. The resistance was stubborn, disciplined. That delay mattered. Sulla used the time to strip nearby positions and gather enough troops to counterattack. When reinforcements arrived, they struck the exhausted attackers at close range. The enemy line, drained by repeated assaults, gave way once the countercharge hit home. The retreat began quickly and grew messy. The moment offered a chance to force a major battle under favourable conditions, and many in Caesar's army later complained that it was not taken. Sulla refused to gamble with the entire campaign while Caesar was away, and Caesar later supported that decision. The withdrawing army did not fall back easily. Pompey paused on a ridgeline and refused to descend immediately. A downhill retreat under pressure was dangerous, and Pompey understood it. He held ground until darkness, then seized a nearby height beyond the range of the fort's weapons and reinforced it. Caesar's troops stayed close, hoping to catch Pompey in a vulnerable movement. Over the next nights, Pompey's men strengthened the position with protective screens and raised structures, building a sheltered path to cover their withdrawal. On the fifth night, under cloud cover, they slipped away before dawn and returned to the main camp without being crushed in the descent. Positions and fieldworks shaped warfare in this era. A commander who wished to avoid battle could hide behind camp defences as long as supplies lasted. Yet honour and reputation mattered. If an enemy formed up openly and offered battle, refusing to meet the challenge could be seen as weakness unless the reasons were unmistakably practical. A camp on flat ground risked being pressured into a fight, even if only on terms that allowed a quick retreat into the defences. A camp on elevated ground was stronger because any attacker had to climb into danger. Fighting uphill was exhausting for heavy infantry. The climb drained energy, and the exchange of missiles favoured the defenders. Weapons thrown downhill struck with greater effect, and defenders could surge forward at the right moment with a powerful countercharge. Retreating down a slope, meanwhile, often led to panic. Once men began to run downhill with an enemy close behind, discipline could collapse. Avoiding a pressured descent was as important then as avoiding deadly exposure to concentrated fire would be in later centuries. The higher ground offered not only strength, but confidence. In the immediate tally, Caesar's forces came out ahead. Pompey lost close to 2,000 men, including many experienced veterans and officers and several captured standards. Caesar's losses were said to be remarkably small, at least in terms of those counted among the heavy infantry. Yet the fort that bore the main assault told a different story. Almost every defender there was wounded. Several centurions were permanently injured. One man, singled out for extraordinary endurance in the defence, displayed a shield so battered it looked like it had been chewed apart by a storm of iron. He received a large reward and a dramatic promotion. Reports claimed that tens of thousands of arrows had been fired into that position alone. The defenders were granted better pay, better supplies, and honours meant to signal that their stand had saved the line. Such numbers expose how uneven ancient casualty reporting can be. A small figure for deaths might hide a much larger number of wounded, especially when most fighting happened at missile range and armour absorbed or reduced the impact of many strikes. Long exchanges could occur with limited fatalities, even as men accumulated injuries that would be counted differently in later warfare. Pompey did not allow this setback to break his resolve. Desertions and intelligence soon revealed what mattered most. Caesar's left flank remained incomplete and, even where built, weaker than other sections. Pompey prepared a night assault with precision and patience. A large force was assigned to hit the front of Caesar's works, while auxiliary troops and light infantry were ordered to attack from behind. The plan was built to overwhelm, confuse, and break morale through pressure from multiple directions. The attack came at dawn on the most vulnerable stretch. Missile troops moved aggressively and poured fire onto defenders who were caught unprepared and outnumbered. At the same time, a mass of heavy infantry surged from the opposite direction. The attackers filled ditches with bundles of brush and earth, raised ladders, and pushed forward with grim momentum. The threat was already severe, but then something worse happened. Light troops found a gap where sea-facing defences were unfinished. They drove through that opening and struck the defenders from the side, turning the fight into chaos. The defenders, short on missiles and caught by surprise, resorted to stones. The attackers had improvised protective headgear, and it blunted the effect. The suddenness of the assault and the way it arrived from several angles shattered the defenders' balance. Units broke and could not be brought back into line. Relief forces arriving nearby caught the same panic and fell back as well. The attackers pressed forward relentlessly. Losses mounted fast. Most officers in the leading formation were killed, and only one survived long enough to save the army's sacred standard from capture. The attackers drove on until they reached the camp of the unit holding that sector. At that critical moment, Antony arrived with a strong body of troops, moving into place with speed and nerve. He took position on the attackers' flank, halted the surge, and forced them to turn. His stand stabilized the collapse, gave fleeing soldiers a rally point, and pushed the attackers back enough to stop the immediate disaster. Caesar, alerted by emergency signals, raced from the main camp with troops gathered along the route. He reached the area quickly, but not quickly enough to reverse what had already happened. The damage was now structural, not just tactical. Pompey held a position inside the outer defences that could not easily be removed. From that foothold, he could move outward to forage, shift troops more freely, and threaten Caesar's rear. Months of grueling construction and discipline were suddenly compromised. The siege ring that had been meant to trap Pompey was, for practical purposes, broken. Pompey immediately exploited the breach he had won. Near the far end of Caesar's unfinished works, he threw up a fresh camp of his own, strong and compact, even reusing sections of the earthworks the enemy had built. The new position stood close to the coast, a little more than a mile south of the river line that marked a key part of the wider standoff. Caesar refused to accept that the day was lost. Determined to erase the morning's shock with a quick reversal before evening, he moved into position opposite Pompey and began digging in at once. He gathered Antony's troops and stripped nearby posts for whatever men could be pulled away safely, assembling roughly 35 cohorts. The force was placed between two parallel defensive belts already on the ground, with one line on his right and the other on his left. From there, a short cross line was built, linking them like a bar across a doorway, barely 500 yards from Pompey. The earlier attack had come at first light, and the first breakthrough had happened fast. Yet the sun was still high enough for a commander to believe the story could be rewritten. Pompey seems to have assumed the fighting in that sector would settle into routine. Caesar did not. He acted like a general who believed momentum could still be seized, even from disaster. By this point, the battlefield had effectively split into two separate contests. To the north, the main camps faced one another in rigid formation. To the south, on the open ground near the broken works, smaller forces stood within striking distance, each side searching for a chance to tip the balance. Not far from this southern contact zone lay an older fortified position, a leftover from earlier maneuvers. It had once been used briefly by Caesar's troops during a previous push, then abandoned when the lines shifted. Pompey had later expanded and occupied it for a time, then left it again. The place had become a ready-made strongpoint, close to the sea and attached to a patch of woodland. A connecting trench line ran from the fort toward the river, intended to make access to water less dangerous and to widen the defensive frontage. Now, with the front suddenly unstable, Pompey used this abandoned fort as a practical bridge between his northern base and his new southern camp. He ordered a legion under an officer named Torquatus to take possession of it, saving time and sparing his men the work of building an entirely new position. Caesar learned of this movement through scouts and immediately saw an opportunity. A successful strike here could restore confidence and blunt the effect of the morning's collapse. His reasoning was simple. His own troops had finished their new emergency works, while Pompey's men were still busy digging and organizing. If Caesar moved quickly, he might crush Torquatus before Pompey could drop tools, gather formations, and arrive in strength. He set out with 33 cohorts, roughly 10,000 men, including the 9th Legion, already weakened by recent punishment. To disguise the move, 2 cohorts remained behind, working visibly in the trenches so Pompey would see activity and assume Caesar was staying put. Then, the main body advanced with speed and caution and reached the target before the alarm could spread. The assault formation split into 2 wings, each arranged in depth. The left wing faced the fort itself. The right wing faced the connecting trench line running toward the river. Caesar led the left in person. His men stormed the outer defences and forced their way forward even though the entrances were blocked by cruel barriers designed to shred attackers. The defenders were driven back from the forward rampart of the inner position. For a brief moment, it looked like a clean recovery, fast, bold, and potentially decisive. But the right wing ran into confusion. In trying to find an entrance, the soldiers followed the long connecting rampart that stretched toward the river, mistaking its shape and direction for part of the fort's main enclosure. The movement drew them farther away from the left wing than anyone intended. A gap opened between the 2 halves of the attack, wide enough to prevent mutual support. The right wing eventually climbed or broke through the connecting rampart, and cavalry followed. But the result was bitter irony. They were no closer to taking the fort than when they began, and now they were separated from Caesar's main effort. Pompey reacted quickly once he understood what was happening. He recalled several legions from their digging and marched to relieve Torquatus. The garrison, now confident that support was approaching, stiffened its resistance and began pushing outward at key points. At the same time, Pompey's cavalry moved against Caesar's cavalry and threatened the exposed right wing. And then, in a shift that proved fatal, Caesar's right side troops faltered. Whether it was lingering shock from the earlier disaster or the sudden realization that they were cut off from their commander, panic spread with startling speed. The mounted troops broke first, slipping back through the breach they had created. Their withdrawal left the infantry exposed and unsupported. Before the right wing even properly engaged the enemy, it began drifting backward, then collapsing into a full flight. In that disorder, men tried to escape over the same rampart they had crossed, and the trench beyond it became a killing trap. Bodies piled in narrow spaces. Soldiers were crushed underfoot. Others, desperate to avoid fighting in the tight passageways, jumped down from the high earthwork into the ditch, only to be trampled as more men followed. Some tried to run around the far end of the connecting rampart instead, but that route also jammed and broke apart. It was not a controlled retreat. It was a stampede. The left wing soon realized what had happened. Its flank was suddenly bare. The fort's defenders were still fighting hard in front, and now Pompey's main relief force could be seen approaching with steady discipline. The danger of being trapped between layered defences became obvious. Fear spread across the attacking line. Men began pulling back in confusion before the enemy had even thrown a coordinated volley. Caesar tried to stop it personally. He grabbed a standard and called on the troops to follow. The shouting and gestures meant nothing against the momentum of panic. One terrified soldier, seized by sheer instinct, even raised his weapon against Caesar while trying to break free. Standards were abandoned. Formations dissolved. The collapse repeated itself at the exit point of the outer fortification, where fleeing men jammed again, creating more death through pressure than through combat. Pompey, however, did not exploit the moment with full force. He feared a trap, a reversal that sudden was suspicious. He advanced cautiously rather than charging into the chaos. Even his cavalry struggled to pursue effectively. The breaches and gates were choked with dead and wounded, turning victory lanes into bottlenecks. That hesitation, more than Caesar's discipline, prevented complete destruction. Caesar managed to pull the remaining troops behind his outer defensive wall with barely enough time, avoiding a full massacre at the hands of cavalry that finally began to press forward. By the end of the day, Caesar's losses were heavy, not only among ordinary soldiers, but among officers and standard-bearers. Many of the dead had not fallen in a clean fight, but were crushed during flight. Prisoners taken in the aftermath were executed, and the bitterness of the civil war showed itself in open cruelty. The defeat was severe, worse than anything Caesar had yet endured in this conflict. Not because his army had been outfought in a classic battle, but because discipline had cracked at the worst possible moment. The line between order and terror had snapped twice in one day, and the men could not be restored to steadiness on the spot. Caesar himself later admitted, in effect, that if his opponent had known how to press a victory to the end, the war might have ended there. Still, the response from Caesar was immediate and controlled. He accepted that the attempt to hold Pompey inside a ring of earthworks had failed. The goal had been too ambitious for the forces available, and the landscape favoured defence over manoeuvre. Worse, another battle at the same place risked repeating the same collapse, because soldiers who have run once often fear the moment that might force them to run again. Caesar decided to change the entire shape of the war. The fortified hills around Dyrrachium were abandoned as a trap that trapped the wrong side. He would draw Pompey away from walls and trenches and into open country where movement, deception, and quick decision mattered more than fixed defences. Before leaving, Caesar had to restore discipline without destroying morale. He singled out a few men whose role demanded firmness and who had failed under pressure, demoted them publicly, and made the lesson clear. The punishment was limited but symbolic. Then he spoke to the army in a way that shifted attention forward, turning shame into a hunger to recover honour. The soldiers soon begged to be led back into battle at once, insisting they could redeem themselves. Caesar refused, not because he doubted their courage, but because he doubted their steadiness, while the memory of panic was still fresh. He promised a better moment and a better field. Practical necessity also pressed him. Supplies were tightening. Time favoured Pompey. Caesar's position near the sea no longer offered offensive possibilities, and Pompey's cavalry was now freer to threaten foraging and communications. The decision was made to withdraw with speed, order, and deception. After only the few hours needed to collect and treat the wounded, Caesar quietly shifted men and equipment. At nightfall, the baggage and the wounded were sent ahead under escort toward Apollonia, with strict orders to cover the distance in a single push. 2 legions stayed behind, temporarily to hold the camp and mask the movement. Before dawn, the rest of the army filed out along multiple routes. In silence, without trumpet calls or visible signals. Only after the columns were well away did the final signal for departure sound, and the rear guard followed fast. The retreat was dangerous. 2 swift rivers lay ahead, with steep banks and no bridges. Pompey did send cavalry in pursuit, and followed with his main body, but the pursuit achieved little. When the enemy horse reached the rear of Caesar's column near the first river, Caesar's own cavalry, reinforced by a small body of infantry, struck back hard enough to drive them off. Caesar then forced the crossing. Boats were gathered, banks controlled, and the army moved across without being trapped. Once over, Caesar took position in an older fortified site and tightened precautions. Another escape was still needed. To mislead Pompey into thinking the army would stay for a day or two, mounted troops were allowed to appear in the fields as if foraging normally. Then they were quietly recalled. Infantry remained ready to march at a moment's notice. The deception worked. Around midday, when Pompey's troops were resting and scattered, Caesar slipped away again, gaining miles before dark. After a short halt, the baggage moved forward in the night, and the legions followed before dawn. The pattern repeated on the next day as well. By the time Pompey realized the distance was growing, the chance for a decisive pursuit had faded. On the 4th day, Pompey abandoned the chase and turned back. Pompey's victory had offered several strategic paths. A move toward Italy might have capitalized on Caesar's setback. A relentless pursuit could have shattered Caesar's army before it recovered. Or a hard follow inland might have forced another battle while Caesar's troops were still shaken. Pompey chose to continue the campaign in Greece, but he slowed to regroup, preferring caution over the risks of a rapid, exhausting chase. Caesar, meanwhile, paused at Apollonia only long enough to secure his wounded and arrange for an extended absence. He then moved to join forces operating farther inland, seeking a safer region where scattered legions could be concentrated again. Other commanders were maneuvering as well. One side worked to secure cities and corridors. The other, to block approaches and protect key choke points. Small clashes flared but did not yet settle anything. The war had shifted from the trenches near Dyrrachium to the open roads of Greece, where speed, morale, and the ability to gather strength would decide what came next. Caesar's broader problem was now simple in outline, even if brutal in practice. If Pompey chased him hard, Pompey would be dragged away from his ships, his magazines, and the secure supply base around Dyrrachium. That would strip Pompey of the comfort that had sheltered him and force both armies onto harsher, more equal footing. If Pompey instead sailed to Italy, Caesar and his senior commanders would be compelled to follow through difficult country and defend the peninsula, no matter how dangerous or exhausting the march. If Pompey tried to seize the ports still useful to Caesar on the coast, Caesar could pivot inland, strike at Pompey's senior subordinate, and force Pompey to rush to prevent that disaster. In practical terms, the campaign narrowed to a handful of realistic choices, and each one pulled Pompey farther from the advantages he had just won. Before moving, Caesar left garrisons behind to hold what could still be held. A small force remained at Apollonia, another detachment at Lissus, and a third group at Oricum, apart from the wounded who were already sheltered. That left Caesar with a core of veteran legions on the march. They were not at full strength. One legion had been trimmed even further by the loss of several cohorts. The number of experienced infantry still under Caesar's direct hand was closer to a compact field army than a full invasion force. Additional units were expected from Italy, but those formations were earmarked to secure Illyricum under another commander, rather than reinforce Caesar's immediate line of battle. Pompey learned Caesar's direction and made a decision that revealed both caution and calculation. Rather than gamble everything on a crossing into Italy, he chose to join his senior subordinate, fearing Caesar might strike that officer and shatter part of the coalition before the main army could respond. He also saw a second possibility. Domitius, operating with Caesar's side inland, might be intercepted and destroyed if Pompey arrived before Caesar could unite with him. Many voices inside Pompey's camp pushed for the Italian option, arguing that reclaiming the heartland would break Caesar's position and crush his legitimacy. Pompey resisted. He was unwilling to leave behind the influential allies and political supporters still gathered in Greece, and he did not want to risk the isolation of key commanders in Macedonia and Thessaly. The majority, eager for a clean conclusion but also tied to the Eastern theatre, accepted his course. Pompey therefore left a strong coastal guard behind to secure the shoreline and the supply base near Dyrrachium, along with a fleet sufficient to maintain control of the sea lanes. Then he marched inland toward Macedonia. Even after being checked at Dyrrachium, Caesar's swift withdrawal had forced Pompey into motion and pulled him away from the safe geometry of trenches and ships. The rhythm of the campaign was still being set by Caesar's movement. Pompey, despite his superiority, was reacting rather than directing. Around the first week of the new maneuver phase, the situation grew strangely delicate. Pompey moved along the main highway eastward to meet his subordinate. Caesar took a harder route, pushing through difficult country along a river corridor, aiming to unite with Domitius. Meanwhile, Domitius, hungry for supplies and unaware of the full scale of Caesar's setback, nearly walked straight into Pompey's marching column while seeking a town where food could be obtained. It was a near collision, the kind of accident that can decide entire wars. Rumour made the danger worse. News of Caesar's defeat had spread through Greece in exaggerated form, shaking loyalties that had previously been steady. Messengers were intercepted. Communication between Caesar and his commanders became unreliable, and for a time Caesar could not warn Domitius at all. Pompey, on the more direct road, reached the threatened area first. Domitius was closing in the next day, convinced he was moving towards safety and provisions. At the last possible moment, prisoners taken by Domitius's forward elements revealed the truth. Scouts attached to Pompey's force, including recent deserters familiar with Caesar's methods and positions, were captured and questioned. Their information was enough to save Domitius. He altered his march immediately and slipped away toward Thessaly rather than step into Pompey's grasp. Caesar, moving with clear intent, pushed fast through harsh terrain. He crossed the watershed and descended into Thessaly, reaching a key staging point earlier than many would have expected from an army that had recently suffered a moral shock. Days later, Domitius succeeded in joining him, and Pompey, marching with uncharacteristic speed for his style, also closed the gap. In a sense, fortune favoured both sides. Pompey failed to crush a separated enemy commander. Caesar failed to cut down Pompey's subordinate before the main army could arrive. The crisis resolved itself into what both leaders understood best: a meeting of massed armies. Once joined, Caesar's strength rose again. He now had enough legions to stand as a coherent field force, though still underweight compared to the enemy. His cavalry remained thin, and his light troops were fewer than Pompey's. The decision was made to stay in Thessaly for a short period to rebuild stamina and restore confidence. Thessaly offered what the coastlands could not. The plain was wide, fertile, and watered by steady rivers. Armies could feed, move, and deploy there with freedom. It was also politically uncertain ground. Some towns leaned one way, others the other, and after Dyrrachium, many communities that had been friendly to Caesar began to hesitate or turn against him. As Caesar came down from the mountains, several fortified places on the foothills lay across the routes ahead. They formed a rough barrier controlling access to the deeper plain. Caesar moved toward one of these towns, expecting at least neutrality. Instead, he found the gates shut. The change in mood was clear. Local leaders had heard of his losses and decided the safer choice was to resist while waiting for Pompey's approach. They sent messages for help. But Pompey was not yet on the frontier of Thessaly, and Caesar understood the window would not stay open. After a long march and the standard work of securing a camp, Caesar chose immediate violence rather than delay. He ordered an assault the same day. The response from his troops mattered as much as the attack itself. They were eager to prove that the collapse at Dyrrachium was not the true measure of them. They threw themselves into preparations with speed, assembling protective coverings, ladders, and improvised equipment for climbing and storming walls. By late afternoon, the assault was ready. Caesar addressed them briefly, not with ornate promises, but with a direct message. Reputation and provisions could be won together, and the army's honour could be repaired in a single, hard action. The town's walls were high, but the attack was relentless. Before the light failed, the place was taken. Caesar then allowed the town to be plundered. The decision was harsh, but it served a purpose. It rewarded an army that needed a victory to steady itself, and it sent a message through the region that resistance carried a price. The next day, Caesar approached another town that initially barred its gates. News of the previous assault travelled faster than cavalry. The leaders reconsidered. The gates opened. This time, Caesar restrained his men and spared the place, turning severity and mercy into a deliberate pattern. The contrast did what speeches could not. Town after town, especially those not under the immediate shadow of Pompey's senior subordinate, chose submission rather than test Caesar's patience. These developments mattered inside the camp as well. Caesar watched his soldiers carefully and judged that the earlier panic was no longer the dominant mood. The army looked steadier. Food was more available. The plain offered room to maneuver. Caesar therefore decided not to chase the enemy blindly, but to wait, rest, and force Pompey to approach him under conditions that could be shaped. He moved deeper into the flat country, crossed a river line, and established a camp north of Pharsalus, near another watercourse that cut the plain. The site was not obviously perfect from a distance, but it put Caesar where supplies were close and movement was possible in several directions. Pompey, after confirming that the separated enemy commander had escaped and that his own subordinate was safe, continued forward with slower marches, heading toward Larissa to unite forces fully. With every mile, Pompey seemed more convinced that the next victory would be even easier than the last. It was a natural belief. He had numerical superiority, cavalry dominance, and the prestige of recent success. Yet his pace also gave Caesar exactly what Caesar needed: time. When Pompey reached Larissa and assumed command of the combined armies, the political theatre around him began to swell. Confidence turned into argument. Men in his camp spoke as if offices and fortunes were already theirs. Property of enemies was divided in advance on paper. Rivalries sharpened. Voices demanding battle grew louder, not only among soldiers, but among the elite who surrounded Pompey and expected a swift settlement. In that atmosphere, counsel became dangerous. One influential advisor in particular pressed the idea that Caesar's army was no longer the hardened machine it had once been, that many veteran ranks were thin, and that the fear shown at Dyrrachium proved the rest would break again. Pompey's cavalry superiority was presented as the key that would unlock the entire battle. With numbers and mounted strength, victory was treated as automatic once the moment arrived. Pompey absorbed this confidence. Much of it had real foundations. But it carried a fatal weakness. It reduced Caesar to a statistic and ignored the pressure that Caesar's personal command could exert on men and events. On Caesar's side, the army functioned differently. It was not merely a collection of units. It was a system shaped by a single will. The soldiers' habits, confidence, and timing were tied to their commander. Caesar could impose pace, restore morale, and make men move with purpose even after reverses. That difference in internal cohesion mattered more than either camp fully admitted. Pompey's army had strength, but it also had competing voices. Caesar's army had fewer men, but its direction was clear. Both forces, almost by mutual gravity, drifted toward the Pharsalus region. Caesar arrived first and set the stage. Pompey followed a few days later. The distance between them narrowed into the space where battle becomes likely, not because it is planned, but because the ground, the supply situation, and political impatience make it difficult to avoid. Numbers can be estimated with reasonable confidence. Wild claims of hundreds of thousands can be dismissed. Pompey held a larger infantry mass and far more cavalry. Caesar's infantry cohorts were smaller and more depleted. Pompey's total fighting strength, including mounted troops and missile units, was well above Caesar's, roughly 2 to 1 in practical terms. Caesar's cavalry, in particular, was thin, so thin it bordered on symbolic compared to Pompey's mounted arm. Even the exact place where the battle would occur has been argued for centuries, but the operational logic is consistent. Pompey needed open ground for cavalry and a position that encouraged Caesar to attack uphill or under disadvantage. Caesar needed room to maneuver, and a place where his smaller force could still deploy broadly enough to avoid being folded at the flanks. Pompey, therefore, chose terrain that gave him a protected side and a slope in front, and he strengthened nearby heights with fortified points. Caesar faced him across open ground, the camps separated by several miles. In the days leading up to the decisive moment, Caesar repeatedly marched out and formed his line in sight of Pompey. At first at a safe distance, then closer, gradually pressing toward the foot of the slope Pompey held. He did not rush into the disadvantage Pompey hoped for. Instead, he used these demonstrations to test morale and sharpen discipline. Caesar's weak cavalry was reinforced by agile light troops and used in daily skirmishes to build confidence and familiarity. These small clashes mattered. They taught Caesar's mounted arm to fight as part of a combined system, rather than as an isolated force, and they prevented Pompey from enjoying psychological superiority without challenge. Pompey remained reluctant to commit fully. He formed up on the lower slope rather than descend far into the plain, still wanting Caesar to take the harder approach. Yet pressure inside Pompey's camp grew. After Dyrrachium, many expected a final blow. When that did not come quickly, impatience turned into insistence. Caesar noticed the shift when Pompey advanced farther than usual and deployed with clearer intent, as if the decision had finally been forced. Caesar had been considering a different approach. If Pompey refused battle on fair terms, Caesar could keep moving, forcing marches and seeking moments when Pompey's army, less accustomed to hardship, would be strained. Constant movement would also help Caesar feed his men without sending large foraging parties out from a fixed camp. But the morning Pompey advanced more boldly, Caesar shelved that plan. He formed up to meet the challenge. The moment that had been avoided for weeks was now unavoidable. Pompey's camp believed the outcome was certain. The advantage in cavalry was treated as decisive. The plan spoken of openly was to sweep around Caesar's exposed flank, crush his smaller mounted force, and strike the infantry from the side before the lines could close in full weight. It was a plan that could work if executed with speed, cohesion, and ruthless timing. But it also relied on cavalry behaving as a single weapon, not as a crowd of eager riders. Caesar studied Pompey's array with care. Pompey's right side was protected by difficult riverbanks and a small mounted guard that made a turning movement there unlikely. His left held the mass of cavalry, missile troops, and allied units, with the infantry in the centre and right extending to the river. Caesar deployed his own legions in the standard layered formation, spreading his front to avoid being overlapped. He placed battered but trusted units, where they could still fight with pride, supported weakened formations by pairing them with adjacent troops, and assigned experienced commanders to each wing. Caesar himself positioned where he could see Pompey and be seen by his men. Caesar understood the real danger. The cavalry mass on Pompey's left would try to roll up Caesar's right. Caesar therefore created a hidden answer. He took select cohorts from the deeper lines and formed an extra line behind his right wing, positioned to meet the cavalry surge at the moment it broke through. These men were told plainly that the day might depend on their steadiness and their timing. At the same time, Caesar instructed his main infantry not to rush forward too early. He wanted control of the moment of collision, not an uncontrolled sprint that would exhaust his men before the crisis on the flank was decided. His final reserve line was held back on purpose, kept fresh in case the unexpected happened. When Caesar addressed the army, the tone was not theatrical. It was direct, practical, and aimed at the soldiers' sense of identity. The men responded. A veteran stepped forward and spoke in a way that captured the mood, not fear, but determination to earn gratitude through action, even at the cost of life. Then the signal for battle was given, and the lines began to move. There was enough open ground between the two armies for each side to advance toward the other, as was customary in ancient warfare. Yet Pompey issued a specific order. His infantry was to stand still and wait. He believed Caesar's soldiers would lose cohesion and strength if forced to rush across the field before striking. By holding position, Pompey expected their enemy to arrive winded, disordered, and less dangerous. He also assumed that weapons thrown by men standing firm would strike with greater force than those hurled while advancing. Caesar understood the psychology of battle far too well to accept this logic. He knew that momentum mattered not only to the body, but to the mind. The rush forward, the sound of trumpets, the rising shout of thousands moving together, these things stirred courage and dulled fear. He believed that this surge of collective will should never be restrained, only intensified. His soldiers could endure the physical strain. More importantly, the sight of an enemy refusing to advance would inflame their confidence rather than weaken it. At the signal, Caesar's line surged forward with controlled fury. On the right flank, a veteran named Crastinus led a group of volunteers who charged ahead of the rest. These men had already fulfilled every obligation demanded of them by the state, yet had chosen to remain under arms. This was the place of honor, and they seized it without hesitation. When Caesar's troops realized that Pompey's line still stood motionless, they slowed instinctively. Experience told them not to reach the enemy gasping for breath. They halted briefly, caught their wind, then advanced again in perfect rhythm. At close distance, they stopped once more. The front ranks cast their javelins in unison, then drew swords as ordered. A great shout rolled across the field, and the two armies collided in brutal silence, broken only by steel and cries. Pompey's infantry received the attack with discipline, answering missile with missile and blade with blade. The lines pressed together, pushing and yielding, neither side able to break the other. The struggle settled into a grinding contest of endurance. At that same instant, Pompey released his cavalry. From his left wing, thousands of horsemen thundered forward, supported by archers and slingers. Against such numbers, Caesar's mounted force had little chance. The resistance was brave but futile. Gradually, the smaller cavalry body bent, lost order, and then dissolved. Pompey's riders believed victory was already theirs and began to peel away in groups, aiming for Caesar's exposed flank and rear. The moment was decisive. Everything depended on whether the breach could be contained. Caesar had anticipated this exact crisis. Hidden behind the main line stood a compact reserve of selected infantry, formed for this single purpose. At Caesar's signal, they surged forward directly into the advancing cavalry. The horsemen, spread loosely and focused on pursuit, were stunned by the sudden appearance of disciplined foot soldiers charging straight at them. Momentum vanished. Horses reared. Formations hesitated. No clear command unified the cavalry mass. Each squadron waited for another to move first. That pause proved fatal. Caesar's men closed in, not throwing their javelins, but thrusting them upward into horses and riders alike. The cavalry broke instantly. Panic replaced confidence. Thousands fled toward the hills without attempting to rally. With the mounted arm destroyed, Caesar's reserve turned on the exposed missile troops. Deprived of protection, the archers and slingers were overwhelmed and cut down where they stood. Then, pivoting again, the same infantry slammed into Pompey's left flank and rear, while the main infantry lines were still locked in combat. The balance of the battle shifted in moments. Pompey's troops, shocked by the collapse of their cavalry, began to waver. Caesar judged the instant correctly. He summoned his final reserve, the third line, held back until now, and sent it forward. These fresh soldiers advanced steadily, replacing the exhausted front ranks, who slipped back through the intervals and regrouped behind them. The impact was devastating. Pompey's infantry line buckled, then tore apart. Resistance collapsed. Men ran for the camp. Pompey himself watched the unravelling from a distance. When he saw the cavalry destroyed and his flank crushed, he lost all resolve. He rode straight back to camp, ordered the gates closed, and withdrew into his tent, silent and motionless. The army was beaten. Caesar did not pause. He led his men directly against the enemy camp. Though exhausted and under a burning sun, the legionaries pressed on without hesitation. The defenders fought stubbornly, especially the allied contingents, but most of the fugitives had already thrown down their weapons. The camp fell quickly. Inside were signs of careless confidence. Lavish furnishings, prepared feasts, and shaded tents revealed how completely victory had been assumed. Pompey fled before Caesar's men entered, riding first to Larissa and then to the coast, escaping with only a handful of companions. Caesar urged his troops to ignore plunder and finish the war. He pursued the remnants toward the hills, cutting off water and escape routes with rapid earthworks. Surrounded, exhausted, and without supplies, the survivors surrendered by nightfall. At dawn, they were ordered to lay down their arms. Expecting slaughter, they were spared. Caesar forbade harm or looting and sent them away unharmed. Losses told the story clearly. Caesar's casualties were light. Pompey's army was shattered, with tens of thousands killed or captured and its standards taken. The victory had been secured not by chance, but by precise anticipation and decisive timing. Pompey fled eastward, pursued relentlessly. Caesar moved with speed and audacity, crossing seas in fragile craft, seizing enemy fleets through shock alone, and pressing on despite exhaustion. The defeated leader sought refuge wherever he could: Asia Minor, islands, friendly ports, but doors closed one by one. Finally, Pompey turned to Egypt, hoping gratitude and old alliances would protect him. Instead, fear of association with failure sealed his fate. He was murdered upon landing, betrayed by those who had welcomed him moments earlier. Thus ended the life of a man once called great. The war had revealed the true difference between the two rivals. One adapted, endured, and struck with clarity. The other relied on advantage and expectation. When that failed, nothing remained. While construction continued, the defenders of Alexandria launched a sudden attack. They emerged from the open ground facing the end of the bridge and struck both the workers and the troops guarding the bridgehead. At the same time, ships from the western harbour moved along the mole, pressing against the Roman position and attempting to set fire to the fleet anchored beyond. Fighting broke out on multiple fronts at once. The Romans struggled to hold the bridge and the mole, while the Alexandrians attacked from land and sea simultaneously. For a moment, the situation seemed manageable. Additional Roman sailors and rowers disembarked from nearby galleys onto the mole, arriving in no clear order but adding numbers at a critical moment. Their arrival initially tipped the balance. Enemy ships were pushed back, and the pressure eased. But this advantage did not last. Small Alexandrian boats slipped in along the flank, landing troops onto the mole where the Romans were exposed. Caught off guard and lacking coordination, the Roman sailors panicked and rushed back toward their ships. The Alexandrians quickly exploited the confusion. More troops landed on the mole and struck the Roman cohorts, guarding the bridge from behind. Seeing enemy forces massing on the mole, Roman crews feared their ships would be boarded. Ladders were pulled in, and the vessels pushed away from shore. This sudden movement caused alarm among the soldiers still fighting near the bridge. The Alexandrians pressed forward aggressively, and the Roman line collapsed into disorder. The Roman force now found itself trapped, attacked from both directions. Even the presence of their commander could not stop the spread of panic. When soldiers realized the ships were leaving, fear overwhelmed discipline. What began as a withdrawal became a desperate flight. Men rushed toward any vessel they could reach. Some overloaded the ships still alongside the mole, causing them to sink. Others swam toward anchored galleys, clinging to their shields. Many abandoned their weapons entirely in the struggle to escape. Efforts to restore order failed. The breakdown was complete. One ship became so crowded that it could not pull free and eventually went down. The commander himself was forced to leap into the water and swim through the harbour to safety. Later, stories claimed he carried a document above the waves as he swam, determined not to lose it. Once aboard another ship, rescue boats were sent back, but the losses were severe. Many were cut down on the mole, others drowned in the harbour. Hundreds of soldiers were lost, along with even more sailors. It was a grim reminder of how unforgiving defeat could be in ancient warfare. This success allowed the Alexandrians to retake the fort at the southern end of the mole. They strengthened it so thoroughly that it could not be assaulted again. With the bridge reopened, they regained access between the harbours and tightened their grip on the city. Despite the setback, the Roman troops were not broken. Shame weighed heavier than fear. Determined to erase the stain of defeat, they launched frequent attacks, ambushing Alexandrian patrols whenever possible. Their aggression became so relentless that restraint was required. This ability to recover quickly after disaster had long defined these soldiers. Panic might seize them in defeat, but it never lasted. Confidence returned with remarkable speed. As the conflict dragged on, a secret message reached the Roman commander. Some Alexandrians, exhausted by the rule of a queen and the harsh control of her chief minister, proposed the return of their young king. They promised that once he was restored, they would seek peace. The offer was accepted, not out of trust, but calculation. Releasing the king removed a complication and weakened the enemy's leadership. The young ruler departed in tears and gratitude, but once among his people, he turned fiercely hostile. The war continued unchanged. Soon after, reports spread of an army marching overland to aid the Romans. A separate rumour claimed reinforcements were coming by sea. The Alexandrians sent their fleet to intercept them. Roman ships moved out to meet this threat, and another naval clash followed. One officer fought with exceptional courage but was left unsupported. Surrounded, his ship was destroyed. The engagement changed little. Relief finally arrived months later. An allied commander crossed the desert with fresh forces, captured a key fortress, and marched along the Nile, gathering support as he advanced. The Alexandrians rushed to stop him, but were defeated in a fierce battle near the river. News reached the Roman commander, who moved quickly. Leaving a garrison behind, he marched across difficult terrain and joined the new army before the enemy could react. The decisive battle followed soon after. The enemy camp, well positioned between river, marsh, and steep ground, seemed secure. Initial attacks failed. Then a bold maneuver changed everything. A small force scaled an unguarded slope and struck the camp from behind. Panic spread instantly. Defenders fled toward the river, trampling one another in their desperation. Many drowned as they tried to escape. Among the dead was the king himself. With the enemy crushed, the march on Alexandria was swift. The city surrendered. A new government was installed, and order restored. After remaining longer than necessary, the Roman commander departed, leaving troops behind to secure the fragile peace. The campaign had lasted half a year. Most of that time had been spent on the defensive, holding a precarious position with limited forces. Victory came only after reinforcements arrived. The delay, combined with personal distractions, allowed enemies elsewhere to regroup. New wars would follow in Africa and Spain. What should have been a brief intervention became a costly diversion. No part of this campaign showed brilliance in planning. Success came through endurance, improvisation, and fortune rather than preparation. At several moments, disaster was narrowly avoided. Had events turned slightly differently, this venture might have destroyed a reputation rather than added to it. Almost immediately afterward, trouble flared again in the east. a regional king took advantage of the ongoing chaos and seized territory beyond his borders. Local Roman forces were defeated. With only a small and partly inexperienced army, the Roman commander moved swiftly to confront the threat. The decision was risky and unnecessary, yet characteristic. Speed replaced caution. The result was a sudden and complete victory, achieved in only a few days. Pharsalus had chosen his ground carefully. A few miles north of Zela, he sat in a position that felt both defensible and symbolic. The landscape there carried a memory of older victories, and that memory mattered. Zela itself stood in a plain surrounded by rough country, its walls rising from a natural height that made the town seem built into the earth. For an approaching army, it was not only a target but also a warning. Caesar arrived and halted at a measured distance, close enough to watch, far enough to think. The first day was not for battle. It was for reading the terrain, watching movement, and testing the enemy's confidence. What he noticed quickly was a second hill near the enemy's fortified height, split from it by a steep ravine. It was a hill with natural strength, a place that could be held with fewer men, a place that could turn into an anchor for everything that followed. The more striking detail was that it stood empty. Pharsalus had not claimed it. Whether from pride or impatience, he had left a useful advantage untouched. That night, Caesar moved without noise or display. Supplies were prepared in advance, tools readied, and the column crossed the plain in darkness. Before dawn, his troops had taken the unoccupied height. Once the position was secured, the work began at speed. Camp followers brought timber and materials forward. Soldiers did not wait for perfect order. They dug, piled, and shaped the defences with the urgency of men who understood how quickly fortune could change. The point was not simply to sit on the hill, but to make it hard to remove from the opposite slope. Pharsalus watched the activity and misread it. He assumed the enemy was scattered into labour, less ready to fight. He also believed time was on his side, only if he acted quickly. Confident in superior numbers and eager to strike before the new camp became solid, he formed his force and advanced. His army came down from its own strong ground and climbed toward the hill where the Romans were still building. It was a bold choice that depended on speed, shock, and the belief that the enemy would fold under pressure. At first, Caesar did not believe the attack was real. The movement looked like intimidation, an attempt to disrupt the building rather than a full assault. That misjudgment cost precious moments. Only a portion of the line was ordered forward, and the Romans were still half in the posture of work when the battle suddenly demanded discipline. They had, in effect, been caught at the edge of readiness. The opening wave included chariots fitted for intimidation and damage, driven straight into the fight. The Roman response was immediate volleys. Dense fire meant to slow the rush and break its momentum. Even so, the sudden violence shook the newer troops. Some wavered, startled not only by the chariots but by the speed of the enemy's advance. Then the infantry followed, pressing forward with loud confidence, striking as if victory were already written. The collision was brutal. On one flank, the veterans held as if rooted into the ground. Their steadiness made a difference that numbers could not easily overcome. In the centre, the pressure was worse. The enemy's first impact punched through and opened a gap where panic could have spread. The danger was immediate. If that break widened, the line would unravel, and the hill would become a trap rather than a fortress. Caesar moved quickly to stabilize the weakness, shifting strength toward the crisis point and forcing the left flank to keep working instead of collapsing inward. It became a contest of control, not just courage. The fight dragged into a stubborn grind. Pharsalus' men kept coming, pushing with all the energy of troops who believed the day belonged to them. But the Roman veterans refused to yield. Their resistance did more than hold a position, it pulled the rest of the army back into discipline. The example mattered. When one section stands firm, others often remember how to stand. Slowly, the assault lost its sharpness. The enemy began to give ground. Once the momentum turned, it turned hard. Pharsalus was driven down the slope with heavy losses. The Roman pursuit did not stop at the edge of the hill. It carried into the enemy camp itself. Even though the camp sat in a strong spot, it fell quickly, taken in the rush that follows a broken charge. The king escaped with only a small group of horsemen, leaving behind an army that effectively ceased to exist as a fighting force. The camp was abandoned to plunder, and the Roman soldiers found valuable supplies. The victory was complete, the kind of result that turns a problem from a looming threat into a closed chapter. In the aftermath, the region was secured rapidly. Troops were left behind to hold key points and prevent the enemy from rebuilding. The most reliable veterans were rewarded and sent away with honour. Allied forces that had performed poorly were dismissed. Caesar did not linger. He moved the next day, travelling fast, stopping only long enough to settle the political ground. He passed through and lock in the new balance of power. It was this short campaign that later became famous in memory as a lightning victory, the kind that made an enemy collapse before the world fully understood the war had begun. When Caesar reached Rome again, he returned to a city under strain. Power structures existed, but resentment simmered underneath them. Important men had been left in charge, and their behaviour had produced widespread anger. More serious than politics, however, was the mood of the soldiers. These were not fresh recruits with no history. They were veterans who believed they had built their commander's success with their own wounds. Payments had been delayed. Promises felt distant. Discipline weakened when Caesar was absent, and arrogance grew in camps where no one dared punish the strongest men. Trouble finally broke into the open. Certain legions refused orders. Others followed. Then a larger and more dangerous moment arrived. Troops near Rome erupted into mutiny, attacked officers who tried to calm them, seized their standards, and marched toward the city. They acted as if they were the real source of authority, convinced that threats would force faster rewards. The danger was obvious. A large, angry army close to the capital could trigger chaos that no Senate vote could contain. Caesar responded with a mixture of control and nerve. The city prepared defences, but he did not rely on walls. He faced the mutineers directly, meeting them in open space rather than allowing the crisis to fester. They demanded discharge, claiming they had bled enough and wanted an end. Caesar's answer was cold and immediate. They would have what they asked for. He spoke as if their departure did not matter, even implying he would win future wars without them and reward others with the honours they expected. That indifference struck harder than any threat. The mutineers had assumed he would bargain. Instead, he treated them as replaceable. As his words sank in, their unity began to crack. What they feared most was not punishment, but irrelevance. When he addressed them not as soldiers, but as ordinary citizens, it felt like a public stripping of identity. That single shift was enough to break their defiance. They protested, begged, and tried to recover the bond they had risked by marching on Rome. Caesar accepted their submission, punished ringleaders through reduced rewards, and made an example without triggering a bloodbath. The mutiny ended not through slaughter but through psychological mastery. Yet the larger war was not finished. Across the sea, the opposition had gathered strength in Africa. It was not a single general with a single plan, but a coalition bound by a shared refusal to yield. They had soldiers, cavalry, light troops, and political leadership. They also had a powerful local ally, a king with his own army and resources. Their fleet patrolled the waters, threatening supply lines and landings. The danger was real enough that, with better leadership, an invasion of Italy itself might have been possible. Instead, the coalition focused on holding territory and starving any attacker who managed to land. Caesar prepared to cross anyway, and here the pattern of risk returned. He gathered transports and troops in Sicily, eager to strike before the enemy could tighten the net. He embarked with speed, but the season's winds were unpredictable. The fleet scattered. No clear rally point had been fixed. Ships drifted apart. Some pulled far off course. Others pushed toward hostile shores. Caesar reached the African coast with only a fraction of the force he intended to bring. He anchored near a fortified town held by enemy troops and cavalry. With only a few thousand men, he still chose to land. The move was dangerously thin. It depended on speed, on the enemy hesitating, and on the hope that the scattered fleet would eventually find him. He reconnoitred the town, saw defenders on the walls, and refused to let his men plunder the surrounding population, trying to avoid turning neutral towns into enemies. An attempt to negotiate was rejected. With insufficient strength to besiege the place and rumours of enemy cavalry approaching, Caesar withdrew along the coast, looking for a safer position where he could collect ships and supplies. For a moment, he stood in genuine peril. Enemy forces nearby outnumbered him heavily, and cavalry reinforcements were arriving. A more decisive opponent could have attacked and crushed him before his situation stabilized. That did not happen. The enemy preferred caution and defense. Caesar used the breathing space to pull back to a better coastal position, one that offered a view of the sea and safer anchorage. Another town opened its gates to him, and he placed guards to prevent his own men from harming those he needed as allies. Now, the campaign became a race against time. Caesar stayed near the shoreline because he had to recover the fleet. Being pinned close to the sea also limited foraging inland and threatened food supplies. He sent ships out to search for missing vessels, dispatched urgent orders for grain and reinforcements from nearby regions, and turned his landing point into a depot. He seized stored supplies where he could, tightened discipline by ordering troops not to leave camp, and gathered information from locals and deserters about enemy positions. As days passed, part of the scattered fleet finally appeared, not through perfect planning, but through luck and mistaken assumptions about where Caesar would be. The danger remained that other ships might drift toward enemy-controlled ports and be captured. Caesar began to consider a desperate option, leaving strong garrisons behind and sailing personally to find the missing vessels, even if that meant returning to Sicily to bring more legions. The army sensed the risk. They understood that on a foreign coast, facing powerful cavalry and uncertain supplies, their best protection was not numbers, but the energy and confidence of the man leading them. For many of them, his presence had become the centre of stability. If he could hold his nerve, they believed the crisis could still be turned into a campaign. Just as the morning departure was about to begin, the horizon changed. Ships appeared where none were expected. The scattered fleet, assumed lost or delayed beyond reach, suddenly came into view as if drawn by timing alone. Troops were landed at once, supplies came ashore, and a larger camp was established west of Ruspina, close enough to the coast to keep the sea within reach. The immediate danger eased. With roughly 20,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry, the force was no longer hanging by a thread. Yet even now, the balance still felt wrong. For a commander who held enormous power elsewhere, the fact that his position in Africa remained so thin was not a triumph of daring, but the cost of haste. Scipio was known to be far away at Utica, nearly 100 miles to the north. Between those points lay country that offered little concealment. The The shoreline was low and open. A shallow line of small hills ran inland like a faint ridge, and beyond it stretched a broad, gently rolling plain. Ruspina itself stood slightly higher than much of the surrounding coast, giving a better view of sea and land alike. Once the camp defences were dug in, movement began almost immediately. On the morning of November 8th, Caesar set out with a large detachment in light marching order. It was not an expedition of small parties. The threat of ambush was too great. Anything detached and isolated could be cut off without warning. The route chosen led toward more fertile ground. South of Ruspina, the low coastal hills formed a loose boundary. West of them lay a wide, flat plain, once shaped by the sea and still open enough for fast movement. It was easy country to cross and suitable for collecting supplies. But only a few miles from camp, a rising cloud of dust appeared in the distance. It was the unmistakable sign of a large force in motion. The enemy had moved closer than expected, and was coming out to meet him under experienced commanders, including Labienus and other officers trusted by Scipio. The scouting had failed to give early warning. The discovery came late, reported only moments before contact became unavoidable. If the enemy had arrived a day or two earlier, the landing itself could have been struck while the army was still disembarking. That did not happen, not through perfect foresight, but because the opposing forces had been spread out and needed time to concentrate. Scipio had also been watching the wrong coastline, expecting the landing farther north near the old traditional approaches. Retreat was no longer an option. The cavalry were ordered forward, supported by a screen of archers. Caesar rode out himself to judge the true scale of what was approaching, then directed the infantry to advance in battle formation. It soon became clear that the force ahead was not a small detachment, but a major portion of the enemy's strength. The numbers were lopsided. Caesar had perhaps 12,000 men present in the field at that moment. The enemy came with a massive combination of cavalry, infantry, and light troops blended together in a way that made their line hard to read at a distance. Labienus held command and had chosen the moment well. He believed the advantage of numbers could crush the landing force before it fully settled into Africa. The plan was not to meet Roman infantry blade to blade. The plan was to deny them what they did best. Numidian cavalry were used in their own style, sweeping around the flanks, throwing darts, retreating through gaps, and returning again and again. It was a war of movement designed to exhaust and frustrate rather than to collide. The battlefield suited that approach perfectly. The plain was flat and wide, widening further ahead. On the left, low hills offered only slight protection. On the right, marshy ground narrowed choices and limited manoeuvre. Caesar sent for the rest of his cavalry from camp, but in the meantime had to build a line with what he had. Because his numbers were limited, he could not form deep reserves. He stretched his force into a single long front, opening intervals and shifting cohorts, so that space could be held without collapsing inward. Archers moved ahead as skirmishers. The small cavalry wings were ordered to avoid being drawn too far out or surrounded. The line held, but the enemy line extended wider still, overlapping both flanks. Then the pressure intensified. Enemy cavalry rushed forward to cast their darts, and when met, slipped back behind infantry through carefully maintained openings. Each time Roman troops surged forward to chase them off, they were struck from the side by light infantry and hit by missiles. Each time the Romans pulled back, the cavalry returned. The cycle repeated, and its purpose was obvious: to make disciplined soldiers lose patience and break formation. Soon the cavalry on the flanks were forced backward. Horses were wounded, space tightened. The enemy continued to stretch past the edges until the entire Roman force was nearly wrapped in a ring. The cohorts, crowded and compressed, shifted into a circular defence. It was not yet a true close-quarters battle. That was exactly the problem. Roman soldiers wanted decisive contact, but the enemy refused to grant it. The danger was not a single fatal blow. It was the slow draining away of control. Among the newer troops, fear began to rise. Many remembered earlier disasters in Africa and feared the same ending. In that moment, Caesar's presence mattered more than speeches. He moved constantly, appearing where the pressure was greatest, calm and alert, driving the men to keep their order and not chase shadows. Veteran soldiers embedded in the line helped anchor the less experienced. Confidence spread the only way it can spread in combat, from those who do not flinch to those who are about to. Labienus rode forward repeatedly, taunting the line and acting as if the result was already decided. He was close enough to test courage, but careful enough to avoid real risk. The enemy seemed to be waiting for the Roman formation to crack, because once cracks appeared, cavalry could turn disorder into slaughter. Caesar understood that something had to change before that moment arrived. The circle was too tight for effective fighting. The men needed room to use their weapons and a way to break the surrounding pressure. A complicated maneuver with inexperienced troops would have been dangerous. The solution had to be simple. Orders went out for alternate cohorts to face outward and backward, creating two fronts instead of one trapped ring. Space was forced open. At the edges, the strongest cohorts pushed outward with coordinated strikes, and the surrounding enemy line was torn at 2 points. The encirclement was no longer a single unbroken threat. The shift immediately changed the psychology of the field. The enemy, suddenly divided, lost some of its confidence. The Romans, sensing movement and success, regained energy. Caesar seized the moment and ordered a hard charge. The enemy pulled back, scattered, and gave ground. The Roman force began a controlled withdrawal toward camp, not as fugitives, but in formation. The battle did not end there. Fresh enemy cavalry arrived and attempted to renew the harassment. The Romans halted, faced about, and fought again in the open. Labienus continued to avoid close engagement, keeping distance and relying on missiles and movement. It was a grinding, exhausting pressure, meant to force a collapse. But by now the troops had regained a sense of cohesion. They were no longer waiting to break. They were responding. A final decisive moment came when Caesar ordered a sudden aggressive surge against a more loosely spread enemy front. The boldness caught the attackers off guard. The enemy line broke back beyond the low hills. The Romans held a nearby rise long enough to restore order and then returned to their camp before night, battered but intact. The fighting had lasted from late morning until sunset. This was not a clean victory, but it was survival against overwhelming odds. Caesar had been surprised in open country and had prevented the kind of collapse that could have ended the campaign on the spot. Afterward, he strengthened the camp at Ruspina with serious engineering, connecting defences and securing access to the coast, so supplies and equipment could arrive safely from the fleet. Yet the greatest enemy was not a commander or an army. It was food. Africa around them had been stripped. Many civilians were under arms. Foraging was dangerous. Enemy cavalry tried to choke movement and isolate any supply effort. Incoming transports struggled to find the correct landing points and risked interception. Escort ships had to patrol the coast simply to guide their own convoys home. The campaign's rhythm became a contest of endurance and logistics, not glorious charges. Scipio moved to join Labienus and established a major camp nearby. With superior numbers, the enemy could attempt a blockade rather than a storming assault. That choice fit their caution, but it also revealed a weakness. The blockade was not enforced with ruthless precision. The enemy had numbers, but not always the discipline and sharp command needed to turn numbers into a killing net. Inside the Roman camp, adaptation began. Sailors were armed as archers and slingers. Workshops produced missiles and engines. Guard duty tightened. Caesar monitored the lines personally, checked posts, encouraged exhausted troops, and forced discipline where it threatened to slip. The camp became not just a shelter, but a factory and a fortress. Then, at last, ships began to arrive with grain, equipment, and experienced units. The effect was immediate. Hunger loosened its grip, confidence returned. The stalled campaign began to shift, not through a single dramatic battle, but through the steady arrival of what had been missing since the landing: supplies and solid troops. The enemy misread the pause. They expected panic or weakness. Instead, they faced a commander who waited until conditions favoured him, who refused to be provoked into reckless attacks, and who used time as a weapon. The quiet was not surrender. It was preparation. And in Africa, preparation was the difference between a desperate landing and a campaign that could still be won. Caesar sent 6 transport ships back across the sea to Sicily, ordering them to bring the rest of the troops without delay. Even after the latest arrivals, his force was still smaller than the coalition gathering against him. But it was no longer a stranded detachment clinging to the shoreline. There were enough men to take risks with movement, and that was exactly what he chose to do. The goal was simple in theory and brutally hard in practice. Force the enemy into a battle that did not favour their cavalry-heavy style, and do it before a tightening ring of outposts and patrols could turn his position into a slow siege. South of the fortifications around Ruspina lay a wide valley that felt like a natural arena. It stretched for many miles, framed by low ridges and broken hills, a landscape shaped like a bowl where armies could see each other coming and still find places to anchor a line. The flat ground ran toward a northern exit that narrowed into marshland close to the sea. Farther inland, almost in the centre of the plain, sat Ucita, a small but important town held by Scipio's garrison. It was more than a dot on the map. It controlled wells, movement, and observation. Watchtowers stood on the higher points, and scattered guards and cavalry posts dotted the valley, ready to signal, delay, and harass. Caesar couldn't allow himself to be pinned. If Scipio was allowed to keep building outward and tightening control of the hills and roads, Ruspina would become a trap rather than a base. Gaining ground in this valley would loosen that pressure. It would also threaten the enemy's access between the interior and the coastal towns, and it would make the line between Ruspina and Leptis easier to protect. 2 usable harbours were a lifeline. Losing freedom of movement between them would be fatal. Then chance opened a door. Scipio's camp south of Ruspina suffered from a basic problem: water. Wells were limited, and the supply was not good enough to sustain a large force comfortably. Late in November, Scipio abandoned that camp and shifted toward the western hills of the Ucita plain, seeking better ground and better access to what he needed. The move was not meant as a gift, but it created an opening. Caesar followed, watching carefully for the moment when the enemy's line would be in motion and less settled. The plan was not a reckless march into the open. It was a probing advance, a series of controlled movements designed to test the enemy, pull them out of shape, and tempt them into committing on ground that could be managed. Near the end of November, Caesar left a strong force behind in the Ruspina defences and moved out with the rest, marching by night. The column followed the coastline at first, keeping the sea on one side, then cut inland toward the eastern heights that overlooked the plain. The flat centre of the valley was avoided on purpose. Numidian cavalry had already shown what they could do on open ground, and Caesar did not intend to offer that kind of battlefield again unless the conditions were in his favour. Along the ridge he chose, fortification began immediately. Earthworks rose across stony slopes and broken ravines. The line faced west, toward the valley and the enemy positions, but it also protected the route back towards the coast. The new position was not high in the way people imagine mountains, but it was enough. It gave visibility, a defensible edge, and a way to keep contact with Ruspina without being cut off. At dawn, Scipio and Labienus realized what had happened. Their new camps lay across the valley, and their nearest detachments were close enough to see the labour and the movement. They decided to disrupt the work quickly, hoping to strike before the new lines became permanent. Cavalry came forward first. Infantry held back behind them in support. The idea was to hit tired men who had marched and worked through the night and break the operation before it took root. Caesar refused to let the enemy close in while his troops were exposed on the works. When the opposing force came within a distance that made continued digging risky, he shifted attention to a local target on the left. A Numidian cavalry post held a nearby hill on the enemy's right flank. Caesar sent Spanish horse and archers to drive them off. The attack was sharp and organised, and the Numidians fell back. Labienus reacted immediately, pulling a large body of cavalry away from the main line to support the retreating detachment. That decision created exactly the kind of separation Caesar was waiting for. As Labienus moved, terrain interfered with his awareness. A large estate in the plain, with walls, trees, and enclosed grounds, blocked sight lines at the crucial moment. Under cover of that screen, Caesar's cavalry shifted into position. When Labienus passed the estate and exposed his flank, the counterstroke came fast. Caesar's horse wheeled into the open and slammed into Labienus from the side and behind. The Numidians broke first. Some fled the moment they realized the trap. A smaller group of Gallic and German cavalry held longer, but they were isolated. Caesar's men surrounded them and cut them down. The effect was not limited to the cavalry fight itself. Scipio's infantry, watching a flank collapse and seeing allied horsemen scatter, lost cohesion. The withdrawal began unevenly, then spread, and soon the retreat looked more like disorder than a planned movement. Caesar did not chase deep into the valley. He returned to the new works and finished what he had started, turning a foothold into a fortified position. The psychological victory mattered as much as the tactical one. It was an early sign to young troops that the enemy could be hurt and pushed back. Within days, more of Caesar's force shifted into the new lines, leaving only a garrison behind at Ruspina. The new position strengthened control over the ridge and tightened Caesar's grip on movement between the coast and the valley. The next day, Caesar marched out and offered battle. It was a deliberate gesture. He wanted to press the advantage while confidence was high. Scipio refused. The defeat and the surprise had made him cautious, and he did not trust the steadiness of his men enough to risk a full engagement on ground he did not fully control. Caesar then moved closer to Ucita, hoping to take it quickly. The town mattered for supply and for water, and Scipio could not afford to lose it. He marched out with his entire army to protect it, deploying in deep formation with cavalry forward and elephants placed to strengthen the line. The town itself became an anchor point, almost like a built-in fortress in the centre of the battlefield. Scipio advanced his wings on either side of the town rather than pushing straight out into a wide open fight. He was defending a position, not hunting a decision. Caesar judged the situation and stepped back. Attacking the town and fighting the army at the same time would risk being stretched across the plain with flanks exposed. Evening was coming, and the troops had been in motion since morning without food. He withdrew to the safety of the ridgelines. The maneuver still produced results. Elsewhere, a siege being carried out by one of Scipio's officers had to be abandoned, partly because Caesar's movements threatened the enemy's routes and forced them to change priorities. Around this time, a smaller incident revealed something deeper about discipline and loyalty. One of Caesar's vessels was captured with legionaries aboard. The prisoners were offered freedom and rewards if they changed sides. They refused. One centurion went further, openly mocking the idea that Caesar's soldiers could be bought. He challenged Scipio to choose a strong cohort and claimed that he and a handful of comrades could destroy it in open combat. That defiance ended in execution. Caesar responded with anger, punishing officers responsible for coastal patrols and tightening control over the shoreline, because losing ships meant losing food, reinforcements, and the ability to keep the campaign alive. Life in the camps remained hard. Caesar had forced the army to travel light, with almost no baggage, no comfort, and limited shelter. Officers were held to the same rule. Frequent moves prevented the construction of proper winter quarters. Men built crude huts from brush and covered them with whatever they could find. Bad weather made the hardship worse. A hailstorm struck in early winter, tearing apart the shelters, flooding the ground, soaking rations and putting out fires. Soldiers wandered through the storm holding shields above their heads, trying to protect themselves while the camp turned into mud and water. Scipio, despite commanding larger numbers, still felt uneasy. He pressed King Juba to join him, arguing that more troops and elephants would finally make Caesar hesitate. Juba came with a mixed force: regular units, cavalry, elephants, and a mass of light troops. Rumours of his approach spread through camps and outposts, carried by deserters and scouts, and for a time they produced tension among Caesar's younger soldiers. But once Juba arrived and his army was seen up close, that fear faded. The numbers looked impressive, but the quality did not. The Roman legionaries recognized an undisciplined crowd when they saw one. Still, Scipio celebrated the reinforcement with a grand display, drawing up the combined forces and offering battle. Caesar answered in a colder way, not with a charge, but with methodical movement of his lines along the ridge, pushing fieldworks southward, step by step. Juba took a position north of Scipio, and the allied camp swelled with men and noise. But it did not solve Scipio's deeper problem. He could not force Caesar to fight the wrong battle. Caesar now began a careful expansion of control over the hills between his lines and the enemy. Taking those heights would push back hostile outposts, protect watering parties, and make any advance against the enemy less vulnerable. Labienus tried to stop this by fortifying one key hill beyond Caesar's left. The route toward it ran through rough ground and a rocky valley with a grove of old olive trees. Labienus set an ambush there with both infantry and cavalry, placing another mounted force farther south to strike at Caesar's rear if he advanced. The trap failed because the hidden infantry moved too early, breaking cover before the moment of surprise. Caesar's cavalry met them as scattered men rather than as a locked formation and swept them aside. The second cavalry ambush also collapsed, and Labienus barely escaped. With the threat gone, Caesar took the hill he wanted and immediately built a strong work on it. The position tightened his grip on the ridge and made his camp far harder to threaten. Uchita remained the key obstacle. It stood between Caesar and the enemy's main positions, and it was held by a strong garrison. Scipio could defend it by spreading his army in a long line across the plain, using cavalry to threaten the flanks. That meant a direct assault risked being attacked on the sides while pressing forward. Caesar chose engineering over improvisation. He began extending parallel lines of fieldworks westward from his camp, built night after night, each section completed enough to be held by troops by morning. These corridors of trenches and fortified points protected the army from cavalry sweeps, and also allowed wells to be dug in the low ground, easing the constant struggle for water. Skirmishes continued around these works. Horsemen clashed, missiles flew, and desertions kept draining the enemy camp. Caesar's forces remained steady, while Scipio's cavalry, though larger, showed less discipline. One evening, as work parties were being withdrawn, Scipio and his allies struck at the outposts and briefly drove them in. Caesar responded instantly, bringing up cohorts with weapons ready and restoring the fight. Supported by infantry, Caesar's cavalry turned and charged hard. The Numidians, scattered by their own pursuit, were caught at the wrong moment and driven into flight. Leaders escaped only under cover of dust and confusion. Afterward, the flow of deserters increased again. More troops arrived from Sicily, including veteran formations that had once been famous for their loyalty and aggression. Yet even these units carried traces of earlier indiscipline from the comfortable months near Rome. Caesar dealt with it brutally and fast, removing officers and punishing misconduct. The message was clear. In Africa, comfort and arrogance would kill an army. With the new arrivals counted, Caesar's heavy infantry was now nearly equal to Scipio's in the troops that truly mattered. Scipio still had more light forces, but those could not decide a battle against disciplined legions. Juba's need to protect his own territory pulled away some of his strength, further reducing the enemy advantage. The balance was shifting. Early in the new year, Caesar completed works close enough to begin constant pressure on Ucita. Engines were mounted on towers and parapets, and the town was pounded steadily. The fortified lines stretched for miles, long enough that a weaker commander might have been broken while building them. Caesar held them, manned them, and expanded them without giving Scipio the opening he needed to smash a half-finished section. Scipio tried to answer with naval action. A fleet moved to intercept convoys and struck at the transports near Leptis at a moment when discipline along the shore had slipped. Transports were burned. Warships were taken. Caesar, hearing the news, reacted with the speed that made him dangerous. He rowed to the coast, boarded a ship, rallied his scattered naval force, and pursued. He recovered one vessel, took another, and drove the enemy into harbour. When the wind turned and allowed movement again, he struck the ships lying outside the port and destroyed several. One, captured Roman who had broken parole, was executed, a reminder that even civil war had rules that could still be enforced with blood. Back on land, both armies now tried to force a battle on their own terms. Scipio drew up on a slight rise near the plain, close enough for the two lines to watch each other clearly across a shallow dip in the ground. It was nearly level to the eye, but even small advantages in slope mattered to Roman infantry. Scipio still had the advantage in numbers and a garrison in Ucita that could threaten any reckless pursuit. The ground in front of his line was rough and stony, cut by a small stream bed that an attacker would have to cross. The armies stood within a short distance, separated by little more than that shallow depression. Scipio anchored one flank on the town, treating it like a fixed strong point in the centre of his position. His own legions and Jubas stood in front. Numidian reserves waited behind in a thin, spread-out second line. Elephants were placed on the wings with light troops around them. Regular cavalry massed on the open side away from the town, and farther out still, irregular horse and skirmishers formed a loose sweeping wing meant to wrap around Caesar's left. The intention was not to smash the legions head-on. It was to surround, harass with missiles, and create confusion until the infantry could be broken. Caesar's battle line was arranged with the calm precision of a commander who understood exactly where the danger would fall. On the left stood 2 hardened veteran legions, placed in the sector most likely to be tested. The centre was packed with several steady formations drawn up shoulder to shoulder, built to absorb pressure and keep the line from bending. On the right, additional legions held ground beside the siege works facing Uchita, their position anchored by trenches and barriers that made the flank difficult to turn. Behind this front, a second layer was formed from newer troops, reinforced here and there with experienced cohorts, so the inexperienced men would not have to stand alone if the line wavered. A third layer existed only where it was truly needed, stretching from the middle toward the left, because the right side was already protected by fortifications and could be held without a deep reserve. The cavalry was concentrated to one side rather than spread evenly across the field. It stood opposite the enemy's mounted mass, mixed with light infantry to give it some stability. Even so, there was an obvious lack of confidence in that arm. A full legion was held back behind the horsemen as an emergency weight, an insurance policy in case the cavalry cracked under pressure. Archers were placed mainly on the wings, where they could rake the edges of any advance, but groups of them also stood forward, ready to throw arrows into the first violent contact. Once both sides completed their formations, an astonishing stillness settled across the battlefield. The armies faced each other at close range, separated by a shallow dip in the ground, and yet neither side crossed it. For an entire day, the 2 lines held position, watching and waiting, as if the air itself was too heavy to move through. It was an unusual scene in a war defined by sudden marches and sharp decisions. Observers could only wonder why Caesar, who had attacked decisively in other moments of the civil war, did not drive the action forward here as well, especially when the balance of strength was no longer overwhelmingly against him. The hesitation cannot be explained by terrain alone. The ground in front did not present a steep wall or a lethal funnel. The enemy was not led by a commander famous for bold tactical imagination. And yet the clash did not come. Battle, for any leader, is not simply arithmetic, it is judgment, timing, and sometimes the physical condition of the man giving orders. Caesar's energy had carried him across seas and through supply disasters, but the long strain of the campaign showed itself in smaller ways. When decisive action was possible, caution occasionally returned, especially when new troops stood in the ranks and the enemy's cavalry threatened to turn every open field into a running fight of darts and arrows. As the daylight faded and Caesar's men began to fall back toward camp, the enemy's lighter cavalry wing slid forward toward the hillworks. Labienus kept his heavier horse opposite the legions, holding a firm screen while the faster riders looked for a weak point. Then something went wrong on Caesar's side. A group of cavalry and light infantry surged forward on their own initiative, eager to strike the raiders. They advanced into soft ground near the stream bed and were pushed back. Men fell, horses were wounded, and the sudden confusion gave the enemy a moment of satisfaction. Scipio withdrew to camp, pleased with a minor success that felt larger than it was. The next day brought a quick reversal. A detachment of Caesar's cavalry travelling toward Leptis to secure grain caught enemy soldiers straggling from their camp and cut them down or took them alive. It was not a grand victory, but it restored confidence. After that, the war returned to its pattern, both sides digging, extending lines and trying to choke the other's movement. Scipio focused on strengthening his hold on the hills behind Ucita, while Caesar worked to cut the enemy's right away from the high ground that supported it. A long ditch and rampart rose in the open ground, not as a complete wall across the entire valley, but as a barrier positioned to blunt cavalry incursions and to protect Caesar's expanding works. Daily cavalry clashes became routine. Riders skirmished, pulled back, returned again, and withdrew into dust. Meanwhile, Caesar searched constantly for food. The countryside had its own methods for surviving war. Families hid grain in underground pits and concealed stores. One night, Caesar sent out a sizable force of infantry with mounted support. They swept through fertile ground, located hidden caches, and returned with a haul large enough to keep the army alive for a little longer. It was a reminder that in this campaign, victory often depended less on elegant maneuvers than on who could fill their sacks. Labienus understood the pattern and tried to punish it. Expecting Caesar to repeat the same route for another grain run, he prepared an ambush in a narrow stretch of country where hills pressed close. But the plan leaked. Deserters brought word of the trap. Caesar waited, allowing the enemy's men to relax into overconfidence, and then moved with force. Cavalry went forward first, then a heavy body of legions followed behind, close enough to support and close enough to strike. When Caesar's horse suddenly fell upon the hidden outposts, the enemy's screen collapsed in confusion. Labienus rushed in with superior numbers, and for a moment it looked as if Caesar's cavalry would be driven off. Then the legions appeared, advancing in solid order. The sight of heavy infantry arriving so close to the ambush zone changed everything. Labienus withdrew rapidly, abandoning the trap. In the aftermath, Juba made a brutal example of those who ran, executing deserters and fugitives to enforce discipline through fear. Even so, the larger problem remained. Caesar could not gather enough grain to keep the army comfortably fed. A choice had to be made. Either assault the enemy in strong defensive positions, or move and accept the loss of ground that had cost weeks of labour to secure. He chose movement. An assault against prepared works promised heavy losses and uncertain reward. A change of base risked morale, but Caesar understood his soldiers and knew how to frame retreat as purposeful repositioning. The fortification work had not been useless anyway. It had hardened the army, trained the new levies, and proven that the troops could endure. Before leaving, Caesar gave careful orders. Garrisons would remain in the key coastal towns and forts. The fleet received instructions to maintain pressure on enemy ports, and to watch the shoreline so incoming ships could not be intercepted, while the army shifted position. Then, the camp near Uchita was burned, and before daylight the column marched along the coast toward Agar, keeping the sea close and the hills on the other side. The army now relied more heavily on Leptis as its supply anchor than on Ruspina. Near Agar, supplies finally appeared: barley, oil, wine, figs, and some wheat. It was not abundance, but it was relief. Scipio did not strike the moving column. No cavalry pursuit came crashing down from the hills. Instead, the enemy followed at a distance, marching along higher ground and choosing camps that aimed to block Caesar from reaching the interior granaries. Multiple camps were established on elevations near Tegea, and Numidian riders were posted on every useful height to interfere with foraging. Yet even with these precautions, Caesar managed to gather food by sending out large, well-escorted parties. The pressure of hunger still drove him toward risk. A town deep behind the enemy's position had been turned into a major grain depot. Scipio considered it safe and had stationed troops nearby to protect the stores. Caesar learned the details from a deserter and decided to gamble. The operation demanded speed, secrecy, and the nerve to march past hostile camps and return with a loaded train. Before dawn, Caesar left a strengthened camp behind for security and moved out with his cavalry and a large body of infantry. The march slipped past the enemy undetected. The town was taken quickly, prominent supporters of the opposing cause were seized, and a long train was loaded with grain and supplies. A garrison was installed, ordered to hold as best it could, because Caesar had no time to linger. He even considered striking the enemy's foraging troops nearby, but news arrived that Scipio had responded with his full army. Caesar abandoned any extra ambition and began the return journey with the prize already in hand. The real danger came on the way back. An ambush force of Numidian cavalry and light troops waited among hills and broken ground. Once Caesar's column moved past, the attackers surged onto the rear. Caesar reacted immediately. Infantry turned to face the threat. The baggage was pushed behind a protective screen. Cavalry rode out front to check the first rush. The pattern became brutal and exhausting. Each time the Roman line turned and pressed forward, the Numidians scattered. Each time the march resumed, they returned, throwing missiles, darting in and out, and trying to slow the column to a crawl. Hour after hour, the withdrawal continued at a painful pace. Horses fell. Men struggled on an empty stomach. The enemy aimed to force Caesar to halt in a place with no water, turning harassment into collapse. Eventually, the cavalry was too tired to keep absorbing the punishment, and infantry took over rearguard duty because disciplined legionaries could punish any approach with a sudden turn and a volley of thrown spears. The baggage was rushed ahead, protected by the moving formation. The column advanced slowly but did not break. By evening, the troops reached camp intact. The raid completed, the grain secured, and the army saved from being pinned in the open. The raid revealed the contrast between the two commands. Scipio had chances to block the return route and force a battle in a narrow passage. He failed to seize them. Labienus harassed the rear but never turned the harassment into a decisive trap. Caesar, despite taking a risk driven by hunger, maintained control of formation and timing. It was not elegant warfare. It was survival under pressure. After this, Caesar adapted. The enemy's skirmishers were fast and persistent, and the campaign demanded new habits. Troops were drilled more aggressively against cavalry harassment, and preparations were made to face elephants, both to teach the infantry how to wound them and to keep horses from panicking at their smell and noise. The fighting style in Africa was different from the wars in Gaul. Here, the enemy preferred distance, tricks, and constant irritation rather than blunt, hand-to-hand struggle. Caesar continued marching and counter-marching, trying to force Scipio into a real battle. At times, he drew up in open ground and offered combat. Scipio refused. Hunger kept tightening its grip, and Caesar began shifting toward a harsher solution, striking at depots and strongpoints to compel movement. Thapsus, a key coastal city and port, stood out as the prize that could not be ignored forever. It held supplies, ships, and strategic value. Taking it would force Scipio to react. Before committing to that major siege, Caesar raided smaller targets first, partly because they were easier to seize, but mainly because they held grain. He marched against a depot town, taking it swiftly and distributing the supplies. He approached another strong place and chose not to assault, because it was heavily fortified and time was short. Then he returned to Agar with the enemy shadowing him along the hills, still refusing to fight in the open. By late January, reinforcements finally arrived in full. Caesar now commanded a large army, tens of thousands of legionaries, several thousand cavalry, and supporting auxiliaries. A grand review was held to display strength and restore morale. The next day, Caesar advanced once more and offered battle near the enemy's camps. Scipio refused yet again. With each refusal, Caesar's options narrowed. The campaign could not be won by staring across a field while supplies dwindled. The decision finally came. Caesar moved on Thapsus by night, covering the distance quickly and seizing the higher ground behind the city. Immediately, work began. Trenches, walls, and forts rising in a ring. The city was invested from shore to shore. Thapsus itself was strong, walled deeply, backed by a good harbour and protected by a salt lake inland that made approach difficult. But the siege works tightened, and the message was clear. If Scipio did nothing, he would lose one of his most valuable ports and depots. That threat forced movement at last. Scipio and Juba marched to save the city, choosing routes that kept them on favourable ground and established camps at a distance. Scipio searched for a way to push assistance into Thapsus, along the narrow strip of land between the sea and the Salt Lake. Caesar had anticipated it. A fort already stood in the centre of that strip, strongly held. Scipio approached, saw the obstacle, and hesitated. He withdrew, then tried another approach, moving around the lake towards Caesar's lines. Again, the response was slow and uncertain. Each delay allowed Caesar to finish more of the ring and strengthen every weak point. Within days, Caesar's siege works formed a solid arc. Thapsus was sealed. Scipio then began building camps north of the lake and even attempted to start another fortified position closer to Caesar's lines. The move was dangerous. Placing a camp so near an enemy who was already dug in invited attack before the works were complete. Caesar chose to strike immediately, leaving a force behind to maintain the siege lines and marching the rest of the army out to meet Scipio before the new camp could become a fortress. The armies formed in depth, both aware that the moment they had avoided for weeks was finally unavoidable. Elephants stood on the wings, backed by light troops. Cavalry massed where there was room to maneuver. Caesar arranged his line with veterans on the flanks and a strong centre, then assigned selected cohorts and missile troops to the specific task of dealing with elephants. He moved along the ranks on foot, speaking to experienced men and newly raised troops alike, reminding the veterans what they had already survived, and challenging the new formations to earn their place in history. The mood on the two sides was not equal. Caesar's troops were eager and aggressive, sensing uncertainty in the enemy's half-finished preparations. Scipio's army looked tense, hurried, and not fully ready. Men shifted positions, lines formed and reformed, and the hesitation was visible even from a distance. Caesar wanted to be deliberate, weighing the danger of elephants and the threat of massed Numidian cavalry. Yet discipline cracked in the most dramatic way. On the right, the impatience of seasoned troops boiled over. A signal was sounded without waiting for the formal order. The sound rolled down the line, repeated and echoed until the entire army surged forward. Once the forward rush began, it could not be stopped. Caesar seized the moment rather than fight it. The attack hit before Scipio's incomplete works could protect him. Missile troops and the specially assigned cohorts hammered the elephants with stones and darts. The animals panicked, turned, and crashed back into their own side, trampling men, ripping gaps in the line, and spreading fear. Cavalry on that wing broke under the chaos. Then the infantry lines collided. For hours the fight remained stubborn. Even surprised and unsettled, the opposing legions resisted with discipline, enough to keep the struggle going. But as the battle wore on, the damage from the elephant, panic, and the pressure of Caesar's veterans began to tell. One wing sagged, then the centre lost shape. Units began to fall back toward the unfinished camp. Caesar's flanks turned inward, attacking from the sides, and the half-built defences were taken with little resistance. Officers who feared capture fled rather than rally the men. Once leadership vanished, panic spread like fire through dry grass. The army dissolved into scattered groups running for any refuge they could find. While the main battle raged outside Thapsus, the garrison inside the city attempted a desperate move of its own. Advancing along the shoreline, they waded through the surf in an effort to reach their allies. This sortie failed almost immediately. The attackers were driven back not by frontline troops, but by camp followers and non-combatants left behind in the siege lines, men who had been ordered to hold the works while the legions marched out to face Scipio. Outside the city, Caesar's soldiers pressed their advantage without pause. There was no organised resistance left to meet them. Scipio, Labienus, Afranius, and the senior commanders had already fled. What remained of their army dissolved into a chaotic mass of men running in all directions. Some tried to regroup at the older camp, a position where a determined stand was still possible. But no officers were present, interpreting this absence as proof that their leaders had withdrawn to Juba's nearby camp. The fugitives streamed toward it instead. That hope collapsed as well. The camp they sought had already fallen to Caesar's troops, who had reached it by a flanking movement. Cut off again, the survivors fled once more, climbing a neighbouring hill in a final attempt to defend themselves. As Caesar's men approached, panic overtook them completely. Weapons were thrown aside, the formal gestures of surrender were made. Surrender offered no protection. The Roman soldiers were beyond restraint. Years of civil war, exhaustion, and pent-up fury exploded at once. Mercy, for which Caesar himself had often been criticised by his own troops, vanished from the field. The killing spread in all directions. Armed men were hunted down without pause. In the frenzy, even Roman citizens within Caesar's own camp were struck down, accused of having caused the war or of secretly favouring the enemy. Some senators and equestrians withdrew from the field in fear that the soldiers, flushed with victory and unafraid of punishment, might turn on them as well. Caesar tried to intervene. He called out, pleaded, and attempted to stop the slaughter. Nothing worked. The momentum of violence could not be checked. In full view of their commander, men who begged for protection were cut down. The army of Scipio ceased to exist. The breakdown of discipline was profound. It stands as one of the darkest moments of the campaign. Ancient writers later suggested that Caesar may not even have been fully present during the fighting, claiming he was incapacitated by illness. Whether true or not, the loss of control at both the beginning and the end of the battle marked a sharp contrast with earlier victories, where order had been maintained even in a triumph. The scale of destruction was immense. Tens of thousands were killed. Scores of war elephants were captured. Scipio's forces were wiped out. Caesar's own losses, as officially reported, were astonishingly small. A claim that strains belief in any era of warfare. The flight of the enemy leaders brought little safety. Some escaped briefly by land or sea, but most met their end soon afterward. Labienus reached Spain. Scipio, fled by ship, was driven by storms to another port, and was killed in a subsequent clash. Others reached Utica, hoping the city might still offer refuge. Thapsus itself did not surrender immediately, despite the catastrophic defeat outside its walls. Caesar left a strong force behind to complete the siege and attached other units to reduce remaining strongholds. His soldiers were publicly praised and rewarded. One legion was even permitted to adopt an elephant as its emblem, a reminder of the decisive moment in battle. Caesar then moved rapidly along the coast, taking major towns and seizing large stores of supplies and military treasure. From there, he advanced on Utica, intent on capturing prominent opponents who had fled there. The enemy cavalry, which had escaped the battlefield largely intact, reached the city first. Their behaviour on the march revealed the brutal mood of the war's final phase. Denied entry to one town, they forced their way in, slaughtered the population, and destroyed what they could not carry. Repeating these atrocities elsewhere, they were finally stopped only when the leaders of Utica paid them to leave. Within the city, efforts were made to organise resistance, but enthusiasm was gone. Permission was granted for remaining supporters of the defeated cause to depart for Spain. Shortly afterward, the most principled and resolute opponent of Caesar, chose death rather than submission. With his passing, organized resistance in Africa effectively ended. Utica soon opened its gates. Caesar arrived, imposed heavy financial penalties, but spared lives. Other enemies fled into Numidian territory, where loyalty collapsed just as quickly. The Numidian king found himself rejected by his own people, stripped of support, and driven into a final, violent end alongside his closest ally. The kingdom was absorbed into Roman control and placed under new administration. Elsewhere, remaining commanders were hunted down. Some were killed by their own men. Others were captured and executed. The coalition that had formed against Caesar disintegrated completely. Property was confiscated, cities were fined, and the region was pacified through a mixture of punishment and clemency. By spring, Caesar departed Africa. Within months, he returned to Rome, where a series of triumphs celebrated victories across the Mediterranean world. The civil war, at least in appearance, was over. Yet the African campaign left an uneasy legacy. It was hard fought, filled with danger and marked by moments of hesitation that seemed at odds with Caesar's reputation. The campaign exposed a contradiction that followed Caesar throughout his career. He was capable of extraordinary daring, yet repeatedly entered wars without adequate preparation. He trusted speed, luck, and his own ability to recover from mistakes. In Africa, this habit forced him into prolonged maneuvering, constant shortages, and unnecessary risk. Much of the struggle was spent correcting problems that better planning could have avoided. Inside the besieged town, the defenders were not merely stubborn, they were ruthless. Caesar's troops, hardened by months of brutal fighting, were in no mood for patience either. The garrison was made up largely of Roman soldiers, and they remembered exactly what had happened after Thapsus. They feared that if they ever accepted terms, Caesar might promise safety but still fail to restrain an army that had already shown it could slip beyond control. That fear shaped everything they did next. To remove any hint of wavering inside the walls, the garrison turned on the civilian population. Citizens suspected of sympathizing with Caesar were hunted down and killed. Some were thrown from the ramparts in public view, a warning meant to crush dissent. The commander, Flaccus, ran the defense with discipline and skill. Caesar's siege works were constantly hammered from above, with showers of javelins, stones, and improvised missiles. Anything that could burn was flung down as well, bundles of fuel, pitchy materials, and other fire starters, meant to set towers, screens, and wooden structures alight whenever the wind allowed. One assault in particular stood out for its coordination and sheer aggression. It came on February 15th, timed to match an expected movement outside the walls. Communication between the garrison and Pompey's forces had been improvised in a crude but effective way. Missiles launched into the town could serve as signals, and the besieged learned to read them. The plan was not simply to disrupt the siege, but to break out and reconnect with the main army. First came deception. At several points along the siege lines, fire pots and flaming arrows were hurled to create confusion and pull defenders away from the true point of attack. Then, around midnight, the gate nearest Pompey's position burst open. The garrison surged out, carrying bundles of brush to fill the ditch, hooks and tools for ripping down barriers, and torches meant to ignite the besiegers' quarters. Many of those shelters were little more than reed-built huts, quick to raise, quick to burn. The raiders brought something else as well, and it was no accident. Silver and fine clothing were packed along with the assault gear. The idea was simple. Scatter valuables in the darkness, and some of Caesar's men might break formation to grab plunder. Even a brief lapse, men bending to pick up loot instead of holding a line, could open a gap wide enough for a breakout. Outside, Pompey positioned himself to support the attempt. He held a nearby fortification through the night and kept his troops ready, hoping the garrison might cut through and retreat under his protection. For a moment, the gamble looked dangerous. The town's artillery and heavy missile fire did real damage. One of Caesar's wooden towers was smashed so badly that its upper portion collapsed, and fire spread to it and a neighbouring structure. The siege lines lit up with flame and shouting as defenders fought to save what they could. But the breakout failed. The besieged fought hard, yet Caesar's side responded quickly and held together. The garrison was driven back inside, and Pompey's troops outside were prevented from turning the chaos into a wider attack. By dawn, the damage had been done, but the situation had not changed. The town was still sealed, and the defenders had lost men they could not replace. After that night, the mood inside the walls shifted. The inhabitants, exhausted and frightened by what a final storming might bring, sent envoys to test whether Caesar's mercy could still be secured. Pompey, reading the situation with the cold logic of necessity, accepted that he could no longer save the garrison. The siege had tightened too far, and every attempt to break it had failed. On February 19th, the gates finally opened. The town surrendered. Caesar's response was notably restrained. Whatever the fears inside the garrison had been, the outcome at this moment was not another massacre. The surrender was received, and the immediate bloodshed stopped. The fall of that town had an effect far beyond its walls. When Cnaeus Pompey learned what had happened, he assumed Caesar would next turn toward another major stronghold in the region. Pompey shifted his camp again, moving up the river and fortifying the surrounding heights as if to build a shield of earthworks around the next objective. Yet the political damage was already spreading through his camp. His failure to relieve the besieged position shook confidence. Desertions increased. To stop the bleeding, he turned to terror. Suspected supporters of Caesar were executed in the towns under Pompeian control, beginning with selected citizens in the next key settlement and spreading outward. The policy was meant to keep communities obedient through fear, but it often did the opposite. It pushed wavering towns towards Caesar, hardened resentment, and made surrender to Caesar look safer than remaining loyal to Pompey. After securing the surrendered town, Caesar advanced his own camp up the river to stand closer to Pompey's position, placing the two forces in direct opposition again. The strategic problem remained the same. Caesar wanted a decisive battle, and Pompey wanted to avoid one. Guided by Labienus, Pompey tried to prolong the war and let hunger do the work, a method shaped by hard lessons from earlier campaigns. Caesar, meanwhile, manoeuvred constantly, shifting camps, extending lines, and searching for a way to force combat without stepping into a trap. In early March, Caesar edged his position nearer, still across the river, and ordered an entrenched line pushed down to the water. The purpose was not obvious from the outside, but it increased pressure and sparked a series of hard fights between outposts. Then, Caesar made a sharper move. A town along the line became the pivot of a new attempt to cut Pompey off from a fortified supply depot farther south. Caesar crossed the river, established a camp that blocked Pompey's route, and began digging in. Pompey reacted immediately. He broke camp to reopen access to his supplies, but found Caesar already in the way. With the route threatened and the situation tightening, Pompey decided to offer battle, yet he still sought the protection of higher ground. His troops moved toward a hill in front of Caesar's position, trying to secure the advantage of elevation before contact. Caesar did not wait. As Pompey's cohorts climbed, Caesar struck quickly and forced them back. The high ground was taken, and the fight rolled downhill into the valley. Pompey's men were pushed back toward their camp and suffered significant losses in the retreat, several hundred killed in the clash that followed. The next day, Pompey tried to reverse the humiliation. He reached for the same hill again, arriving first this time and using cavalry to harass Caesar's troops while they were still working. Caesar marched out and formed his line on lower ground, inviting a full engagement. Pompey refused. After a tense standoff, Caesar withdrew, and Pompey's cavalry pressed the rear, triggering another sharp, confused fight where Caesar's light infantry had to step in to keep the mounted units from being overwhelmed. The clash ended without becoming a general battle. Soon after, Pompey pulled back into a fortified town and held there, avoiding risk while cavalry actions continued almost daily. The desertions did not stop. To counter the collapsing confidence, Pompey turned to propaganda, sending messages to loyal towns claiming that Caesar refused to fight on equal ground and hid in positions that could not be attacked fairly. It was an attempt to preserve morale by reshaping the story of caution into weakness. Pompey was energetic enough, and in another situation might have welcomed battle. But fear of Caesar's veterans and Caesar's reputation weighed heavily. The choice was made to keep moving from one town to another, rewarding supporters, punishing doubters, and stretching the war out in hopes that time, hunger, and politics would succeed where open battle might fail. By around the second week of March, Pompey finally broke camp and marched again, aiming toward another key centre. Caesar followed, taking a smaller position along the route and pressing forward, still hunting the moment when retreat and delay would no longer be possible. Details from this phase are thin, but one conclusion is hard to escape. Caesar's manoeuvres were gradually closing the space in which Pompey could operate. Pompey could keep slipping away only so long as allies believed the cause was still alive. Eventually a battle would be unavoidable, not because it was wanted, but because refusing it any longer would cause the coalition to collapse. That pressure funneled both armies toward the place where the final decision would be forced. The landscape there mattered as much as the men. One of the reasons the endgame became so difficult to reconstruct is that many hills and ruined sites across the region later claimed the fame of being the battlefield. Over time, local traditions multiplied, and arguments were built on names that sounded similar rather than on firm proof. Yet military logic narrows the options. Pompey, if he intended to escape to the coast and lean on his ships, would have needed to cross major river barriers. Caesar, seeing that intention, would have tried to block those crossings and trap him within a limited zone where movement was restricted. After the later battle, many of Pompey's fugitives fled toward a major inland city, as well as to the nearest fortified refuge behind their lines, suggesting the decisive fight had not taken place at a great distance from those centres. The distances reported in later accounts also hint that the battlefield lay closer to the core of operations than some traditional identifications allow. Even the logistics of moving siege engines and supplies, often used as proof in older debates, can be misleading since Roman equipment could be transported more easily than people assume. A plausible reconstruction is that Caesar's pursuit was not a simple chase, but a calculated effort to block crossings, seize key points on the route, and force Pompey to turn back. In that kind of cornered situation, Pompey might have decided that battle was the only way to keep allies from abandoning him. Once his own messages about Caesar's supposed unwillingness to fight had circulated long enough, refusing battle again could have shattered his credibility completely. By mid-March, Pompey camped beneath the walls of a strong town positioned on rising ground. Caesar arrived the next day and established his own camp nearby, separated by an open stretch of rolling terrain with a small stream cutting through it. Pompey's camp and the town behind him offered a retreat if disaster struck, and the slope on which his army formed was a natural fortress, excellent to defend, dangerous to attack. Caesar, with fewer heavy infantry cohorts, but strong cavalry and light troops, initially expected Pompey to come down onto the plain, where mounted forces could operate more freely. Pompey refused. He stayed close to the hill and the town, anchoring his line to terrain that promised protection rather than opportunity. Pompey still refused to come down from his position, so Caesar tried a different kind of pressure. He advanced across the open ground until his line stood opposite the enemy, close enough to make the challenge impossible to ignore. When the troops reached the lower terrain near a shallow stream at the base of the slope, the advance slowed. Before ordering the crossing, Caesar stopped the formation and gathered his officers. He pointed out the obvious risk, an uphill attack against men posted above, with missiles raining down and momentum working against the attacker. He had never liked assaulting strong ground unless there was no other choice. At times, he could be as careful as any cautious commander, even if in other moments his boldness bordered on recklessness. The pause unsettled his soldiers. They were eager, confident, and tired of maneuvering. The mood in the ranks felt like impatience at being held back from a victory they believed was already within reach. That impatience won out. The order came, and the whole line moved again, stepping through the water and beginning the climb. The brief hesitation had a second effect as well. It encouraged Pompey's side to believe Caesar's men were wavering. Pompey responded by edging his formation a short distance down the slope, enough to meet the attack sooner while still keeping the town behind him within easy reach. He did not abandon safety. The walls remained close, a refuge that could be reached quickly if the day went badly. The armies arranged themselves for the collision. Caesar's seasoned veterans took a key place on one wing, while other legions held the centre. Cavalry and light troops stood out on the flanks, prepared to exploit any opening. Pompey's line, larger and anchored to higher ground, waited with the advantage of elevation and a defensive mindset shaped by hard memories. Neither side expected mercy. The shouting that rose from both formations was the sound of men convinced they must win and determined not to leave the matter unresolved. Caesar's infantry charged uphill with discipline and speed, but the slope punished every step. Pompey's soldiers met them with a heavy volley of javelins and a counter-thrust from above. In the seconds before contact, the weight of missiles from higher ground struck hardest at the less experienced men, and for a moment the attack threatened to lose cohesion. Then the defenders' downhill surge hit like a physical shock. The impact stalled Caesar's forward push and forced the fight into a brutal standstill. What followed was not a battle of clever movement, but a grinding contest of strength. The lines locked together so tightly that the struggle became a slow shove, like wrestlers refusing to yield. Men rotated forward and backward in small groups as ranks tried to relieve one another. Blades and shields worked in cramped space. The terrain kept favouring Pompey's side. The defenders could lean into the slope, while the attackers burned energy climbing and absorbing blows at a disadvantage. Hour after hour passed, and the strain began to show. Caesar's men were still fighting, but fatigue crept in and the edge of the assault dulled. There are moments in battle when discipline alone cannot hide that a line is fraying, and this was one of them. Caesar sensed it. Later, he would reportedly describe this as the first time he fought not simply to win, but to survive. Whatever the exact wording, the danger was real enough to force him into the one thing that had saved him in earlier crises: direct personal intervention. He moved through the formation as if refusing to accept the possibility of collapse. Some men were shamed into steadiness. Others were lifted by praise. And the hesitant were pushed back into purpose by sheer presence. At the worst point, he was seen close to the front, acting less like a distant commander and more like a soldier urging the next push. For a long stretch, the outcome hung in balance, and the battle remained one shock away from breaking either way. As the afternoon slid toward evening, the situation grew even more desperate. There were no fresh reserves left to send in. The last available units had already been committed. Light troops on both sides had drifted away from the killing ground, leaving the fight to the heavy infantry. With space too tight and terrain too uneven, there was no room for elegant maneuvers, only endurance, cohesion, and will. At that point, Caesar turned to the veterans he trusted most and demanded one more effort, framing the moment as a test of honor as much as survival. The challenge worked. The experienced soldiers responded with renewed force, striking hard enough to shake Pompey's line. Under the pressure on one flank, Pompey was forced to strip strength from another part of his formation to keep his battered side from folding. That shift created vulnerability. Caesar's cavalry, sensing the thinning, attacked the weakened sector and began to make the defense bend. Even then, the decision was not immediate. The struggle stayed close, shield against shield, men slipping and falling, units compressing into knots of violence. The outcome turned on a chain of small events that only looked inevitable afterward. A mounted detachment from Caesar's allies swung wide and threatened the enemy camp. Pompey's commander on that wing reacted by sending several cohorts away from the front to block the move. Those troops were marching toward the rear, not retreating, but on a battlefield appearances matter as much as facts. Caesar, seeing the motion, used it instantly. He shouted that the enemy was running. The shout hit at the same moment Pompey's soldiers noticed the rearward movement and wondered if something had gone wrong. Doubt spread fast. The line that had held firm for hours began to waver. Caesar's men, already lifted by the sense that the tide might finally turn, surged forward again. That single pulse of momentum was enough. The defenders' cohesion cracked, and once a break opened, it widened quickly. Pompey's troops fell back toward the town, and the uphill fight became a downhill flight. After the break, the battle turned into slaughter. Cavalry that had been held in check during the long infantry struggle now had space to work and struck hard among disordered men. Many were cut down in the retreat, and senior leaders on Pompey's side did not survive. The number of dead reported in later accounts is massive, and the imbalance between the winners' losses and the losers' losses is typical of ancient warfare, where a collapsing army often paid in blood far beyond what the fighting line had suffered earlier in the day. The bitterness of the war showed itself immediately. The victors were in no mood to restrain themselves, and the aftermath was marked by shocking brutality. Bodies were piled to form improvised barriers, weapons were set up like crude fencing, and severed heads were displayed along the siege lines to intimidate survivors. The fighting had ended, but the rage did not. In that world, defeat often meant annihilation, and the idea of a clean surrender could vanish in the heat of revenge. Many survivors fled into the nearby town, forcing Caesar's commanders to begin another siege. Others ran toward larger cities, still holding out. The conflict did not end in a single day, because strong places refused to yield even after the main army was destroyed. In some towns, internal supporters of Caesar helped open the way by setting fires and creating chaos behind the walls. In others, resistance remained stubborn and costly. The reduction of the region took months, not hours, and the closing phase of the war became a series of grim sieges and reprisals. Pompey's remaining leader escaped the battlefield with a small escort and tried to reach the coast and ships that could carry him away. The journey was long, exhausting, and desperate. He did not make it. Pursuit and betrayal eventually caught him, and he was killed before he could rebuild his cause elsewhere. When the last fortified towns finally fell, Organized resistance was over. Yet the final reckoning left an uncomfortable question hanging over the victor. The speed and decisiveness of Caesar's campaigns can be admired, but the violence that followed victory cannot be erased by admiration. Ancient war was built on the logic of destruction, and even a commander known for mercy could preside over acts that later generations would struggle to justify. Looking back, the Pompeian leadership had possessed real advantages at the start of the campaign. Strong towns, defensive terrain, and local support in many areas. But those advantages were mishandled. Harsh treatment of communities that were not firmly loyal created enemies faster than it created obedience. Military decisions were often reactive rather than strategic, and when faced directly with Caesar's pressure, the leadership proved unable to hold the army together through a crisis. Caesar's approach, by contrast, was relentlessly focused on forcing outcomes. He preferred direct pressure against key points, rather than long detours. When he needed speed, he accepted risk. When risk trapped him, he relied on rapid improvisation and personal authority to escape. That pattern appears again and again, advancing with too little, trusting momentum to compensate, then fighting his way out of the danger created by his own haste. The failure at Dyrrachium marked one of the most dangerous moments in Caesar's career. The operation had depended on circumstances so fragile that success could only have come through chance. When it failed, the situation might have ended in catastrophe. That it did not was due as much to Caesar's force of will as to the nature of the opponent he faced. Pompey did not press his advantage, and Caesar was able to pull his army back from the edge of destruction. Once safe, he moved with precision to link up with Domitius. From there, with renewed confidence and striking boldness, he forced battle in Thessaly and defeated Pompey at Pharsalus. The scale of that success overshadowed the earlier era so completely that criticism almost seems misplaced. Yet this triumph was followed by a series of decisions that revealed another side of Caesar's character. His pursuit of Pompey into Egypt was carried out with astonishing haste, supported by only a handful of men. It was a political misjudgment as much as a military one. Instead of consolidating control while the fate of the Roman world was still undecided, he allowed himself to be drawn into local disputes, far from the main theatre of war. In Alexandria, he found himself isolated and trapped, facing forces that a few seasoned legions could easily have crushed. He held out through sheer determination until relief arrived from the east, but precious time was lost. While he remained in Egypt, his enemies elsewhere grew stronger. His prolonged stay, combined with a brief eastern campaign soon afterward, consumed nearly a full year. During that time, opposition forces established firm control in Africa. Although the fighting in Egypt demonstrated remarkable adaptability and courage, it also showed a temporary loss of strategic focus. The larger contest was delayed by diversions that had no lasting value. These delays forced Caesar into a far more difficult struggle in the years that followed. When the campaign in Africa finally began, the same pattern reappeared. Caesar crossed at an unfavourable season without coordinating his fleet, creating conditions similar to those that had nearly undone him before. Despite commanding the resources of Rome, he spent months pinned down, unable to take the initiative. Against a more capable enemy, this vulnerability might have proven fatal. His survival owed much to the limitations of those who opposed him. Still, the episode revealed an extraordinary ability to improvise under pressure. Once his forces were rebuilt, expectations rose for a swift offensive. Instead, Caesar moved cautiously, avoiding risks and waiting for the right moment. When that moment finally came, the opposing army was destroyed quickly and decisively. The final phase unfolded in Spain. where the last remnants of resistance were hunted down. Clever manoeuvring along the river valleys led to a brutal and costly battle that settled the issue. What followed were sieges that dragged on for months, demonstrating how deeply rooted opposition still was. Even so, the campaign highlighted Caesar's capacity to adapt, endure, and ultimately impose his will. Looking back, it becomes clear that the civil conflict could have ended much sooner had different choices been made. Repeatedly, Caesar entered campaigns with insufficient preparation, driven by urgency and confidence. Despite these flaws, victory came again and again. This was due not only to exceptional ability, but also to remarkable fortune and the shortcomings of his rivals. The record is unequaled, yet the mistakes remain visible, especially when compared with the conduct of history's other great commanders. The civil struggle was not merely a defensive contest. It was a campaign of domination. Caesar sought total control, and every action reflected that goal. He pressed forward relentlessly, rarely allowing himself to be pushed back unless by his own impatience. Surprise was his preferred weapon. He struck before opponents were ready and forced them to react to his movements. Intelligence gathering was constant and effective, aided by widespread local support and frequent defections from enemy ranks. His opponents possessed similar tools, but not with the same consistency or speed. Though often outnumbered, Caesar's troops were superior in discipline and morale. He relied primarily on his core forces and made limited use of auxiliaries. He kept his armies concentrated and avoided unnecessary dispersal. At the same time, he worked tirelessly to prevent his enemies from doing the same. His objectives were always decisive points: enemy armies, supply centers, or key strongholds. Each move aimed directly at the heart of resistance. Supply shortages were a recurring problem. Caesar was less methodical than some commanders in securing provisions, often trusting speed and audacity to compensate. This approach sometimes brought his army close to starvation, but he managed to sustain operations through bold seizures and forced marches. Open battle was preferred, though sieges were unavoidable. He avoided attacking fortified positions unless necessary, and accepted battle only when conditions were acceptable. Under pressure, Caesar's resilience stood out. Defeat never shattered his confidence. Even after serious setbacks, he withdrew in good order, restored morale, and returned stronger. This ability to recover was one of his defining traits. On the battlefield, his tactics were direct and practical. Elaborate formations were rare. Instead, emphasis was placed on cohesion, timing, and controlled aggression. Cavalry played a limited role compared to its use by other great commanders. While improvements had been made, mounted troops were not decisive instruments under his command. The contrast between Caesar and his opponents was stark. Pompey, once formidable, had lost the sharpness that active command requires. Others lacked either ability or resolve. Against such adversaries, Caesar's strengths became overwhelming. His growth over time was evident. Experience refined his judgment, even if impatience never fully disappeared. More than any technical skill, it was Caesar's personal authority that shaped events. He was the engine that drove every campaign. Soldiers trusted him absolutely. He rewarded courage, remembered individual deeds, and cultivated loyalty with care. At the same time, discipline was enforced without hesitation when danger was near. He demanded total commitment and gave even more in return. His presence inspired effort beyond ordinary limits. This combination of charm and severity forged an army unlike any other. The men were well equipped, well rewarded, and deeply attached to their commander. Though sometimes lax in camp, they were relentless in battle. Their reputation reflected their leader's character, polished on the surface, dangerous at the core. Alexander's war planning was built on an enormous scale. His campaigns were imagined as a single, continuous project, stretching across continents, with one objective opening the door to the next. Hannibal worked with a different kind of problem, so his approach looked different on the surface, yet it carried the same mark of intelligence and daring. His vision was not as wide in geography, but it could be sharper in its reading of immediate realities. Caesar also showed a strong strategic instinct. In Gaul, he understood how to break a complex frontier problem into manageable targets, and later, at the moment he crossed into civil war, he displayed a clear grasp of what speed, shock, and political momentum would demand. In terms of recognizing the central requirement of a situation and acting on it, his judgment could hardly be improved. When the subject turns to cavalry, Alexander stands in a class of his own. He did not treat horsemen as a supporting tool, but as a decisive weapon, again and again driving the same mounted force into the same critical point until a line collapsed. He shaped elite squadrons into something more than fast troops, turning them into a blade that could carve open an enemy formation at the chosen second. Hannibal, though clearly behind Alexander in this specific field, still ranks high, especially through the skillful use of light riders, who could unsettle an enemy, strip away control, and create openings without needing a full collision. Caesar, by comparison, never mastered cavalry in that commanding sense. He had capable mounted contingents, drawn from tough riding cultures, and in certain moments they performed brilliantly. But they were not handled as the kind of independent, battle-deciding arm that defined the others. The same contrast appears in battlefield method. Alexander's fighting style was direct, daring, and relentless. He pushed in at once, then followed through with a chain of rapid blows, forcing the enemy to react faster than they could think. Hannibal moved differently. He observed, tested, pulled at weak points, and waited until the defense showed its true shape. Then the strike came, and when it came, it tended to land exactly where it mattered. Caesar's battle method was more uneven. He did not consistently display Alexander's bold drive or Hannibal's inventive ability to reshape a fight. Many engagements were won not through a brilliantly constructed battlefield design, but through better morale, steadier troops, and an opponent's mistakes. When circumstances left no choice and he had to fight through sheer pressure, he could show extraordinary personal determination, and the army could perform at a very high level. Yet there is often the sense that he treated pitched battle as a necessary tool rather than a contest he sought for its own sake. One of the rare cases where planning and execution align in a clean, confident way is the famous victory where the enemy's poor handling also played a major role in the outcome. In personal style, Alexander cultivated the image of a heroic champion and often behaved like one. Hannibal, particularly after youth, is remembered less as a man chasing glory on the front line and more as a calculating commander who refused unnecessary risks because he had too much to lose. Caesar rarely fits the romantic mold at all. He comes across first as a mind at work, a commander whose presence matters because of what it does to morale and decision-making, not because of theatrical bravery. When he fought in the front, it usually happened at moments of danger when the line needed to be held together, not as an expression of fearless appetite for risk. His victories were driven by a cold clarity, supported by intense will, rather than by the kind of heroic impulse that tradition loves to celebrate. In siege warfare, two moments from antiquity are often placed side by side as symbols of what determined engineering and relentless pressure can achieve. Hannibal has strong examples, but not many that reach that same height. Sieges of major fortified cities can be technically impressive without having the same worldwide echo as the greatest showpieces of the age. Judging generals by the strength of their opponents is tempting, but it can distort the picture. Alexander frequently faced enemies who were outmatched in leadership and cohesion. Caesar met tougher resistance in certain cases and fought capable adversaries, though not always at the peak of their powers. Hannibal, however, repeatedly confronted commanders and armies that were not only strong but were constantly learning, adapting, and hardening under pressure. In that sense, his challenge was often the most demanding. Marching and movement offer another comparison. Alexander's long pursuits and rapid transfers across vast distances have few equals. Hannibal's movement was remarkable in a different way. Not just speed, but the ability to slip past danger, to appear where he should not have been able to appear, and to survive when a lesser army would have been caught and destroyed. Caesar produced several astonishing marches and redeployments, and over time he became far more careful than he had been early in his career. He learned the value of security the hard way, through moments when carelessness invited sudden danger. By the end, his movement was conducted with far more discipline and method than at the beginning. All three demanded extreme exertion from their men, regardless of weather, terrain, or season. Yet the way they supported that exertion differed. Alexander pushed his troops brutally hard, but also kept a tight grip on organization and preparation when possible. Hannibal, despite living for long periods in hostile territory, often managed supply and survival, with a steadiness that seems almost impossible given his situation. Caesar sometimes struggled with provisions, and certain campaigns became as much a hunt for food as a hunt for victory. Even so, he remained willing to gamble on speed and local resources, accepting risk when delay seemed worse. In leadership over soldiers, each reached the highest level. Each was visibly the hardest working figure in the army. Each could perform the tasks he demanded, and in a way that made excuses impossible. They rewarded courage, created rivalry in excellence, and made personal recognition part of the system. That mixture of justice, generosity, and relentless expectation turned ordinary troops into forces capable of extraordinary endurance. As people, the contrast becomes sharper. Hannibal is often presented as the simplest and most disciplined life, driven by a severe loyalty to his cause. Alexander appears divided, capable of warmth and greatness, but also capable of excess and loss of control. Caesar, despite countless admirable qualities, can feel distant. He could be reasonable, loyal to friends, generous in reward, and brilliant in conversation and organization, yet there is often a sense of a mask that never drops. The emotional access that history seems to grant with Alexander and Hannibal does not come as easily with Caesar. Admiration comes readily, sympathy less so, because he feels less like a man caught in human contradictions, and more like a force moving through events. Seen purely as soldiers, a rough ranking can be suggested, without claiming certainty. Hannibal appears unmatched in the severity of his challenge and the brilliance with which he held against it. Alexander appears as the heroic conqueror, dazzling in speed, daring, and the decisive use of battle. Caesar appears as the commander who almost never lost, who repeatedly overcame setbacks, and who translated political purpose into military action with ruthless effectiveness. If the lens widens beyond soldiering, Caesar's range as ruler, organizer, and architect of a new order is often presented as the most comprehensive. After Caesar's era, Roman military life changed in fundamental ways. The old citizen army that had once embodied the state was steadily replaced by a professional structure. The army became a permanent institution spread along frontiers, designed not for short seasonal wars, but for continuous readiness. Troops were settled in fixed bases, and the capital itself gained a powerful guard force. Service terms became more standardized, recruitment more systematic, and the relationship between soldier and state shifted toward loyalty to the ruler. Over time, this created stability in one sense, yet it also laid the groundwork for future danger, because an army that identifies itself with power can eventually decide who deserves to hold it. As decades passed, the same system that protected the empire began to reshape it. Soldiers accumulated privileges and political weight. The distance between civilian life and military life grew. In certain periods, the guard in the capital became a political weapon, and the wider army began to feel less like the people in arms and more like a separate body with its own interests. When rulers were strong, discipline held. When rulers were weak, the army's internal forces pulled the state apart. The equipment and style of fighting shifted as well. Close combat with sword and shield declined in importance, while throwing weapons and distance fighting grew. Heavier use of spears, tighter formations, and increasingly dense ranks hinted at a return toward older mass styles. Not because the army became stronger, but because it became less confident in individual hand-to-hand superiority. Mounted troops continued to exist in different forms, but the overall balance of battle leaned more toward caution, layers of support, and the use of mechanical aids. Engines that once appeared occasionally became more common. What had been primarily a siege tool began to show up alongside field formations as an attempt to stop enemies before they could crash into the line. The appearance of such devices in open battle often signals a change in confidence, a move away from trusting the soldier's body and discipline, and toward trusting machinery and managed distance. The same pattern can be seen when exotic additions appear, animals or other dramatic instruments, which function less as true solutions and more as signs of an army searching for substitutes. Formations evolved again and again. The internal arrangement of units shifted to strengthen the front, to reduce gaps, to increase density, and to place the best troops where they could stabilize a line. In some periods, armies were drawn out in a single deep wall with almost no space between units, aided by missile fire. Behind the front, supporting lines and ranged troops contributed through layered pressure rather than decisive close combat. Cavalry and mounted archers operated along the sides, moving to exploit small openings or to prevent sudden flanking threats. Marching order also became more complex. The movement of an army turned into a carefully managed procession. Light troops screening the front, specialists preparing roads and crossings. The commander and staff protected within the column, engines carried along. Main infantry advancing in disciplined blocks, and large baggage trains stretching behind. Over time, the speed and agility that had once defined Roman campaigning slowed under the weight of expanding logistics and growing non-combatant presence. In siegecraft, technical skill continued to develop. Camps became more strongly fortified. Frontier lines were reinforced, and permanent installations could form defensive walls across landscapes. Assault machines grew larger, mines and countermines became more elaborate, and the number of engines present in major operations could become enormous. In a narrow sense, this looks like progress. In another sense, it suggests compensation, a growing reliance on technique and structure as the personal fighting quality of the average soldier declined. Pay and rewards rose even as discipline weakened. Lavish distributions became a regular expectation. Trains grew heavier, comfort increased, and the old habit of hard marching and constant work was harder to enforce. Drill and training could surge back under energetic leaders, then fade again as soon as that pressure disappeared. Military writing multiplied, often rich in detail but less capable of capturing the spirit that once made the system formidable. By late imperial times, the pattern becomes clearer. As the citizen foundation vanished, the army depended increasingly on fear, routine, and external supports. The offensive confidence that once drove expansion faded into a defensive mindset built on engines, walls, and distance weapons. The deeper change was moral rather than mechanical. The sense that the soldier was naturally superior in close combat, that closing with the enemy would settle the issue, was no longer certain. The enemy grew tougher, and the Roman soldier grew less committed, less trained, and often less invested in the state as a shared public cause. Across centuries, the transformation can be traced as a gradual tightening of formation and a gradual substitution of machinery, structure, and managed distance for the old simplicity of hard discipline and direct shock. That arc does not mean commanders vanished or campaigns stopped. Many capable leaders still appeared, on both sides of Rome's borders. Large wars were fought, long frontiers were defended, and impressive operations were carried out. But in terms of the evolution of warfare itself, the period is marked less by revolutionary improvement and more by adaptation to decline. The art became more technical in places, yet less alive in the qualities that had once made the system dominant.